Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Present.
Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Mr. Murphy.
Present.
Ms. Priestley is not here. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Present.
Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder,
Present.
Ms. Worthing.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery on disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for changes or additions to the agenda? Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I got a resolution dealing with tree claim, and I want to put that on the agenda with resolutions. I'm going to try to bring it as an add-on.
Okay, do you have copies for everyone?
Say what?
Do you have copies for everyone?
I can get, hopefully Janelle or somebody can make copies. I had it since the meeting that I was wrongfully put out, so I'm circling back on that business today. If there's no objections and it's ordered as an add-on, if not, I'll try it one way or another, but this tree issue been hanging out there for a while.
Okay, so just so I know for clarity, you want it to be in with the resolutions? Do you want it to be the first resolution or the last resolution?
Yeah, I had the legal department draw it up, and it's a resolution. I'm gonna see where it stands.
Right, but I'm saying in order on the agenda, do you want it as the first resolution that we discuss, or do you want it as the last resolution?
It can come with resolutions, hopefully as
Okay.
an add-on.
Okay, so I'll put it as the first resolution that we discuss. Is there any discussion on that change? Okay, hearing none, let's vote on that change. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
No.
Was that 6 yes?
6 yes, 1 no.
6 yes, 1 no. That motion passes. Are there any other changes? Okay, hearing none, that moves us down to public speaking. Are there any public speakers?
Hello, my name is R.L. Mitchell. For the record, Madam Chair, by any means possible, we the people, to you, through City Clerk, we the people, the true worshipers, ask Calvary University, historic economic college, to do a kindness for us in Ward 1, because to get the House of Esther settled by any means possible before a week's time up with the $97 million left for, and we will be ever grateful for the Calvary University students to do that for us, a kindness in Ward Mays Ward. And even though we got a Mott name in Mays Ward, there's no, we ain't asked Mr. Mott, we asked the Calvary to do kindness to us. Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the no nonsense, the bullying, the police, the new law, the police department set up through Kim, and he let it go like it's all okay. The people's across the street, the sheriffs told me when I was coming in today, told me to tell the mayor thanks and no thanks for, the boys in the hood trying to break out of there right now. He told, but they sound like they don't want the police, the Flint police to be involved because Mason gave his address, phone number to call. Anyway, They told me to tell the mayor, and I want to respond from the mayor downstairs before the night's up. Mr. Mitchell, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Are there any other public speakers?
How y'all doing? My name is Richard Jones. I'm here today because, you know, I've been sitting back and I've been watching and I've been seeing what's going on. I had talks with the pastor's daughter, Pastor Williams' daughter, back when that cameraman had went inside of St. Agnes about the water being stirred there. I had talked to Michael Dones years ago. And my take on that, what's going on now, is that y'all should give them people the building. And instead of trying to give them a demand saying, come back with your paperwork in 30 days, y'all should have been sitting down there willing to work it out and make sure that their paperwork is right in 30 days. And if any funding is needed, think about it. What about the Harper funds? I'm quite sure any of their hardships, and I haven't talked to them, so I don't know what kind of financial hardships they had, but I guarantee it has something to do with this COVID, and the money that y'all are spending, that y'all have put $16 million to tear down houses that y'all gave to Land Bank, and these speed bumps that are now being put out, why can't y'all help them with whatever situation they have? Even if it means opening up the floodgates to everybody that then came up here as citizens with need and use for those Harper funds. And remember this, when it comes to those Harper funds, it was because of hardships of the pandemic. I don't know what speed bumps had to do with the pandemic, and I don't know what tearing down houses had to do with the pandemic, but I sure enough know whatever problems the House of Esther had something to do with the pandemic. So please think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker. Are there any more public speakers? Final call. All right, hearing none, we'll move on to council response. Is there any member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Is there any member of council who wishes to respond?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays.
you know, I'm always thank the public and always invite the public, even though those who didn't speak. I see people here from who was here last week with the House of Esther. I see Bishop Jefferson, her husband, Mr. Jefferson and Bishop Jefferson, Rich, Ariel, always good to see you, Pastor. I think I'm saying it right. Through you to the city attorney, Attorney Kim, did anybody in your office work on a resolution for House of Esther? Do you know?
No.
Why?
A legal opinion was just distributed about an hour ago to council that addresses this situation.
I don't understand what you just said.
I said a legal opinion was circulated to council and to other members of the city regarding this issue.
Well, you got a copy with you? I haven't seen a legal opinion regarding that issue, but I think I understand the issue. The building is condemned because of water and the lack of the city as it relates to that pipe. And I've never seen us not allow people to cut grass and keep America and the city of Flint beautiful. So I'm eager to see it. You think you can get that to me?
We'll have somebody bring you the copy.
Well, I hope. I mean, you ain't Attorney Kim, but if you speaking for him, that's good. Attorney Kim, while I got probably 30 seconds or a minute left in my public response, are you opposed to reading something for me into the record? Or I can do it later. I'll do that later. But at the same time, I'm eager to read this legal opinion, Ms. Herkenroder. When can I get it, since you're going to take over and get it for me?
Well, when Janelle gets back, we'll request her to print that off and make sure that you
So
have
I
a
should
paper
have it in
copy.
the next 10, 15 minutes.
But I would say that
Before
that's
special
reasonable.
affairs is over. I want to read this legal opinion through you to Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Winfrey Carter, have you read this legal opinion?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays. Councilman Mays, I did receive it in my email, but I have not yet to read it.
Okay, well, look like I'm going to be reading it in a couple of minutes. Let's make that happen, and then I can talk about what's happening at St. Agnes, the House of Esther. I can talk about it properly. Thank you. Good to see everybody here.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I don't receive it in my email, the legal opinion. I'm looking for it now, so I don't know. I don't know if you guys, I don't see it here at all. If you guys could resend it to me.
Would you like a paper copy or a resend of the email?
Say that again?
Did you want a paper copy? Because we'll have Janelle go print off 9 then.
You can email it to me if you
An
have it.
email?
I mean,
Okay, thank you.
is this it right here?
Can you, Janelle, did you hear that?
Yeah, I emailed you.
She's a copy.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
don't.
email a copy
Oh,
to you,
okay, I think I see it now.
Okay.
I see it. Thank you.
Okay,
That's it. I don't have nothing else.
okay. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
thank you. To Rich Jones and R.L. Mitchell, thank you for speaking. And I don't take any person who comes into council chambers for granted, and for the pastors who are here, thank you for coming. And Rich Jones, when we talk about the House of Esther, there's some things that we should just morally fall along the lines to work together and to have compassion. And Attorney Kim, I'm disappointed that you didn't do what was requested by the council. I mean, I'm going to operate in transparency, and I'm going to continue to do that. And so operating in transparency, Mayor Neely met with this group. He showed up last Thursday. He talked about the resolution and then said the limited powers that the council would have and that they didn't have any authority. I didn't know he was going to be there. But if it means helping the House of Esther get to what they need, get to that point, that's what we should be doing. It's falling far too many times, Attorney Kim, when things are coming to your office, and I did talk with you about this. I mean, 30 minutes beforehand and you're getting this to us, that's a little bit disappointing for me. That's disappointing, and I did not see it. And I do like generally hard copies along with a digital copy. I don't just rely on a digital copy because I do email. And we're getting a lot of games that we're playing with people's lives. This is not what we're here for, because throughout this entire 5-year tenure that the 9 of us have, we will all have projects to work with each other, and we will all need to work together. Drawing the line in the sand is not what we should be doing. Rich Jones, House of Esther did affect the pandemic. It did. It doesn't matter who's the mayor or who's at fault or whatever, because they keep moving the goalposts. We need 71,000, we need 108,000. Mayor Neely met with the person and stated he knew that they had the money. He knows who the donor is. So when we talk about transparency, we need to start operating in that. Madam Chair, thank you. I know that is my time.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Going once? Going twice? All right. Turn my mic off. That brings us then down to our resolution. The first resolution is in regards to the add-on resolution as requested by our colleague in the First Ward. Does everybody have a copy of that? It was just handed out. Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to move 220190, approval 2022-2023 annual action plan of the consolidated plan U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I move that to council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to move Resolution 220190 to council. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll support that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
I thought that we were, this add-on resolution that we voted to support was going to be the first of the agenda item that was taken care of. So I'm not sure how we are going to the agenda.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Yeah, my agenda change was clearly to add it as an add-on in the resolutions, and we're on the first resolution.
Yes, sir, that is correct. And if you will remember, I did ask where you wanted it on the agenda. I suggested having it first, to no objection.
Point of order. You gave me the floor. I made a motion on 220.
And that is correct.
190. It has been seconded.
That is
We're in
correct.
discussion. All of this discussion is relevant. I'll wait until my time.
That is correct.
I just did a point of order on what Mr. Murphy was
Mr.
saying.
Murphy, you still have the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there, go ahead.
So for the agenda for the 220190, I threw you to Suzanne Wilcox. Is she here? Is Suzanne Wilcox here?
I do not see her.
And one of the concerns I have with this is the two advisory committee members that recommended use giving community development block grant. That's problematic for me. We have a process. Each council person has individuals that they appoint on this advisory committee. I know we put in a referral. I'm not sure if my colleagues have received the list of member bodies that we have, how many people serving on the member bodies, but each council, historically, that I've been following the community development block grant dollars, each council person has the opportunity to appoint a member on the citywide advisory committee that serves as the advisors to recommend community development block grant dollars. There's 9 council people up here, so each one of us has a member that we appoint or that has already been appointed prior to us being elected on the citywide advisory committee. 2 people out of 9 of us that showed up to the advisory application process when these organizations were submitting a request for proposals and presenting their case to the citywide advisory. What happens then is the citywide advisory make recommendations to council on who get what. I don't know who didn't get money, who applied. I just think it's problematic that we have 2 people that showed up to make recommendations on millions of dollars for the, these different organizations. And I do not feel comfortable at this point in time, even if it was only 2 people, we should have been told that Councilman Murphy, the person who was appointed for your ward, did not show up. Councilman Dr. Lewis or Councilman Judy Priestley, Councilman Winfrey Carter, whoever we appointed as the citywide advisory committee to sit on these boards to make recommendations for these millions of dollars, if they was not showing up, I think it would have been courtesy for us to get a notification that you guys, you appointed someone or someone is appointed to represent you on these boards and they not showing up, and we have 2 people showing up. There, if that's the case, there also should be some bylaws with the citywide advisory committee that when they need a quorum. You can't, how you running a meeting and you making decisions of millions of dollars with 2 people serving as the citywide advisory committee? And if that's the case, if only 2 people showed up to a community-wide advisory to make recommendations of millions of dollars, this councilman cannot support this. I'm done.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair. under what I call the goofy rules, this council, until they change the rules, want a motion when a resolution comes up. I use motions to allow discussion, but sometimes you need discussion before you make a motion. So this motion was to move the council. When you look at the attached documents, it shows the various places where these monies are allocated. I think it's about $3 million in block grant money or so. And when you look at the timing of these allocations, I see $3,785,000. Ms. Wilcox should be here. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, she's on her way. Do you know anything about this before she get here? you say you'll kind of wait.
Mr.
And
Mays.
so I don't know if this time and the clock will wait,
Mr.
but
Mays.
I'm waiting to talk to Ms. Wilcox. Ms. Wilcox, you came in right on key. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Wilcox, can or will you call her up to the mic?
Sure. Miss Wilcox, can you come on down, please?
Two 5-minute rounds, Bishop Jefferson. I don't want this bell to go off on me. It shouldn't even be a bell when you're trying to take care of business. Yeah, Ms. Wilcox, tell me the time parameters and the deadlines on this money. I know that the council can change the recommendations more at a certain time, after a certain period of time, less, 15% or so. What are the time frames of this coming to us and the time frames of the requirement?
We actually are required to submit our action plan to HUD by May 15th. This year, HUD asked that we identify in our action plan what changes would be necessitated because we did not have our allocations until last week. So the action plan was actually intended to come May 15th. However, we were waiting for the for the recommendation or the allocations from HUD, which we received last week. And so what you have in front of you is the resolution to authorize entering into contracts. We are trying to get it to HUD as close to May 15th as possible, understanding
May 15th?
Understanding it's past that date, yes.
And May 15th is passed.
Yes, because we just received our allocations last week.
So every year seems like the deadline is tighter. In previous years, this is my 8th, 9th year on this council, we would have 30 days seem like or less. Now it's coming to us with the deadline passed?
Yeah, in previous years, what's happened is that there's a drop dead date that the action plan has to be submitted to HUD. That date is August 17th. And that impacts us negatively when we submit it late because we are not able to enter into contracts timely. And so we are trying to submit it as close to May 15th this year as possible. For the first time in several years, we're very close.
So let me ask you this question. We still have until August to make changes?
I would say no. We are trying to get this action plan in.
So the deadline has passed for council to make changes or amendments? I find that hard to believe.
It's already been published in the paper. The recommendations were published in April. And
why wasn't it brought to us then at that time?
It's being brought to you
now.
Now. That's
Yeah, Ms. Wilcox, this is becoming unacceptable for me. Now, I can't speak for everybody else. I can only speak for me. It seemed like if the law gives us the authority to change or amend money amounts, why would the administration bring it to us for the first time after the deadline giving us the ability to do that? That seems not cool. Now, every year, it seems to be a pattern. And I'm thinking that it could be an intentional pattern If it's unintentional, then something is broke and we need to fix it. Because if we have the opportunity to review allocations of 3-4 million, and the law allows us to look at it, change it, and do what we think is best for the community, I don't understand for the dickens of me why we ain't getting that when it first pop out. We getting it after the deadline. So now we're in the category of the only 15% changes. We still have that option, correct?
That's correct.
So 15%, 10% of 3 million is 300,000. So instead of having discretion over 3 million, what we now have discretion over 450,000, that's about 15%. 10% would be 300,000 of 3 million. If it's 3.8, 380,000. Half of that, you know, we cheating ourselves. Why is it that we ain't demanding that you give us that information when it first come out? What's wrong with that? Should we try for next year? I mean, next year, if you get it in April, can't we get the information in April as well?
The recommendations, when they come before City Council, are recommendations from the mayor. So the Citywide Advisory Committee makes recommendations to the mayor. The resolution that's presented to you as a City Council
Let
body...
me say this. The Citywide Advisory Committee is appointed by council folks. Why wouldn't the recommendations from the Citywide Advisory Committee go to the mayor and the council at the same time? We involved in the appointment of them. That might be where the trick bag is coming in at. It seems only fair that if we allocate 3.8 million and the mayor can make and be involved in recommendations and we're a co-equal branch of government, we should be able to get the recommendations at the same time the mayor do. When did the mayor's office get it?
I believe in April before they were published.
See, if I'm the mayor, I want that opportunity. I want to take an opportunity away from this co-equal branch, and I want to play Santa Claus and distribute all the money and get kudos for it. And if I'm the administration where you sit, Ms. Wilcox, and I'm thinking the mayor can appoint and hire me and keep me there, I might play favoritism. Next year, I'm saying for the record, bring that stuff to us the same time that the mayor get it. Now, if I'm the mayor, what should I do? Keep it the same? See, the problem is folks is playing politics with millions of dollars. And I ain't never been stupid. I wasn't stupid in elementary school. I wasn't stupid in junior high and got A's and B's in high school. I'll wait to the second round to finish and conclude. But you see where I'm headed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And you know what, Councilman Mays, I echo your sentiments. I said this last year, and I'm going to say it again this year. I will not be voting to send this to council because I don't agree with the process. And first of all, I don't agree that we just got this. The Citywide Advisory Council, they made their recommendations. I don't even see what recommendations they made. If these are the mayor's recommendations, what about the Citywide Advisory recommendations? Where are they?
There's a spreadsheet that's maintained in planning and development, but we prepare those recommendations, provide them to the mayor. He has the opportunity to look at them, revise them if necessary, and then those are the recommendations that we present to City Council in the form of a resolution.
Yeah, but in the past, we were able to see what the Citywide Advisory Council recommended and then what the mayor recommended. This, I mean, where is that?
That's a spreadsheet that we maintain. I'm happy to provide that to you.
Yeah, well, I mean, in any case, I'm going to vote no. I'm not I'm not going to vote on this year. I didn't vote on it last year because I didn't agree with the process. And if I don't agree with it next year, I'm not going to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? In the first round? In the first round. Okay, in the second round, is there any discussion? Councilman
Yes.
Murphy.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Susan, who all showed up at the citywide advisory to look at these applications?
There were three.
We on the second round.
Yes, sir.
There were three CWAC participants. So Tony Promanchuk, I'm sorry, I might have her name wrong. I think she's a 4th Ward representative. Billy Dantzler, who is the 5th or 6th Ward representative, and then Ariana Hawk, who is the mayor's representative. And I will say that staff reached out repeatedly to all of the CWAC members, as I shared in the last meeting, trying to get them to come to the meetings, trying to coordinate schedules. There's several emails. We had some commitments from some members of the CWAC who did not show up. And I would encourage you all, for your representatives, to work with them to make sure that they participate in this process, because my staff worked really hard to try and get everyone. They provided all the information to the representatives. I believe that there is one ward that does not have a representative yet. And we did work with the clerk's office to try and get the CWAC staffed up. But really, I would really appreciate it if you worked with your representative to have them attend those meetings. But after the work that was done by staff, those three are the ones that attended.
Well, one of the problems is we don't have a list of people, and we put a referral in to see who all sits on these different boards that we have going on throughout the city of Flint. For me, as a councilman in the 3rd Ward, I do not have who is my representative for the citywide advisory. And even if you wasn't getting no response to them, no one ever reached out to me and said, Councilman Murphy, your representative that's on the citywide advisory did not show up at the meeting, or we can't get in contact. Did your staff make any kind of effort to reach out to any of us council people to let us know that the person who is representing us is not showing up?
I do not believe they did. I know that staff worked with the council office and council staff to try and make sure that you had a list of those names, and for the wards that had a vacancy to try and get those positions filled. But I don't believe staff reached out to council people, and I don't believe I did either, to let you know, because I didn't know until after the fact who actually showed up. Like I said, there were some people that committed to coming that did not show up. So,
and my other piece is here. We on a deadline, and usually, and we had a spreadsheet. I remember used to seeing this spreadsheet. The citywide advisory committee made recommendations, and then the mayor make recommendations, and then the city council make their recommendations. Are you telling us tonight that we need to make who is the list of people that didn't get funded? Do we have that list?
I don't believe you have that list. I think what you have is the resolution. As I said, there's a spreadsheet that's maintained in planning and development that identifies everyone that applied for funding and what the recommendations, the preliminary recommendations from the CWAC, and then modifications to those recommendations by the mayor. I don't believe that was part of the packet provided to you.
So how do you expect us to make recommendations to fund those that may not receive any kind of funding if we don't have a list of it? How do we supposed to give them some funds if we want to make some changes? What is your recommendations that we do?
My recommendation would be to approve the resolution. You can make changes within 15% of that spreadsheet or that resolution that you have in front of you. Other than that, those changes, any changes beyond 15% would have to be republished.
So-
It would delay the submission of the plan further.
What happens if we reject this and don't do nothing tonight?
So the city can actually submit its action plan to HUD without city council approval. It is not required to submit the action plan. What's required is approval from this body to enter into contracts with those entities.
So basically, what you're telling us is that if there are agencies that applied that didn't get any funding, we don't have the list, so that we may want to make recommendations to fund them. And the only thing that we can make changes is the changes that the citywide advisory and the mayor received in April. And our backup is against the wall now. And regardless of whoever applied that didn't get any funding, we don't have the list to look at it. So we can't even make recommendations to change them. And you recommending that we approve this resolution tonight. And if we want to make any kind of changes, we only making the changes that the Citywide Advisory Committee and the mayor made recommendations that he received in April, that you giving us, like Councilman Mays said, at least give us 30 days. You ain't even giving us 30 days. You telling us tonight that you recommending, and that's the most professional way and the most diplomatic way that you saying having transparency and working with us and being a quote equal branch, that's the best practice that you guys should do, to give us a list of organizations that the mayor and the citywide advisory committee of 2 people out of 9 and 1 from the mayor. Make it make sense though, Suzanne. I mean, you know, y'all not getting my support tonight.
I understand your concern. What I will say is that we have, this process has been implemented in many different ways. And the reason that we're moving forward this way is that 2 years ago, we did the same thing last year, and I understand and appreciate Councilwoman Winfrey Carter's point. But 2 years ago, we did attempt to meet with council people individually to provide them with the recommendations, to have conversations before it was publicized, and it actually delayed us even further. So this is really our attempt to just keep this process moving forward in a way that makes sense and gets our plan in on time to HUD before August 17th and close to May 15th.
But
So
y'all
I
gave it
appreciate your frustration.
But you gave it to the mayor on time in April. So if you gave it to the mayor on time in April, why couldn't you give it to us on time in April too? And you could have gave it to the mayor and us, and why couldn't we not work together to make recommendations? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the second round?
This is the second round.
Yes, that's what I just said. Would you
Let
like
me
to-
say this,
Okay.
Suzanne.
You want the floor.
If I need another round, I would just have simply amend the motion to postpone back to maybe Finance Committee meeting. And that might be what I'm going to do, because under these goofy rules and this coming in special affairs, we should have got this in committee meeting, Finance Committee meeting, Governmental Operations Committee meeting.
Point of information. This was on the Grants Committee agenda from last week.
I don't even know what you said. Could you repeat yourself?
Sure, I said this was on the Grants Committee agenda from last week.
You said it was on Grant Committee last week. Yeah, Grant Committee didn't happen last week. Y'all got up and left, Ms. Herkenroder, you recall? So we didn't have Grants Committee because you and some more people left. I've been complaining about this new council. Walking out, ain't enough members, lack of a quorum, so thanks for telling me, but I'm gonna remind you, if you check the record, you was one of the main ones walked out. Wasn't no Grant Committee meeting last week. Left me sitting here. So just keep that in mind as you inform me, because for 8 to 9 years I've been watching processes. When I first come on the council, we had emergency managers. We had to get them out of here. Neely, Scott Kincaid, Jackie Poplar, and others had fumbled the ball. And we 2 weeks away from a budget deficit now, where the administration want to spend $14 million or more than we taking in revenues. And I'm nervous as a cat sitting by a rocking chair with his tail sticking out because I'm not sure that this council is going to put the work in. Ms. Wilcox, will I draw the line in the sand this year? Will the council draw the line in the sand? We've been looking at reallocated block grant dollars. We're looking at the way this stuff come to us year after year. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to hand the mayor a list of spending for $3,800,000 and at the same time hand the council the same list. It shows a bias between the two branches of government. And I've seen it year after year. I've seen administrators who want to work and keep their job. They'll smile in Dane Walling's face when he mayor, smile in Karen Weaver's face, and Neely, Rutherford, Woodrow Stanley. It's just getting to be a little much for me. And I'm telling you, it's easy to do right. It's easy to be fair. It's easy to share information in a timely manner. What ain't easy is for me trying to get 5 or 6 council people to make this administration act right. This is not unintentional. Same way with the ARPA funds. When you dealing with over 100 million block grant money and ARPA funds, every person running for office, in this case, Mr. Neely, want to be Santa Claus. The council is bigger than the little elves. You can't allocate or spend a dime without council approval. And the council need to wake up. Now, if we had to talk money, the rules should be suspended. We should know every little detail, nook and cranny. We shouldn't have to make motions to get more time. We done ran for office. We trustees of the city. We have a #1 duty to monitor money and make rules and law. And we don't have the political will to do it. Now, I might not have nothing else because I'm clear on what done happened here. But just in case, before you hear that bell go, I'd like to move to amend the motion to send this back to Finance Committee meeting. I so move.
There's been an amended motion to send Resolution 220190 to, did you say Finance? Mr. Mays? Did you
Yes.
say to Finance? Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays?
the clock now stops over. We had to use that motion and maneuver to hear from House of Esther last week, and I find myself using it again, but it's not a game. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Wilcox. Ms. Wilcox, if we don't take action on this tonight, from what I heard you say, it ain't no harm or no foul taking action on it 2 weeks or so from now, is it? It's been published.
It delays our submission potentially. As I said, the city could actually submit its action plan to HUD. What we don't have is approval to enter into contracts. So
I heard you say
impacts us.
that. You said you could you could do this action plan and submit that to HUD without council. You
Yeah,
said that.
that's
I
correct.
understand that. But you want us to approve the contracts of the money that Mayor Neely is saying he wanna do. Now, Mr. Murphy asked a valid question. When can we get a list of those organizations and folks who was turned down? Can we get it today?
I don't have access to it right now, but I could send it to you later this evening, yes.
Yeah, you might not have access to it now, but it's access to it in City Hall. Now, you might can send it to them later on tonight. I'm old school. When can I get a hard copy?
We can deliver it to the clerk's office tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Then it shouldn't be a problem if this motion passed sending it to Finance Committee. Will you be in the next Finance Committee meeting to discuss it if we send it there?
If you hold the meeting, I will be here. I was here at the last meeting before the meeting dissolved. So that's part of the problem, is when meetings are postponed or lose quorum, it delays our ability to get the city business done.
Let me ask you this question. Did you have something to do with getting it on this agenda?
I did.
Was it a problem?
No, we turned it in timely, and the clerk got it on the agenda, and then you did not have grants committee.
I found it to never be a problem getting stuff on the agenda when we deal with the city clerk. I was council president, some say I still am. Am I recognized? No problem getting it on this agenda. It would have been no problem getting it on the agenda in April. I'm going to tell you, for me, it's no problem calling me and say, Mays, can you schedule or ask for a special meeting within 24 hours? See, we can call special meetings within 24 hours. You knew that, didn't you?
I know that you have done that.
And you know we can do that. So I'm not buying into a problem getting it on the agenda, whether it's February, March, April, or May. I'm convinced that this is intentional. It's been happening, and I've been noticing it for years since I've been on this council. It's a way for vote to spend $3.8 million the way they want, with no input. It's just what it is to me. And they want to bypass council in many ways, and some council people buy into it. But when we stop rubber stamping and get the attention of the administration and department heads by saying no, then the word will travel through City Hall. We better be more considerate to that council. But as long as we yes and spin and do, we're going to get the same treatment. If the bully takes your lunch money, he'll continue until you stop him. That's, everybody know that. Look at the resolution I asked Attorney Kim's office to draw up. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you, Ms. Wilcox, we'll see what we do. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim. This legal opinion, it would be just like a resolution for Ms. Wilcox and block grant money. When one council person asks you to draft a resolution, don't you have a duty and a responsibility to do that?
In this circumstance,
Okay, now let's look at another circumstance. When 7 people vote to do all things necessary, including a resolution, don't you have a duty and responsibility to respond to 7?
Mr. Mays, this line of questioning is not in regards to Resolution 220190.
And so what I tried to do, Ms. Herkenroder, we talking about action, resolutions, legal departments, processes. And so I use that, and I'll have plenty of time to do it if you want to rule it out of order. I think some people with a stretched mind can see the analogy. We got to learn and see how the mechanics of the City Hall is working. Whether it's a resolution for block grant money that we request, this ain't the first resolution that I done asked the legal department to draw up. This time I was accompanied by 6 other council people. So we can hold off on him. Remember, y'all appointed him. He told you you can deliberate outside of a council meeting. And I can prove that to be wrong. I'll do it before this meeting is over. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Burns?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't like walk-ons last minute. I mean, if the mayor's office had it in April, we all have email. I mean, give us the opportunity to totally say, basically, you're making the people, I should say the administration is making the voices of the people in each individual ward null and void. And that is a problem. I don't appreciate that. I simply do not. We need to operate in transparency, and we're not. We're not. And with my colleague in the 1st and the 3rd Ward, I am in agreement with both of you. I don't appreciate council being bypassed. I don't appreciate not operating in transparency. And unfortunately, Grants Committee did fall apart, but that is still only a 7-day. And if you had this, if the administration had this 30 days prior, then we should have been given notice. You get it, you get the list, share it with us. We're co-equal branches. This is a problem time and time again. And no one's saying it's not a good project, but allow us the time to vet it. And that isn't happening. And this is not a dictatorship. There should be a respect from the administration to council. We have to work together. And this isn't working together. It's just not. I'm disappointed in this, and I will be voting no. And I think a no will send, it's going to send a message, because we're piecemealing different things. We're piecemealing ARPA. We're piecemealing this. We're piecemealing everything. And we need to stop piecemealing and operate in transparency. This is a problem for me. It's a serious problem. Madam Chair, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the first round? In the first round? In the first round? In the second round, is there any member of council who wishes to speak? Is there any member of council who wishes to speak? Okay, I will take the time then to speak in the second round. I have to abstain on this vote. I wrote 2 of the grants that are up for question with my employer, so I don't think it would be appropriate for me to vote on this. So I will be abstaining from this vote as we move into that. So that brings us to the vote. As a reminder, the motion is to send Resolution 220190 to Finance Committee. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Abstain.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Send it to Finance Committee, yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstention.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstention. The motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
yeah, I would move 220199, a resolution, a budget amendment, transfer of funds, U.S. Department of Treasury, American Rescue Plan Act, Coronavirus, Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, a resolution for what it looked like, 94 million. I'm gonna move that to council.
Okay, there's a
And I
motion.
so moved.
There's a motion to send Resolution
Madam Chair.
220199 to council. Is there support?
There's support.
Hearing support. Discussion. Is there any
Madam
discussion?
Chair.
Mr. Mays, then Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Whittigan, can you approach? Janelle, don't let that clock keep running while he's walking. Madam Chair, so you honoring my request to call him up. Mr. Whittigan, have the other $47 million hit our banking account? And if so, when did it hit?
I don't believe it's hit quite yet. There's an application process which we filled out, submitted, and so now U.S. Treasury will deposit that. I can let you know when that happens.
And that should be in this month of May, correct?
Should be, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, for a year, I've been knowing the first 97 million came last May, and that was even before some of these new folks was on council, and now I'm knowing that before this month is up, with the understanding we had, another 47 million should hit our banking account. That's your understanding as well?
Yeah, for a total of 97.
For a total of 97. What is this resolution asking to be done? Do you know?
I believe this is council's resolution.
This is council's resolution?
I have not, if this is if I'm on the same topic, this is,
When it comes to finances, and
Point
I
of
read the
information.
charter,
What's your point?
From you to Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, this is a resolution brought forward by Mr. Murphy and myself to require that all ARPA funds dollars spending be approved by council prior to being spent.
I ain't quite understanding what you said. Could you repeat what you're trying to get me to understand?
Ms. Priestley?
This is the resolution requiring that all ARPA dollars must be approved by council prior to being spent.
Okay. And who drafted this resolution? The city attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
And who requested it? You?
Myself and Mr. Murphy.
You and Mr. Murphy requested it. Now, what role, if any, did Ms. Lewis play? I appointed you and Ms. Lewis as the ARPA Fund ad hoc committee. You didn't talk to Ms. Lewis about this, did you?
No, sir.
She shook her head, yeah, you said no. Y'all see that? Now, maybe I was wrong. It could have been two separate things going on. But that's okay, Ms. Priestley, because I don't believe what Attorney Kim says. Attorney Kim says on record, I watched it 2-3 times yesterday. He said he was 100% sure he was trying to get appointed city attorney. He said he was 100% sure, not 99, 100%. You can go to the April 11th council meeting and you go somewhere around time frame.
Mr. Mays, as a reminder, this is regarding Resolution 220199.
It is regarding that because she said her and Mr. Murphy sponsored it. I appointed 2 other people ad hoc, and I'm trying to see how this city attorney and how the council is operating as it relates to drafted resolutions. He said 100% that council could deliberate outside of a meeting. Now, you can go to Section 3 of the Open Meetings Act, subsection 3, and it'll tell you all deliberations is to be in an open meeting when it consists of a quorum. Now, Ms. Herkenroder, I know you get nervous because the videotape will show y'all deliberating. We're in a group with him if y'all attempted to remove me from office. But the charter say, in every case, there shall be a public hearing. I didn't get the chance to file that today because he won't give me legal counsel, so I'm doing it myself. So it'll be a day in court. Not only for that, but when y'all remove me illegally, I'll plead not guilty, went over there today, and we'll have a jury trial. And y'all be put under oath. So, Ms. Herkenroder, I know it's germane for me to explore where this resolution came from. It came from Attorney Kim. It's proposed and requested and y'all don't never know about it. So this resolution, I hear the spirit of it, Ms. Priestley, but the practicality of it, it needs to be a resolution that's lower that spending amount. Now I see you, and I could be interpreting it wrong, Ms. Herkenroder, smiling. But I've seen a lot of smiles and giggling and laughing on this council, and I take it seriously. But I'm the most humorous guy you'll ever meet, if you get to know me. Some people, I put my guards up.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. And to the public and those who watching, let me go to the charter. Section 3-302, Introduction of Ordinance or Resolution A. Every proposed ordinance or resolution shall be introduced by a member of City Council or the mayor. All ordinance shall be introduced in writing. What this is a while ago, probably about 3 or 4 months ago, I introduced a resolution to have the City Council be able to look at, approve all ARPA dollars so that it wouldn't be one entity since we are co-equal branch. What I done with the resolution in support of my colleague, Judy Priestley, I reached out to the attorney and he looked at the resolution that I originally put together and we worked on it and he made the necessary changes that needed to be made. And here it is in council today to be voted on. What the resolution is we had $94 million. We have approved some of the ARPA dollars. When we was in budget hearing, we realized that there may be ARPA dollars being spent that is not coming before City Council. So we just want to be able to look and see where all of the ARPA dollars is going. We got a lot of organizations out there, a lot of businesses calling me, and I'm sure they calling my colleague. They waiting on the application process to go out for them to be able to tap into some of the ARPA dollars. We also requested that the mayor and administration give us a list of some departments in the city hall that may qualify for ARPA dollars. So we don't disagree that the mayor and administration should look at seeing what departments need to qualify for ARPA dollars. We just wanted to come before City Council so that we can see where the dollars are going. We don't want to be surprised and see where dollars is being spent and we didn't know about it. So this resolution is only to protect, to have the transparency and to protect us. Not only the mayor and administration, we don't want us as council to be going out in the public. And those who have came to me about spending ARPA dollars, I have not given anyone no check that we can't cash. So what I'm saying is I'm not promising anyone no money. I'm not telling you we can give you this. I'm telling you that my colleagues said that they want to have an application process and they want to have you apply for the ARPA dollars and then we award dollars. I think my colleague in the 9th Ward talked about different categories, like how much gonna go towards this, how much gonna go towards that. So whether it's the mayor or the city council, I just don't think it's appropriate for us to go out and tell people we're going to give you some money and we're not sure that we can deliver. This resolution just give support for the ARPA dollars with the residents that's saying this is our money. I hear this all the time from Claire McClinton, this is our money. So with that being said, I think this resolution just protect our money. It protect where the money is being spent. The mayor know where the money is being spent, and the city council know where the money is being spent. At this point in time, we really don't know how much of the ARPA dollars are actually being spent without the approval of city council. I'm not sure if it was just the speed humps or the speed bumps, but we just need to know. And I also would like to do a referral through the chair to Janelle to see if we could get a list of how much ARPA dollars has been spent of the 47 million, how much we have left, how much has been spent that the city council has approved, and how much been spent that the city council is not aware of that's been approved. So we'll know how much money we got left of the $47 million moving forward. And I would encourage the mayor and administration that if y'all see some qualified areas in y'all department that qualify for the ARPA dollars, just bring it before city council and get the applications ready for people to start being able to apply for the dollars. I'm done.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the first round? Or Ms. Worthing?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing forth this resolution. I think it is great. I will be voting for it. You can't hear me? Thank you for bringing this forward. It is a great resolution, and I am in favor, and I will be voting yes.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
It was obvious when we found out that the speed humps were purchased with ARPA dollar that the council was shocked. And seeing how that this resolution had been presented prior, I reached out to Mr. Murphy and asked him to send it to Attorney Kim so that it can be reviewed and rewritten as necessary, corrected as necessary, as to forms, so that we can bring it forward to council to meet our requests that we know where every dollar is spent of this 94.7 total dollars of ARPA dollars. So that is why this is before us, and I do hope that our my fellow council members will support sending this to council and voting for it there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter, then Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no problem supporting this resolution. I think it's great. But while supporting this resolution, I think it's important that we also, and I want to make a referral. I want to get a copy of the ordinance that that states that the mayor can spend $74,900, I believe it is, under the 75,000. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim.
Would you like that by email or a hard copy?
I think send an email to each council person,
Sure.
if you will, because I think
Point of
that's...
information.
What's your point?
Could you request him to give me a hard copy?
And Councilman Mays, a hard copy. But I think that's important, and I agree with Councilman Mays. We need to decrease the spending of that, okay? Because that's how it was allowed that he was able to spend that money to get the speed bumps. So we also need to change that. And hopefully my colleagues will agree on that. So I will be voting yes. I think this is great. But I also think we need to change the other end of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will definitely be supporting this. One reason, because when I was asking about the speed humps or bumps, and that's when it came out, that we're just under that threshold of spending, and it's a slick way of spending ARPA money. But not only the ARPA money should we be looking at, we also need to look at these professional service contracts that come in at $74,000. So those come in also. So when we look at this, I will be supporting this, and I believe this first came through Attorney Linda Poley through Councilman Murphy, and we did not vote on this. And it looks like it's been revised through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim. Is this based off of Attorney Linda Poley's?
I believe, I'm not sure for certain who drafted what was given to Councilmember Murphy, but there are definitely portions of that were what was
Okay, do you
incorporated
have a
here.
copy? I don't believe I have an original copy. Do you have the copy of what hers is? Because I would like to see and compare.
I believe Councilmember Murphy would be able to forward you a copy of what.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Murphy, could you send me a copy of that, please? The original one that Attorney Poley sent to you?
Yeah, I'll give you a copy.
Thank you. So for me, it is, let's not just do ARPA, because ARPA is supposed to be the people's money. Let's also make sure we aren't getting $74,999 to death, because that's the way that we're getting all those professional contracts. There are people around here working that he's hiring. We don't know who they are, and they have professional service contracts. It's a slick way to get by bringing it to council. It's been done like that, and it's not good. I mean, let's be transparent. I would like to see it lowered to $3,000, $5,000, maybe $10,000. $75,000 is too much, because we're finding that, looking at the caps, it doesn't say how many times they can go for $74,999. Do I present it one time, 2 times, 3 times, change it slightly? And that's what's happening. So we have to be aware of it. If we're going to make change, let's make change for all of it. I've seen it, I know how they do it, and if we're going to make a change, let's do it the correct way. But I will be supporting this, but we also need to change the way that $74,999 is used. And hey, they did a helicopter at $75,000 and didn't bring it to the council. That shouldn't have been done. So I've seen how this slick stuff works. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion in the first round? In the first round. Hearing none. In the second round, is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, as I read the resolution, in the next to the last paragraph, it says it is further resolved that every award, allocation, and/or expenditure of ARPA funds arising after the adoption of this resolution shall require approval and authorization of the City Council and the Mayor. Somebody missing the point on this, because the way the city works is if the council allocate money, make budget amendments, ARPA funds, general funds, when 5 council people vote, that allocates the money. The mayor's option is to veto it. If 6 or more council people override the veto, it is so done. So whoever adopted this resolution don't understand that, or who's sponsoring it, because I'm not going to give up the purse string power and the veto process to the mayor. If the council vote in the majority and the mayor veto and we override, this resolution talks about authorization of the city council and the mayor. The veto process takes care of that. You don't have to put that in a written resolution. I'm all for working together, but let's not reinvent the wheel. That's what vetoes is for. That's why you got a body of 9 to override veto and it become law. If we vote to do all things necessary, including a draft up a resolution as it relates to House Esther, then we draft a resolution and we do it. And if the mayor veto it, we override the veto. I don't know if I'm gonna vote yes on this resolution, because I don't even like that language, that it takes approval of the council and the mayor. The charter is the charter. We vote, we approve millions of dollars. If the mayor objects, he got 6 or 7 days to veto it. If we get 6 or more votes, it overrides the veto. I don't have to create new ways. This might not do what folk want it to do. Also, when you don't cap off that spending that's been abused, every 10 times they spend 74,000, you getting close to 2 million. If I'm the mayor and I can spend 74,000 on 10 or 20 different people and or projects, I'm having a field day. That process has been abused with this mayor and administration. It was abused when they hired my friend, Ed Taylor, former Councilman Ed Taylor, on a professional service agreement, Phil Phelps. You had down in that department Brian Larkin. He had his brother-in-law Murdoch. You had so many people getting paid, and then no answers. Council folks thinking that I'm holding a personal grudge because of Murdoch jumped on me in rubes. Oh, it was personal, but it was professional. Didn't nothing happen till he swung at them police out there on Corona Road. Then he lost his job. Anybody take a swing at me, you or y'all elected officials, it should be some problems. Public safety is key. I don't need the mayor to agree to spend ARPA funds for public safety. You got over 8,000 complaints backlogged in the Detective Bureau. You're short of staff. Cameras ain't in place, and here we've been sitting for over a year almost on millions of dollars. My job is to try, speak, introduce ordinances and resolutions. Mr. Murphy, you're 100% right. When that motion passed to do all things necessary last week for St. Agnes, just a verbal motion, but it said do all things necessary. See that bell? We'll get there. God bless the residents of the city of Flint. I know how I'll be voting, I think, already on this resolution.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
To my colleague who spoke on whether I knew what I was doing, let me also read in section 3-301, in accordance with state law and the charter, ordinance shall be enacted to provide a permanent rule for the conduct of government, while resolution shall be adopted to express a determination to direct an action or to approve a singular event. That's why this resolution only talking specifically about the ARPA dollars, and it didn't go into the cap amount. I think that would need to come with a separate resolution to talk about the cap amount, and whichever one of my colleagues would like to put together some kind of resolution to look at what the cap amount, through you to through the chair to the attorney, the cap amount for the $75,000 that the mayor have, was that just introduced up under Sheldon Neely, or was this here, did other previous mayors also operate under this 75,000, or did it just happen when Sheldon Neely became mayor?
No, that, the purchasing ordinance that you're referring to has been in place as long as I've been with the city, for at least 7 years. So it's been in effect during Mayor Walling, Mayor Weaver, and Mayor Neely's administration. It allows the mayor and others to approve purchases up to the thresholds that are set, but only if the council has already appropriated those funds. In the absence of funds that have been appropriated by council, nobody can spend money that isn't there. So,
thank you very much for answering that, because, you know, I was over here taking notes, and I heard Councilwoman Burns say this is a slick way. So I was wondering, did the mayor become slick when he got appointed and created this $75,000 cap, or was it something that was already here in place? So this is something that's already been in place through previous mayors. So not only did Sheldon Neely might have hired people with the 75,000 and under cap, but I'm sure Karen Weaver may have hired people up under the $75,000 cap. I'm sure Dane Wallen might have hired people under the $75,000 cap. And I'm sure Rutherford and whoever else became the mayor. So I want to make sure that we not taking this $75,000 situation and using it for Mayor Neely as if it's an attempt for him to use the $75,000 cap to do something that's have already been done through other previous mayors. So if he been slick, I'm sure the other one's been slick. So we need to talk about all of the mayors that was slick.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Mr. Murphy, you ain't sure that when the charter changed, it affected that, are you?
Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, because when I heard the 75,000, I was assuming that this was something that was created up under Mayor Neely. So if it wasn't created up under Mayor Neely, it's already been going on, even for the previous.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Mr. Murphy, you worked on the Charter Revision Commission. Didn't y'all cap off the appointees at 5 that didn't have to come before council? Wasn't that new in the charter?
Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make sure that the $75,000 wasn't something that was just created up under Sheldon Neely, Mayor Neely, versus it's already been here. And I don't mind looking at the cap. If we need to look at that and change it, I don't mind changing it. I think it need to be changed. But I just want to make sure that it just wasn't done under Mayor Neely and it's been done a while and not, because it was already here. And yeah, I think we should change.
Okay. Thank you. I do believe that the clerk has something to say, and then we'll get to Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Just for historical purposes, I think it's important for you all to know, as well as the constituents of our community.
Point of information, point of order. I can't understand what's being said.
Okay. One of the things that I think needs to be known is that under the emergency manager, a number of ordinances were changed, including this particular one.
Right.
At which time that number changed under the emergency manager. Now, this particular ordinance, and I'll just say this particular ordinance does need to be changed, and I'm not saying that it should go back to the original $3,000, but maybe someplace in between. It's up to you all. But in addition to this particular ordinance, there are others, I think about 17 ordinances enacted by the emergency managers that we had. We had at least 5. They came in and did a number of things that at the staff level we did not approve of. I'll just say that honestly. And I think it's important that we look at this one as well as the other 17 that they enacted at that particular time, so that it becomes more fair to our community.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, Ms. Brown, you recall, and I want them to check, but you do recall when that was capped off, it was a $2,000 cap at some point.
That's correct. A PSA, Public Service, Professional Services Agreement, was $2,000.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Clerk Brown, for that information, and that was one of the points that I was going to make. But to the council person in the 3rd Ward, I think, too, with this, there has been some abuse as far as the $74,999 cap. And I can remember, I think it was last year or year before last, we there were money through the mayor for water bills. And the way it was put out there was, this is in conjunction with the council. We're gonna match residents' water bills. And the total was $74,999, you know. So we were all in shock, like, okay, where is this money coming from? And how did this happen? So this was, to me, an abuse of the system. So we really do need to look at that and decrease that amount. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Through my colleague in the third ward, Councilman Murphy, I'm speaking to what I know, sir. And I was one of those contracts was professional services. You bring it in under $75,000, and many of them went that way. Also, the $74,000 for the water bill. That was another one. Also, the helicopter. That was another one. So it has been an abuse. And so as we were conscious about the speed humps or bumps, we need to be conscious about everything. So that is something that's important. So I'm not speaking to what I think. One of my contracts.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to my colleague, I were only talking about, are you clear that I was only talking about the 75,000 limit? Was it up under Mayor Neely, or was it already prior to the previous mayors? I was not talking about your allegations of people abusing. That's all.
Okay.
Okay,
Ms.
thank you,
Burns.
Madam Chair. And so what I'm stating is there is an abuse, and I've seen it. So as my colleague reiterated, the slick way, it is a slick way, because it has gotten past and it has been undetected. It is a slick way. So we had a helicopter that was flying around. That didn't go before council. We had to ask for the results of the helicopter, which were minimal at best. We look at the water bills, and when it was brought to the attention with the $74,000 and that threshold, it was abused. Then it was brought to the attention of the council, it was stopped. When we talk about the professional services, we have several people with professional service contracts that we simply don't know who they are. So for me, it is, let's go back to fix some of the things that emergency management that were invoked, and we need to fix it. Lower those caps so that we can know what's going on. So that, to me, is something that's important, you know, for all of us. And when we talk about, you know, this budget amendment, and for me, I'm going to support it, but I want my colleagues to know I support your projects if there's something that's, and no pun intended, worthy, if it's a worthy project. I absolutely will do that. And it's just the business of the city. It's not a friendship or like or dislike. I'm not going to stick my feet in the ground because you didn't vote for House of Esther. I'm going to do what's right by the residents of the city of Flint. This is a right resolution. So I'm going to vote for it, even though my colleagues may not feel the House of Esther maybe is worthy. And it is worthy to me. We have a long road to go for all of us to work together and to have compassion for each other's projects. And Councilman Murphy, I remember when you brought this to council, and it was through Linda Poley, and it made sense. It makes even more sense, because when I looked and heard everyone's voice, like, wait a minute, we're spending ARPA funds? This money came from ARPA's funds for speed bumps? When I asked the question, we were purchasing 50. Why didn't we purchase a higher quantity in speed bumps? It's how it came out. So we have to look at each other's project. This makes sense. I'm not digging in because my colleagues, which I wish you would support, the House of Esther, of course, but I'm not going to, you know, hold this back and retaliate and say, okay, I'm not going to do this. No, it makes sense.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, so you agreeing it makes sense that we're going to adopt something that requires approval and authorization of the mayor, or you can't spend it?
Councilman,
Burns.
can you, I can't hear you.
So you saying it makes sense to approve something that will require approval and authorization from the mayor, and that makes sense, where we could approve it and override a veto, but now, according to this, it would take authorization and approval from council and mayor to spend.
And I get what you're saying. That's why I did ask for the original amendment so I could compare the two. So I do understand what you're stating. I don't know if Councilman Murphy has sent that, but that would refer back to, because I think Attorney Linda Polis, the one that Councilman Murphy presented, was slightly different. And I do want to compare it. I know this is taken into out of special affairs and would take it to council so that it doesn't, for me, just sit there, and if we need to send it back to committee.
Point of information.
What's your point?
So this is a motion to just move it to council right now.
That is correct. That's the motion that you made, yes.
Thank you. My point of information is always to the speaker, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Burns?
Thank you. So, for me, I want to make sure that we're being responsible, and the look upon my colleagues' faces when each person said, hey, we're spending ARPA funds, let's do something about it. And everyone acted expeditiously. I would love for that same kind of energy to be used for the House of Esther. Let's act expeditiously to take care of the House of Esther. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion on this motion? On the second round, Dr. Lewis?
Thank you. First, I want to apologize to my colleague in the 3rd Ward, because when you initially brought this proposal, it dropped. And the reason why I didn't think that I had to support it was because I didn't think that the mayor would spend these historical funds without our approval. I was under the impression that these funds would go through us and we will work together. Clearly, we're not working together. And so I am really in support of this. So again, thank you all for bringing this back up, for resurrecting this. It's very important. Too often, we put our own agendas on the table, and I don't like to speak much because we're still in special affairs, and we should have been out of here at 5:30, because our councilman in the 1st Ward would say that in a minute. This is an hour meeting. We should be wrapping up being in council. I'm in full agreement. And so I just want to stay germane to the topic. And the topic is, we have to do better by the people. And when I mentioned that we need to allocate this money more sufficiently, we need to look into the buckets that were allocated. We need to make sure that we look at what the people said in terms of blight, whatever categories that they really were passionate about, and proportionally allocate those dollars. We need to do just that, because it's flying by the seat. This is not getting the business of the city done at all. And so, I have different things that I want to propose, but I don't want to push my agenda while we're talking about another resolution. So thank you all so much for putting this back on the floor. I'm in full agreement and definitely ready to move forward to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council who wishes to speak in the second round? In the second round? Okay, then I will just briefly state, not to belabor the point which has been raised by my colleagues, that yes, we do have to make sure that we drop down that $75,000 for a number of reasons. I think I don't want to say something is being done slick or not. I always want to assume good intention, but we just need to make sure that we as trustees of the city need to make sure that we are finding that happy medium to be able to help get things done in the city, but also making sure that we are aware of how much money is being spent and where that money is being spent. I also am in full support of this resolution. Council, I was also under the impression that council would have the final say as to how all of these dollars were allocated, and we all were there when we heard that shock when we found out that there was money being spent outside of the ARPA dollars without our approval. That's not to negate the need of the speed bumps. We know that that's a problem in our community, but it's also just making sure that we are communicating with our co-equal branch of government and making sure that we are doing right by the city and by the people's money. That brings us to the vote on the motion to send Resolution 220199 to council. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Yes? Okay. Mr. Mays?
I abstain for the reason that I don't think it should require approval and authorization of both the council and the mayor. For those reasons, I abstain because it gives up our purse strings to share.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes with 1 abstention.
Vote is 7 yes with 1 abstention. That motion
I'm
passes.
sorry, and there's 1 no.
Madam Chair,
There was
I'm
a
sorry.
no.
There was a no. 7 yes with 1 abstention. I apologize.
Yes, 7 yes with 1 abstention. The motion passes. The chair will entertain a motion for
Madam
the
Chair.
add-on resolution to move to council. Yes, Mr. Mays.
yeah, I would like to label the resolution that's entitled Resolution Authorizing the Settlement of Dietrich Gilbert Tree Claim as add-on number 1, and I would move add-on number 1 to council.
Okay. There's a motion to send add-on number 1 to council. Is there support? Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll support this motion.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
the city council can take action by resolutions and/or ordinances. Mr. Murphy said it is written. I ask that a resolution be drawn up, and this is a resolution authorizing the settlement of Dietrich Gilbert tree claim on 5310 Edwards Avenue. The damage claim was turned in for $6,000. The resolution through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim was drawn up for $4,000. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, was that intentional?
That's the amount that you requested.
That's the amount who requested.
You did, sir.
No, I doubt that very seriously because it had been communications about $6,000. I can call her in between meetings and see if that settlement would be a right. When I showed her the resolution, she called it to my attention. Attorney Kim, without arguing or bickering in public, you said was the amount I requested to be on the resolution, $4,000. It's no big deal. It can lower on the floor to 3, 5, or 6. That's an easy amendment on the floor. I just thought it was an amount that the legal department put in. So without pointing the finger back and forth, I'm going to vote to move it to council because this happened back in December. And I asked Mr. Whittaker until I was interrupted or cut off and then removed wrongfully from the meeting. I asked Mr. Whittaker what was the amount in the damage claim account which pays for outside attorneys and pay damage claims, and Ms. Burns wanted me not to ask him and had the police chief come put me out. So I'm going to ask it again today and see if I get put out. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Whittaker, do you have that account information for us yet? While he's coming, Mr. Kim, City Attorney, you remember when I asked you to get that? Have you got the information yet? Attorney Kim?
I believe Mr. Whittaker is on his
Through
way.
you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim. Don't avoid it. I asked, have you got it yet? He's still coming. I'm going to ask him too.
Mr.
I asked,
Mays.
have you got it?
Mr. Mays, Mr. Kim did answer your question.
He said he was seeing Mr. Whittaker. That ain't what I asked him. I asked him, did he get it? Because when his department was here, they wrote it down and he said he'd get it. I'm asking, did he get it? Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, did you get the information?
I believe Mr. Whittaker is here to answer your question.
See, we're going to have to stop that. When you got appointees and department heads refusing to answer and give information, I looked at the video the other day, Ms. Burns, you had 17 budget questions and said you was waiting on the answer. Until the council put his foot down, they're going to continue to treat us like that. Now, it's a yes or no whether he got the information. And he done answered twice, and Ms. Herkenroder don't condone that. He's got a duty and a responsibility to answer yes or no whether he got it. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Whittigan. Mr. Whittigan, do you have that account information yet?
It was emailed to all 9 council members plus council staff on Tuesday, May 3rd.
Let me ask this question. Is it top secret? Can you give me the amount here in a open meeting?
I don't have that right in front of me, but it is in your email that was sent on May 3rd.
May 3rd. Can our staff check and give it to me? And if I don't go to jail, I'll say it out loud, because I'm curious as heck to see what the amount is and what we're working with. It's budget time. I've been chasing this amount of money for 2-3 weeks now. So the amount is in there, Mr. Whittigan?
Yeah, there's an email that explains how the account is funded, and then there's a deficit elimination plan that will break down.
Was it over $1 million or under $1 million? Do you know?
I would have to go back and check the email.
Let's see if we can find out before this get to council meeting. We should probably be there in the next half hour, 45 minutes. Maybe the staff or a council colleague can find that email. It was on the 3rd?
Correct, May 3rd.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim. Did you get it? Oh, I forgot. Talk to Mr. Whittigan. Let me say this. Thank you, Mr. Whittigan.
You're welcome.
I'm going to get that figure. See, what's important for us to know is how much money is in what account. And we prepare for the budget 2 years in advance. And so I do try to keep a sense of humor, but I'm serious. And I'm serious about folks not blocking information. If the budget is in our hands and it must be adopted by the first Monday in June, why would it take us so long to get financial information when we got to make key decisions about moving money, putting it in accounts, spending money? Somebody being tricked, bamboozled, slow-rolled, hoodwinked. In this council, the only way we can do it is you need 5 folks to understand what's going on and step up to the plate. It's only 3 people on this council right now who done ever did a municipal multi-million-dollar budget. I don't know how to convince people to trust me, believe me. I'm trying to do what's right for the citizens in various departments, public safety, legal, street maintenance. I wish people would. We got a praying bunch here. All we can do is pray on it. I'm going to vote to move this to council. I want to see if we really understand what should happen with some of these damage claims. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, are you mad if the council vote to approve this resolution?
You're asking me if I would be mad if the council votes to approve the resolution?
Yeah.
No, I would not be mad. It would be against the recommendation of the law department, but I try not to take things personally, sir.
Do you stand by your information that council can deliberate outside of an open meeting?
Members of the city council can discuss matters between themselves however they would like. They just can't reach a decision as a body outside of a meeting under the Open Meetings Act.
So, Attorney Kim, if you was to turn to the Open Meetings Act and you probably got your computer, and you pulled it up, and you looked at Section 3.
Councilmember Mays, I don't think this has any relevance to the
Well, I think it do.
resolution that's at hand.
It does. Because every time you tell the council that they can deliberate as long as they don't make a decision, you know, after 8 or 9 years, I done tried to follow the law, and you can talk to one council person outside of a meeting. You can't tell people they can deliberate outside a meeting and keep a straight face.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Priestley?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to know if there was an estimate for repair of damages, because no insurance company or even the city should pay out without an estimate.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Are you asking me, the person with knowledge, or somebody else?
I'm asking anyone who cares to answer. It's
Madam
just
Chair.
a general question.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, she turned in estimates with her damage claim, is what I've been told. That's one of the requirements. Now, that's what I've been told, that there was some estimates. I don't know how many or what or whatever. We can find out.
Okay. Ms. Priestley?
Attorney Kim, through you to Mr. Kim, do we happen to have estimates or who might have those?
I believe there were estimates that were provided. Ms. Gilbert does have insurance. I know that this council has been concerned about the availability of insurance. In this case, she does have homeowners insurance. The city had offered to pay for her deductibles so that she would have no out-of-pocket costs here.
Point of
She refused
information.
that.
What's your point?
Through you to Attorney Kim, are you 100% sure she had insurance? I might be hearing different.
Yes, she did have insurance. She just refused to file a claim against her homeowner's insurance, and instead wanted the city to essentially act as her insurer. For the city to do that, I think, would be quite possibly a violation of law.
Ms. Priestley?
So, Mr. Kim, since she had insurance, if we paid her deductible, which we are legally obligated to do since it was our tree, and wouldn't it be the responsibility of the insurance company to come against the city for the costs that they pay out?
I have to disagree with one thing that you said, and that's that it's legally the responsibility of the city. The city has broad immunity under the law that's set forth by the state legislature, and in this case, the damages that she claimed here are not covered under any exception to governmental immunity, and so the city simply cannot be sued for that. If the city were to be sued by Ms. Gilbert or by anybody else with a similar injury, the court would be required to dismiss the case more or less immediately.
Okay, so since she had insurance and by submitting a claim to the insurance company for the damages, the insurance company, from what I know of insurance, and I know quite a bit, then the insurance company would come after the city for the balance of what they paid on their claims. So I will vote no to sending this to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the first round? In the first round? In the first round? I will just briefly state, I don't necessarily feel comfortable without any supporting documentation approving this one way or the other. I see that the legal department has their recommendation. I want to make sure that we have the appropriate number here as far as the sum and to see what's going on with that. I don't feel comfortable sending this to council at this time. Into the second round of discussion, is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I represent over 8,000 people in the first ward. Last I looked at the numbers. And I've been operating and representing folks for 8 to 9 years. And that's how I get elected. I'm a people person. If you were walking down the street and a tree from the sidewalk fell and killed you or one of your loved ones, you wouldn't want to hear Attorney Kim talking about the city wasn't liable. If this building roof caved in on all of us here, you wouldn't want to hear Attorney Kim talking about the city ain't liable. This should have been settled behind the scenes. When she submitted a damage claim in her documentation and estimates, I know trees done fell on folks' houses and cars, and under Angela Wheeler, we sat in the office and settled it. This is just a conservative guy. I'm telling you, he trying to save people money, and we trying to get people's houses and cars fixed. Same way with Graceline Street. It's so bumpy you'll think you're on a roller coaster, Delia. But guess what? They won't settle the damage claims. $100 and some tire busted, and Mr. Pfeiffer said, I'll pay it out my pocket to the lady who was here. Brought her to tears. This is ridiculous. I ain't studying. I say that on purpose, Cynthia. I ain't studying what Attorney Kim talking about. The right thing to do is to take care of the people. Now, these people be willing to negotiate and settle these claims, and they turning them down. Lady bust a tire pothole, $120-some. Turn her down. We bring it here. He didn't even offer $60. Negotiations, compromise, they're talking about what he know the court will throw it out. We're going to see if the court throw it out, Attorney Kim, when I cite Section 3, subsection 3 of the Open Meetings Act that say all deliberations of the council, quorum, and body should be in an open meeting. I don't know where you get that from. I'm having a ball letting you put that on the record. Y'all Google the Open Meetings Act. Scroll down to Section 3, subsection 3. Google it. And this man sitting up here telling them they can deliberate outside of a meeting on the recording 100%. They just can't make a decision till they get in the meeting. Wrong. 100% wrong. And then I seen them in groups following his lead. Ms. Lewis said, we voted for him. I'm sticking with him. Mr. Murphy double-checked with him on the video. I'm rolling with him. I ain't rolling with him, because that's some fundamental information that a city attorney should know and should be have enough integrity, enough character to come back and say, I was wrong. Council can't deliberate like that outside of a meeting. Ms. Herkenroder, you looked at the rules. Open Meetings Act, Section 3, subsection 3. All deliberations. So Attorney Kim, you was getting that appointment for city attorney the same day you were trying to help them throw me out. I'm going to tell y'all one other thing. I'm going to vote for this resolution if I'm the only one. But guess what? You're going to find out in the charter. Look at 1-603A. In every case, when you remove an elected person to a fixed term, such as president, a one-year fixed term, in every case, there shall be a public hearing. And the public hearing has to be posted, published, and noticed. He didn't tell them that. He just said they could vote that day, remove me from president. I guarantee you, Google it, 1-603 of the Flint City Charter. In every case, there shall be a public hearing with notice and publication.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Is there anyone, Mr. Murphy?
Yes. This is why our meetings last so long, and why when some of our colleagues leave and we don't have a quorum to take care of the business of the city of Flint, because we spend a lot of time not talking about the agenda items and talking about individuals and our opinions and our thoughts of what we think about someone. My colleague in the First Ward spends so much time worried about other colleagues in the
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Mr. Murphy, if it's factual and real, shouldn't you be interested in it?
Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
My point exactly. We spend a lot of time listening to him, and then when we get up and leave because we got other jobs or something to do, it's a problem. Maybe if you don't take so long and get to the point, we'll get stuff done.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Mr. Murphy, don't the clock count 5 minutes for you just like me and everybody else? I ain't taking no longer than nobody else, am I?
Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Maybe sometimes it don't take 5 minutes, but you just want to use the 5 minutes up for whatever. Anyways, listening to the city attorney, I'm concerned that this homeowner had insurance on the house, and then you had insurance on the house, and then the city was willing to pay the deductible, which is the right thing to do. You know, some of us carry insurance on our home, and we just have to claim things through our insurance. Now, if they claim this through their insurance and they did not want to, they just don't want to claim it through their insurance because they don't want to claim it through their insurance, and we was going to pay their deductible where they was not going to be out of no kind of pocket, I don't see why we wouldn't have just went on and did that. Therefore, you paying insurance, use it. You know, I pay insurance on my car. I done had some situations happen. I utilize my insurance to pay for the situation, especially roadside assistance. I done had to use it twice. So my point is, if they had insurance and y'all was willing to pay the deductible and they rejected that, I'm not sure that me paying them $4,000 when they already got insurance is the proper way to do. So if y'all was willing to pay their deductibles, I'll support that right there. I'm not willing to support $4,000 for someone that has insurance that the city agreed to pay their deductible for the cost of the tree hitting the house or whatever it did. That's just, you know, the nature of the beast. So I can't support moving this to council.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion in this second round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I think I said this before. If a tree fell on your house, and yes, you may have homeowners insurance, but a city tree fell on your house or damaged your house in some way, would you want to put a claim in to your insurance company? Because when you put claims in, do you realize that your homeowner's insurance goes up? You're paying more out of your pocket. So I don't see anything wrong with giving this $4,000 to the lady for the damages that was made due to a city tree on her property. I wouldn't want to use my homeowner's insurance. I wouldn't want to put a claim in to my homeowner's insurance because of damage from a city tree, in which all of these city trees, we're going to be getting in more damage claims really soon. We probably already have a lot of damage claims in for city trees because the city trees has not been maintained. And these city trees are old, they're dead, they're hollow, and they're falling. I have a situation over there on Kersley Park Boulevard where a city tree fell on a man's porch. And unfortunately, he didn't have homeowner's insurance. And he turned in his damage claim forms late. He was devastated. He wasn't able to get his estimates because he was so devastated as to what. You can drive by there, drive down Kersley Park Avenue, and you'll see it. So, I don't think that the homeowners should have to pay for anything that the city should be responsible for, which are the city trees. So I'm going to support this resolution, because as a homeowner, I would want the city to pay for the damages. I wouldn't want to have to use my insurance, put in a claim to my homeowner's insurance, in which later on it's going to cost me, because your homeowner's insurance will go up. The number of claims you put in, your homeowner insurance go up. And I try not to put in any claims. I try to take care of things on my own, out of my pocket, to keep that, keep my homeowner's insurance level at the same rate that I'm paying. So that would be one reason.
What's your point?
Through you to Ms. Winfrey Carter, do you and these council people know whether or not she was offered a settlement and turned it down? Do any of them know that? They keep talking about the deductible.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Yeah, and I don't know, Councilman Mays, but I know that I wouldn't want to put in a claim on my homeowner insurance because of a city tree. I would want the city to pay for that damage. And I'm just saying, right is right and wrong is wrong, and we have to be compassionate to our residents. We're already having a hard time in this city, and we gotta have a people's side to us. You know, we gotta be compassionate to the residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Priestley?
Whether or not they have insurance or not, you don't pay out any money without an estimate for repairs to a home. It's just not fiscally responsible.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Ms. Priestley, didn't you hear the city attorney say those were in the packet? He's already said there were estimates.
Ms.
As
Priestley.
I said, this does not show, I've heard different dollar amounts for this, that should be on this resolution, 4,000, I've heard 6,000. What is the real amount?
Point of information.
What's your point?
Ms. Priestley, wouldn't it be easy for you to just ask him to go get the packet from his office and let you look through it?
Ms. Priestley, continue.
It is irresponsible of me to vote for this proposal as it is, this resolution, and I, regardless whether they had insurance or not, without an estimate, I would not agree to send it to council.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on council who wishes to speak in the final round of discussion? Going once.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. I don't like coming out of any extra money like anyone else. I don't want to pay $75 at the pump today. I don't want to pay my water bill. But I did, because that's the cost of living. And it's the cost of living in the city of Flint. Insurance, it protects you in the case of emergency. That's why it's called insurance. Now, we definitely don't want to use it. Not if we don't have to. But the point is this. The city, if we served at everyone's insurance agency, this city will go bankrupt faster than it's already going. So we must be mindful of those things.
Information.
What's your point?
Would it surprise you if I told you that this First Ward resident told me she didn't have insurance? Y'all keep talking about it. Would it surprise you if you found out she didn't?
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Madam Chair, through you to Attorney Kim again. In her package that you have in your office, does it state that she has insurance?
I believe so. I haven't looked at it for, frankly, months, but that's what I was informed. When I say it's in my office, I mean it's in the law department somewhere. I don't have it. It's not sitting on my desk in a file that I can just go grab. So, but I was told when this issue came up that she had insurance, but simply did not want to file a claim, and so didn't think that the offer to pay her deductible was appropriate.
Okay, so I would like to find out for certain before I vote one way or the other if she had insurance or not. Because if she didn't have insurance, that's different. And then if the amount of the repair was, I'll say, less than the deductible, then that's different. But in terms of us acting as an insurance agency, that'll be fiscally irresponsible.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Ms. Councilperson Liddell Lewis, you have the option to amend the motion and send it back to Finance Committee for further research, don't you?
Mr. Mays, that was an improper point of your point of information.
Inquiry.
That was an improper point of information.
I'm not going to appeal you. It was not.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, as stated, I would love to make everyone whole without them going in their pocket. But, I mean, it is just the state of affairs where we are. So, I will not be supporting this until I want to hear. I want to know for a fact. I don't want to assume. I want to have facts. And that's the problem. Too often, we make decisions based off of assumptions. We need facts. So, I would like to know if the young lady has homeowner's insurance. If she does not, that's something else. If she does and just do not want to utilize her option to utilize it, then that's a whole nother decision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? In the second
Madam
round
Chair.
of, Ms. Burns.
Yes, I would. I remember this lady resident who came and she spoke, and it is a city tree. It is a city, and the city trees are a huge problem in every single ward because Flint is an old city. And what people are not recognizing, sometimes you don't want to use your deductible or your insurance. Not because you don't want to, because you can't, because they may drop you because you are in a red line area. It's simple as that. And this is a red line area. It's on Edward Street. So when you submit claims, and most often they will say, hey, we'll pay this claim out, but we're going to drop you. Then this resident may not have insurance. There are 4 zip codes in the city of Flint, and this is one, that they're red lines. Some people can't get any insurance, and they're simply afraid to even submit it because they won't have any. So then what happens? So the city tree fell down. What if they have a fire? Which one is more important? So you weigh your options. I've had to pay out claims, and we pay it because you don't want to go to your insurance because your insurance goes up or they drop you. And that is not, it's not fair, but that's the way it is. And the trees are owned by the city. She came here, she made an appeal. I would like to see the rest of the information that Attorney Kim, is he over there? I would like to see the rest of the information. And what, are we paying 3, 4, 6, or, what is the estimate? I would like to see more information on this because I think we have responsibility to listen to every resident and not just say, put it on your insurance. I don't agree with that because sometimes when you're afraid you're going to lose your insurance, and that is a very real fear for people, we have to listen to that. So I would like to put amendment on the floor to, I'd like to have the amended to have the information with the packet that Attorney Kim has, amendment on the floor to make sure we can have, to find more information out so that we could make a
Point of information.
What's your point?
Will you amend it back to your committee, Finance, and we can maybe get more information? She's been waiting since December. What would 2 weeks
Okay.
hurt?
Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to amend it back to the Finance Committee so we can get more information, which I think would satisfy not only myself but my colleagues with estimates in the information packet.
Okay. I want to say that back to make sure it's right. So the amended motion to send to Finance Committee with, I'm going to say appropriate documentation?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mace.
Yeah, I'll second that
Okay, it's been-
amended motion. back
Okay,
to
it's been
Finance.
moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mace.
I think it's important to get the right details. Now, I might be getting a little old, Miss Penn, but my brain kind of remembers stuff. And I know some of the residents, just like myself and others, we embarrassed sometime about our state of financial affairs. I done got so thick-skinned up here, I ain't embarrassed too much no more. I just put my business out in the street because I read more about on Facebook than I know about myself. I be, dang, that's me. So, you know, I know hardships. I just paid, I wish Amanda was here, Clyde, I just paid $485 today on my water bill. Hooray. $3,800 bill because I'm juggling my bills, knowing that if they wasn't cutting me off, I was paying this versus that. Now it's back to cutoff time, and I'm gonna hustle and get it done. And I do that with Social Security, council pay, and whatever. So I done had some conversation with this lady. And when people call me that I represent, I do whatever I can do to help them. That's why I'm gonna stick with trying to draft a resolution for y'all on that House Esther. But I don't agree that the mayor should have to approve it. That's reinventing the wheel. That's the problem I got with this wording of the resolution. It requires both council and mayor approval and authorization. Where if we had 7 votes to do all things necessary, I'm more interested in the old-fashioned way. Vote, veto, 6 votes override it, let alone 7. I don't want to get caught up in having to be such good partners that we done voted on some to agree. I'll talk about it more, but if we were such good partners, we'd have helped this lady behind the scene. If we were such good partners, we wouldn't be telling y'all couldn't cut the grass. I'm gonna see who cut it now, because it's higher than it's ever been in years since y'all been there. Good partners let people work together with them. So I ain't interested in the kumbaya yet. I ain't from Missouri, but I want people to show me good faith. Show me apologies. Show me love and relationships. But don't keep me fired up by poking at me, because I'm trying to pray all the devil out of me and he still ain't out yet.
Mr. Mays.
So don't poke at me. You might poke the wrong spot.
Mr. Mays.
So I'm gonna vote to send it back to committee. I had used up my time, and so I know this lady watching. And I had this resolution since I was kicked out the meeting wrongfully. I keep saying that. And not only this resolution, but it was some resolutions I had for $4 to $6 million in new bills and rehab for properties. I'm gonna get it done, and I'm gonna get them done in the next 2 weeks if I have to draw them up on notebook paper. Because through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, you remember me asking your department to draw this up?
Draw what up?
The tree resolution.
Yes.
And do you remember the other resolutions that was with it, some of them?
I believe there were a number of other resolutions that you
That's
requested
correct.
that were considered by this body and not adopted for one reason or another.
They were, because I was wrongfully put out, and you gave them advice. Them police on video, where they had me at bay. They restricted my freedom of movement. When a uniformed officer tells you to do something, you better do it.
Mr. Mays, I want to remind this body that we have to stay germane to the motion at hand, which
It
is to
is
send to
germane.
Finance Committee with the
We talking about
appropriate
resolutions.
documentation.
Who drew this one up? 4,000. It might be amended to 1,000. Ms. Herkenroder, the problem that you got with me is I'm kind of smart. And I think you hold me to higher standards than you do others. That's why I told Kate Fields and them,
Mr.
I'm
Mays.
Jermaine, Tito, Michael, Jackie, Marlon, and sometimes Janet.
Mr. Mays, it is the job of the entire council to hold each other accountable in regards to the germaneness of a motion. Discussing a uniformed officer while we are discussing this resolution is not germane.
Your job.
I am hearing, Mr. Mays, I am hearing the timer has gone
Yeah,
up.
because you interrupted me.
I will
Yeah.
give you an additional 30 seconds
I ain't
to
gonna
finish.
take your charity.
Okay,
Your job is to treat me just like you treat other folks.
that is correct, and as
That's what
such, your
your
time
job
is
is
up.
to
Is there
do.
anyone else who wishes to speak in this first round of discussion? In this first round of discussion? In this first round of discussion? Hearing none. In the second round, is there any member who wishes to speak?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Just because the bail in your charity, your job is not to discriminate. If the Lord blessed me with a brain and I'm smart, act like everybody else got the same brain. When you see them going off in different directions, say, Mr. Murphy, you got to stay germane. Such and such. You know, just do that. Let me holler hallelujah to know that you can see and hear other folks other than me. That's why you messing yourself up. People told me all last week, why did she be messing with you and interrupting you like that? You might think you showing out for some people on your side of town, but it's other people looking, tripping off of you.
Mr. Mays, again, the chair will remind this body to stay germane to the motion. The motion on the floor is to send this resolution to Finance Committee.
And being germane is me using my second round in order to say to you, don't interrupt me when I'm making my point in my first round. I know how to tie things together. And so, not only in this motion, but in all other motions, you interrupt me, and you do me like that. I do a point of information to Ms. Burns, and you know the rules is to the speaker, and you interrupt and answer the question. Just showing out. I'm going to prove that I'm smarter than this guy. We all got brains. Don't mock me. You don't even talk like that. I'm just looking at you because I done experienced this with the Kate Fields, the Alan Griggs, the Maurice Davises, the Eva Worthings, and I'm trying to help you.
Mr. Mays, you are not germane to the motion at hand. As such, I will be ruling you out of order.
What's germane? You can rule me out of order, but what's germane is you interrupted me. And you dealt with that, and I'm reusing it on this round because we got many rounds before. Now, if you don't take back ruling me out of order, win, lose, or draw, I'm going to appeal it. Must do it immediately, because you want to try to throw me out of a meeting by ruling me out of order, appealing to you to leave me alone. So what you want to do, keep the out of order or move on?
The chair has made her motion, her decision, excuse me. Any member has the right to appeal.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, there's been an appeal to the ruling of the chair that Mr. Mays was not germane to the motion at hand. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Hearing none, that motion fails. Mr. Mays, you have been ruled out of order.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait and see if you try to remove me for being out of order.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Final call for the second round. All right, that brings us to the vote. The motion on the floor is to send this add-on resolution to Finance Committee with the appropriate documentation. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. That motion passes. The chair will entertain a motion for adjournment.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, are you making a motion to adjourn?
No, Madam Chair, the agenda have a discussion item, and you've given me the floor.
Mr. Mays, there are no discussion items. Would you like
Point
to
of
add
order,
one?
Madam Chair. Anytime discussion items is on any agenda, we went over this. I looked at it on the TV yesterday on our meeting. We can have any discussion under discussion items and can make motions.
Mr.
You
Mays.
agree or disagree?
I disagree. I do believe
Okay,
that.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, well, as I was saying, I do believe that this body has historically not allowed a discussion item.
Point of order.
Excuse me, I was giving my explanation, but you have called a point of order. What is your point?
Yeah, because if you don't deal with a point of order, you shall be removed.
What's your
I'm
point?
telling you, you gave me the floor. I was in discussion. I don't have to make a motion to adjourn once you give me the floor.
Okay, that's an
You
improper
steady-
point of order.
You
Mr. Mays,
interrupt.
that
Point
is-
what?
I'm ruling on your point of order. That was an improper point of order. As
I
was
appeal
saying-
the ruling of the chair.
Okay, there's an appeal on the ruling of the chair that was
You
an
have an
improper point of
improper point
order.
of order.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Hearing none, Mr. Mays, you have been ruled out of order. The chair will entertain a motion for adjournment.
Madam
Madam
Chair.
Chair,
I will recognize Dr. Lewis.
I move that we adjourn.
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to adjourn. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, please, on the motion to adjourn.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to adjourn.
All right, 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention to adjourn. We are adjourned at 6:59. Mr. Mays. It is 7:19 on Monday, May 23rd. I hereby call the Flint City Council to order. Roll call, please. Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
What's your point, Mr. Mays?
Why is you sitting in that chair presiding and I'm the duly elected president?
All right, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
For the record, I had to do that, Eva.
Mr. Mays?
We are going to court. Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Herkenroder?
Present.
Ms. Worthing?
Present.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Priestley, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Take it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Take a knee. Put the fist. They want to treat us like that.
Pastor Rowan, will you please come forward for the blessing?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
Yeah, I would love to add certain folks who might require a moment of silence, bereaved families. I know Omar Sims.
Sure. Mr. Mays, we'll do that after the blessing.
I wanted them to be included in the blessing.
Go ahead, Pastor.
I don't think I understand what Councilman Mays was asking me to do.
He's not asking you to do anything. Go ahead.
Okay. I've been asked to lead this time in prayer. I take that very seriously. This isn't just form or ritual for me. Father, I thank you for the privilege of standing before these people to honor you first and foremost. Your disciples asked you to teach them how to pray, and you said in that prayer, "Thy kingdom come, and thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." You also told us in Scripture that no one is given authority except that you have placed them there. So we honor each of these people that sit on this city council, believing that you have placed them where they are. And I ask, oh God, as I join with many other people across this city and county, that you would remember Flint, that you would look upon Flint once again, make the corrections that need to be made. Lord God, that you would move in this city according to your kindness and mercy, your goodness, your prosperity, your healing, your wisdom, your respect. Thank you for these people today. And I ask your blessing on them and on their families. The works of their hands, oh God, I pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Is there anyone who wishes to have a moment of silence for those who have deceased in our community?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
You know, in this body, when it comes to moments of silence for bereaved families and prayer and including them in, I'm not going to argue about that with every little thing. Normally, and I ain't normal, I guess, but sometimes we include the bereaved families in the prayer. That's what I was getting at, Pastor. And so I do want to say for the bereaved family of Omar Sims, his aunt was the eldest lady or somebody who was shot in Buffalo, New York. I've seen him crying from Buffalo and his family to Omar Sims here on Channel 12. But to all the bereaved families, whether we do it publicly or I do it privately, I pray for all the bereaved families. I got a family member right now that's going through something, and I pray for him as well. And so I'm not going to argue about prayer include bereaved families and others. And so I appreciate the prayer, and I appreciate anything we do as it relates to bereaved families, local, nation, and worldwide. God bless the residents of the city of Flint.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Worthing, then Mr. Murphy, then Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'd like a moment of silence for Miss Jerry Hall. She was very involved in the Democratic Party. She was a member of my ward, and she was the sweetest lady. And she will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy.
I was just going to say the same sentiment as my colleague in the 9th Ward,
Okay.
Sherry Hall.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we please have a moment of silence for the family of Mr. Henry Bizzo and for the family of Miss Mildred James? Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's it. I think the rest were already mentioned.
Yeah. Thank you. Are there any other, Dr. Lewis?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I would like to request a moment of silence for Mr. John Wesley Davis, Miss Beulah Grant, Miss Sandra Dennis, and also Miss Norma Stanley. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to honor a loved one in a moment of silence?
Madam Chair.
Just a second, RL. I do also want to make sure that we honor the life of Mrs. James Ola Hill, who was a 7th Ward resident. Okay. RL, did you have somebody?
Yeah, Honorable, the man that got shot down in front of Councilman Murphy's house about several years ago.
Okay.
After he left the council meeting.
Okay.
And everybody knows who that is.
Okay. Thank you, RL. Okay. Thank you. Let's stand for a moment of silence to honor those who we've lost. Oh, I'm sorry.
Point of order,
I'm
Madam
sorry.
Chair. That gentleman was
I
trying
see
to
that
be
now.
recognized.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to also mention a couple of my family members, my father and my mother, who rest at Sunset Hills. And he was the brother-in-law of Larry Kennedy.
Can you come up to the microphone so we can make sure that they're honored?
My father, Nasib Joseph Sifa,
Okay.
and Nabia Sifa. She just passed the 11th of March. My father, March the 7th, 1991. They did a lot to build the community here in Flint. We lived in Flint for many years.
Okay.
We love the city.
Okay. Thank you. Let's stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. Okay. That brings us down to the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of the meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for changes or additions
Madam
to the
Chair.
agenda? Ms. Worthing.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Ms. Worthing has been recognized, and then Mr. Mays.
I'd like to add, I don't know if it's a special order, just a quick discussion on the public hearing before we vote on it. I believe information that was shared was incorrect previously, and I'd like to have Ms. Wilcox come up and explain.
Okay, so you want, just for clarity, you want a special order or a discussion?
If discussions have time limits, I'm good with that. My intention is just something short and sweet.
Sure, and you want that before the public hearing?
Before the public hearing vote,
Okay.
please.
Okay, we'll vote on that after we hear all of the changes. Mr. Mays, did you have a request? Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair, after public speaking and after council response, before petitions and unofficial communications, I'm asking for an agenda change to briefly discuss all these rulings that you're ruling me out of order, and that my colleagues are not saying nothing. Now, I don't expect to win this agenda change and have that discussion, but I'm making a record. And so I'm going to request that agenda change, and we'll discuss it more in discussion before the vote. Thank you.
Okay. So just for clarity, so you would like a discussion item after council response in regards to the chair's ruling? Is that correct?
I'll discuss it more. The placement on
Okay.
the agenda was after council
So
response.
Okay, good. Just wanted to confirm. Mr. Murphy, did you have a request?
Yes.
Go ahead.
At the end of the council agenda items, under new business, I would like to discuss the position of the president and the vice president. I think it's about time that we make a move on that.
Sure.
We don't have to do it at this meeting, but we need to look at setting a date.
Sure. Did you want to put that under additional discussion items? We don't have a formal new business section.
Yes.
Okay. So discussion regarding the role of president and vice president?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are there any other requested agenda changes or additions? All right. Hearing none, we will go through in the order that they were presented, which is also the order on the agenda. So we'll start with Ms. Worthing's request for a discussion about the requested public hearing prior to the public hearing. Is there any discussion on that agenda change? Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I
Yes,
don't know
Mr.
what
Mays.
her proposed agenda change is, so if she can enlighten me or you can, then I'll know how I'm gonna vote. I just was waiting to hear about it. What's being proposed?
Sure. So as I just stated, it's in regards to the request for a discussion about the public hearing prior to the public hearing to clear up any misinformation.
The public hearing, what public hearing?
Well, sir, if you look on your agenda, you'll see right after the presentation of the minutes that there is a public hearing regarding Ordinance 220-145.6.
And this discussion would be about this public hearing?
That is correct.
And it would be prior to the public hearing?
As stated previously, yes.
Beg your pardon?
I said as stated previously, yes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what was stated, so I'm just trying to clear it up. A discussion about the contents of the public hearing prior to the public hearing.
That is correct.
I can support that. It sounds logical.
All right. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Final call. Is there any discussion in the second round? Going once, going twice. All right. So we'll vote on the requested agenda change for the public hearing prior to the public hearing. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Okay, the vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That motion passes. That brings us down to the discussion item requested by Councilman Mays to go after council response regarding some of the chair's previous rulings. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
The reason I wanted to request this agenda change because it's a little difficult for me in these meetings. I'll get up and excuse myself and take myself out of the equation, and as an elected official, I shouldn't have to repeatedly do that. And I wanted this discussion in the middle of the meeting because last meeting, I'm knowing 100% at the end of every agenda you got discussion items. When you give me the floor and I'm discussing something or making an announcement, I'm not out of order. And you shouldn't be ruling me out of order and talking about make a motion to adjourn. I don't have to. And we went over it. It's well documented that we said you could talk about anything in discussion items. But it's a major thing that you're doing, because when you rule out of order, the police can remove you. You can be constructively taken out of your elected seat for doing nothing wrong. And then my colleagues is condoning that. That's where the problem come in. See, we always said in the civil rights movement, those who remain quiet on wrongdoing, in some cases, are just as much as the wrongdoer. And so what my concern is, and I don't expect to get nowhere on it, there's a different treatment. There's a different treatment. The preamble of the charter say whether it's for race, sex, national origin, and our charter includes political orientation. You might be a different political philosophy than me, but don't pick on me. Don't treat me differently. So from this point on, I want to see how you treat others and how you treat me. I've already done seen how you done acted in the past. Everybody wants to sit in the big chair. Some will say, I don't. I say you do. You enjoying that big chair, and you're abusing me. You're nitpicking at me. The clock runs 5 minutes for everybody. I've seen Mr. Murphy go all over the place. I ain't heard you or nobody. Point of order, you're not being germane. I've experienced this treatment from Kate Fields to you to a bunch of folks. And I just believe, and I'm gonna pray on it, that people see who you are. You're not kind. You're not considerate. You're not polite. I don't care if my voice is deeper than yours and louder than yours. It's what you do and your character and how you treat people.
Mr. Mays, you are out of order. These are direct personal attacks toward me, and that is not respectful per the charter. You are out of order.
I'm out of order because of what?
For direct personal attacks and for charter violations for not treating colleagues with respect.
Let me say this, Ms. Herkenrod. I'm not out of order. I'm talking about a professional setting and how we act. Now, that's why I said I wanted to have this discussion. You done already ruled me out of order. What's the penalty for being ruled out of order? I can appeal your ruling because I'm here trying to discuss something serious, and that's an example of what I'm talking about. I didn't make no personal attack on you. I just don't like the way you ain't being kind and reasonable and following the golden rule. I appeal your ruling. I don't want to be out of order this early in the game.
Okay, so there's an appeal to the ruling of the chair. I ruled Mr. Mays out of order because of direct personal attacks. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to support his appeal.
Okay, there has been a second on the appeal. Okay. As a reminder to the body, for the appeal process, the chair speaks once, the rest of the body has another opportunity to speak, then the chair has the opportunity to speak again at the end. We'll move into the vote afterward. As a reminder, a vote yes sustains the ruling of the chair, a vote no overturns the ruling of the chair. As such, I will take my time. I ruled Mr. Mays out of order because he directly attacked me in regards to my character and into who I am as a human, even though we are currently on a discussion to change the agenda. Whether or not my character or personality is liked by Mr. Mays or is not liked Mr. Mays has nothing to do with whether or not the fact that that was a direct personal attack and a direct charter violation. I do believe it is section 3104. Let me double check that in my charter. While I'm doing so, I do also, yes, section 3104, and I do also want to remind this body and the rest of the citizens who are at home watching and in the chambers that we are to hold each other with, treat each other with respect and hold each other to high standards. As such, I ruled Mr. Mays out of order. Is there any other council member who wishes to speak on this appeal?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I supported Councilman May's appeal, and I was sitting here listening to him, and I don't think he was attacking you. I think he was just simply stating why he wanted to have the discussion and probably pulling out why he felt like he was being singled out, okay? So I didn't see him personally attacking you. I didn't hear that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just wanted us to get it on the floor and discuss it and let him continue to say what he needs to say so that we can move this meeting forward, so that we can vote on his agenda change. I didn't see it to be a personal attack, whatever he said. I mean, he was just explaining why he want the discussion to be placed on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, you helping me make my point of why I wanted this discussion item early in the meeting. Because I've noticed over a series of meetings that you kind of hard on me and that you rule me out of order as we get ready to take care of important business, and then I'm gone repeatedly. People in the community are starting to talk. I'm starting to see how you operate. It's not a personal attack, it's the privilege or discretion that you're using toward me. And it seemed like you have support because of this presidency thing and the politics. I'm really blessed and glad that Ms. Winfrey Carter seconded this motion. I have no fantasy that this will really be a serious discussion item. But the rules allowed me to try to explain that I don't want you to keep ruling me out of order. Because when you rule a person out of order, the rules say they shall be removed from a meeting. Now, ain't no way I thought you'd rule me out of order by criticizing the way that I think you treat me differently. The easiest thing in the world, Ms. Herkenroder, is whether you're the chair, I'm the chair, and these rules that I appointed y'all to fix and change, and we'll do it. It's easy for the chair to rule folk out of order, but if this council was smart, if the chair is wrong and the chair is out of order, the chair shall be removed. Common sense in some cases should prevail. A personal attack. Now, this is a professional conversation about how you administer the rule. It ain't a personal attack. So I appeal your ruling because I don't look at it as a personal attack. When you say I'm out of order, is that a personal attack? This is in a professional setting. We have the right to appeal to the chair. We have a right to ask not to be treated differently. We have the right not to be perfect people. God ain't created no perfect folk. And the way you repeatedly ruling me out of order and I'm being removed from business. I was removed from business when they voted $16 million to the land bank. I had amendments ready as it relates to not only that tree, but for new bills, rehab. So this is serious business. This ain't minor for me. When you keep ruling me out of order and people saying nothing, I don't think you expected nobody to second this appeal. You've only known me 5 months. My tone of voice wasn't a certain way, and here you help me make the point. On an agenda change, I say we probably won't get the votes. And here I done got ruled out of order trying to let you know how you're treating me differently. Lord have mercy.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak on the appeal?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Burns.
I think that because we've been through so much in this council when other members say things, we become numb to certain things. And there's a lot of dialogue that goes back and forth, and some is very offensive. Racially, it is offensive. It's offensive even, with just subtle jabs as to, I would not be pushing my agenda, and we don't want, less talk. Well, also while I'm here, I'm taking people's text messages and calls in Messenger from my colleagues. So I think we have to loosen up for me a little bit and kind of allow a little free flow. I didn't think he was being necessarily disrespectful, because he said to me about the chair. He said to me about the chair numerous times. You like that big chair? I said, no, I really don't, because my legs don't fit in that chair. They just don't. So for me, I hope that we can finally find our fit as a council, and to not punish or to jab each other, but to be respectful, have open dialogue, measure our words to where they're not personal attacks. Personal attacks can be on, and I think we need to specify what that is. One of the things that I find disturbing is, whoever talks, you have a right. We all get the same 5 minutes or 2 minutes. So if you choose to take yours, that's your choice, but not to be critical of your colleagues taking advantage of that, because that's our process. Those are rules that we're governed by. And I look at items that are said that we put on Facebook, social media. So we're attacking each other all kind of different ways, and doubling down and liking racial comments. And there's things that we've got to work on, not only inside of council chambers with freedom of speech, but outside of council with freedom of speech. Now, if Councilman Mays was to have said something, and maybe I did not hear directly, I would have supported you, of course, as I have said to my colleague in the second ward, that I did not hear him say prior names. And I would have supported that, and I did ask for proper documentation, or she said she had it. But I want us all just be respectful. Let's have some open dialogue so we can get something done. We got a lot of important things. I hate that how we're going, and we're showing that we are divided now. And we shouldn't be divided, because these topics are that we need 5 votes to move everything forward. And we need to be supportive. And it's getting, and I hate to use the word nasty, but it's getting nasty in here. And I don't like that. So I think we should all pull back some. If he said something to offend you, and I was doing something else and I didn't hear it. And usually my ear is pretty good, but I was trying to check another colleague's ward and send the information, because it wasn't my resident. Because we still have to all work together to make sure the residents are served. We pretty much know when Councilman Mays is not being nice, and he's not been nice to me, and I have not been nice to him all the time, and it has been on video. And for that, and even with my colleague, Judy Priestley, where we was in disagreement, and I apologized to her on where I made the mistake at. I apologized to her because it was owed to her for me making an assumption. So I think that when we talk about what we're doing, we need to stop the picking sides and the cliques. Let's work together. And for me, it's very important, because I haven't received an apology, and I will still say, if my colleague sneezes, God bless you, because it's the correct thing to do to move forward. So I hope that in my time that I don't see on social media, Tanya Burns used her time to talk. That's what the time is for, is to talk, to use my opinion or to talk about my views, because that's in the charter, and everyone gets it. Everyone gets it. And when we had hearings, some people talk for almost 30 minutes, some people talk for 10 minutes, some talk for 7. But I think to be respectful, because some things are important to others that are not important. We have to pick and choose, but I think being respectful. And if he did say something that was or disrespectful to you, I didn't hear it. I know that the chair thing, he says that to everybody. Who's ever sitting in that chair, he makes that comment. And I've heard it many times. So I hope we can move forward to show that, we're not picking sides, and to quit making jabs and you go higher, you go lower, wherever we're going. But let's go together down to do something good for the residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other
Yeah.
member? Mr. Murphy?
Yes, thank you so much. I'm gonna call it cherry picking again. What we want to say someone is doing versus what they ain't doing. Councilman May's been throwing jabs at us for a long time. He's been making these derogatory comments towards either me, my colleague, or whoever the chair, including when you've been the chair, Councilman Burns, on chairing the meeting as the finance. He don't discriminate, and that's one thing I like about him, who he take jabs at. He'll take it at anybody on here if he don't agree. But then, when we talk about jabs, and I just go back to my notes, when we talked about the ordinance that talked about the $75,000 that Clerk Brown let us know that it was up under the emergency manager, which we need to be looking at all of these different emergency manager ordinance that they put in place to see if we need to undo some of them. But when we talked about Slick Way, when Mayor Neely appoint people under $75,000, but we failed to talk about this has been in place even prior to Mayor Neely, being in office. Even Karen Weaver, former Karen Weaver did it. Former Dane Wallen did it. So why is it slick now that Mayor Neely is doing it? And then to use the word slick is throwing shade at, in my opinion, at Sheldon Neely. And I'm not picking no sides because I'm for what's right. So if it was right for our colleague to say Sheldon Neely, Mayor Neely, was slick by using what was already in place to do what he do, and it's okay for Councilman Mays to add on the agenda and then to make these insinuations of the chair, it's okay. Be careful that we don't become enablers, that we support people when they throw jabs at people, and it's okay. It's not okay to be able to talk to people and say these different things about people, and we support it. What we saying is we support that you could say what you want to say to us, however you want to say it, and it's okay. It is not okay. We are elected just like everybody else is elected, and that's why some of us, and I get it from people, I don't care, because ain't nobody got no heaven or hell to put me in, that we all deserve respect. We all deserve to be treated right. We ought to be called Councilman Murphy, Councilman Dr. Lewis, Councilman Winfrey Carter. All of us need to be given that right and respected. We know we black. Some of us know we white, whatever, but to be calling people white women and all of that different kind of stuff, that stuff is out of order. You don't have to keep calling people white women like they don't know they white. And I think about it all the time. I say, Councilman Murphy, when is the line drawn to where what this person is doing is become disrespect? You know you disrespecting people, you know you calling them out, and you don't care. So when does it become a disrespect? It has been past disrespect what Councilman Mays has been doing to the colleagues, to not only me, some of you guys, some of the mayor, some of the administration, some of the residents, anybody that come that don't agree, that don't vote his way. We all of these different kind of things. I'll be supporting the chair. because we have to set the tone. And this ain't the same council. This is a new council, and things ain't going how this councilman in the first ward wanted to go, so he up in arms, and we gonna continue to keep getting it, and I don't mind it.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the appeal? Dr. Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am definitely with the clique, and I'm with the clique of Flint. I support all things that are to the benefit, the positive benefit of the people. Not only does Councilwoman Burns, that's great that she's taking calls and texts from other people in different wards, because we do the same thing. So I don't vote with a clique, I vote my conscience, and I vote per in the best interest of the second ward. And we're talking about holding ourselves to a high standard. We must, because that's why we were elected. We were elected to lead. We were elected to be the quote-unquote mayor, per se, of the ward. And we must handle ourselves accordingly. So as we move forward, ask yourself, are you operating as a leader of the ward? Are you holding true to what you said you're going to do? Are you throwing rocks and hiding your hand? Or are you standing 10 toes down with what you said you're going to do and who you're going to be?
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, Ms. Lewis, are you familiar with what's read in every meeting, that you get one warning, you're not just ruled out of order? That's the law. Are you familiar with that?
Thank you so much for saying that. And are you familiar with disorderly person conduct? Because you violated almost every meeting. And so as Councilman Mays talked about, he's being picked on. In all honesty, we would love for him to sit in that seat and guide us with his senior leadership. But when your actions are not becoming of not only a president, but of an elected leader of the first ward, you don't get a chance to sit in the quote-unquote big chair. And so if he would like to continue, and he mentioned sometimes he leave his seat. No, he leaves his seat because he chooses to leave his seat, and he chooses to do what he does. I challenge him, and I challenge those that support him. Let's hold him accountable. Hold all of us accountable. If we're out of order, please check us. Please check us. But that kind of behavior, this is not the behavior that moves the city forward. I will continue to do what I'm doing. I will continue to vote on behalf of the second ward. I will continue to sit here. And let me also just add this while I'm speaking. Mr. Mays, he's out of order a lot because he throws jabs at all of us. And we want to be quiet so we can move the meeting forward. But do you know, if you keep hearing something over and over again, whether it's true or not, you will believe it? So if we neglect to say anything, then his rhetoric will become gospel. And that's what it has become, talking about attendance issues and et cetera. So what we need for all council people, we need for all leadership to hold themselves accountable, to operate in a professional fashion so we can get the business moved forward. It's not about how many minutes you spend. Honestly, it's about saying what you have to say, making your point, representing your ward, and moving on. I'm not here representing any administration, nor am I here trying to politic. I'm here to do the business of the second ward that has been neglected for years. That's why I'm here. So as we continue to shake our head, it's fine, but I have the receipts to show what I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in this appeal? Is there any other member of council? All right, I will speak last. Again, Councilman Mays was making direct personal attacks on my character.
Point of information.
Sure, what's your point of information?
Ms. Herkenroder, you reads the law, and it say you issue one warning. You go straight out of order with me. Why are you skipping a warning based upon the law, and they trying to condone it? Because they don't know? Do
Sure,
you
so
know?
that's an improper point of information, but I will address it. So when a member is ruled out of order in a parliamentary situation, that's very different than the Disorderly Persons Act. I was not trying to rule you, I was not trying to issue you a warning as regards to the disorderly persons, rather to keep in order in regards to the rules. The rules which clearly state that all council members shall be treated with respect. I was not being respected. In fact, I have been continuously outside of this meeting and throughout, pretty much since November, have been disrespected continuously from the councilman from the first ward. For what reason,
Point
I
of
still have not
information.
known. Yes, sir, what's your point
Do
of
you
information?
believe y'all done disrespected me and wrongfully removed me? Don't it go both ways?
I have personally been attacked, and we are talking about this incident right now. We are not talking about any other things. I will stay germane to the issue at hand. Questioning my character simply because I stated something that a person did not like does not mean that I am out of order. It simply means that we are trying to hold each other to a higher standard, because when we hold ourselves accountable, we are able to hold the rest of our community accountable so that we are able to move the city of Flint forward. As such, I will not I will not entertain any personal attacks toward myself or any of my colleagues, because that is disrespectful and not what
Point
we're
of
here to do.
information.
What's your point of information?
We can't criticize your absenteeism, the job that you do. That ain't personal attack. Ain't nobody said nothing about the color of your hair. Or
Sure,
nothing.
so-
This is professional criticism
Exactly,
of your
Mr.
job.
Mays.
Don't you understand that?
Exactly, Mr. Mays, and that is exactly my point. Calling me unkind or rude or mocking me, which you have done repeatedly, does not constitute any professionalism. Thank you very
Point
much.
of information.
What is your point of
You
information?
ruling me out of order at the drop of the hat is an attack where I sit from. No warning.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. We will be now moving on to the vote. As a reminder, in this appeal, I ruled Mr. Mays out of order for direct personal attacks. A yes holds the, sustains the ruling of the chair, and a no overturns the ruling of the chair. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
All right. The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. The ruling is sustained. So as a reminder, we were on the first round of discussion in regards to the agenda change requested by Mr. Mays. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other
Yeah,
discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays, would you like to speak in the second
I think my point has
round?
been made. We can move on.
Perfect,
But
okay.
let me finish, though. Don't get excited. I've noticed, and I made a point of it, even in this little discussion to put it on the agenda, you treated me differently. Earlier, when you jumped on me about being germane, I'm looking at the audience face. Mr. Murphy was all over everywhere but the motion. You didn't say nothing. And so I'm noticing that the law reads that if a person prevents the peaceful order and conduct of a meeting, they'll get one warning. You read that at the beginning of every meeting. You bypasses that with me and go straight to out of order. And there's folks up here condoning that. And it becomes habit. That's why you say when folks, Ms. Lewis said something about when folks see something, it becomes the truth. They overlook the law.
Point of information.
I'm going for the second round. What's your point?
Did you know I did not say that? Thank you.
Whatever you said, I'm paraphrasing. Somebody said something about they talk it and it become law. These out of orders has become common practice. What you're reading before every meeting about giving one warning, that's been first. I've been chair, president, that's always first. You got a warning. You done skip that with me. It's a different treatment. It's even contrary to the written law.
Point of order, Mr. Mays. As a reminder, the one warning is in regards to the disorderly persons. Being ruled out of order is not the same. Thank you.
Madam Chair, what you just did was what, a point of order? A point of information? I mean, you chairing. You didn't have to interrupt me with that because you done ruled my points of information and points of orders was out of order. Then did it. All these meetings is recorded. I'm just saying it's a different treatment for me. And Ms. Word Lewis or whoever say they're in a clique, a group, that's fine. I worked under cliques and groups before, I can name them. Kate Fields, Maurice Davis, Mr. Griggs, Eva Worthing. It's nothing new to me. Ain't nothing to be proud of. What I'm proud of is that the Lord blessed me to read and write.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Just want to clear up what he said. Did you know that I said I'm with the clique of Flint? Meaning I'm with Flint. Thank you.
Proceed.
I know everything, what you said, what you meant, and how you voted. This ain't a new voting pattern with you. It ain't a new voting pattern with Mr. Murphy. He can say what he wants to today, but I can go get the tape where he said, I'm a disgrace, I'm this, that, and the other. Well, fine. You got freedom of speech. We're in America. I can handle it. The problem is other folks can't handle it when you say something to them. You treat me nice, I treat you nice. You dog me, I'm going to defend myself. That's just the way it is. And so that's why I'm just letting y'all show who you are. You can twist and turn and communicate how you want. You can even vote to try to remove me out my elected seat for 30 days, but when, I don't want to say who she is, when she cussed and made national news, you heard crickets. Crickets. When she cussed me out in front of the council, crickets. Crickets. If that ain't a different treatment, what is? Same folks, same ears, same ability to rule out of order, crickets. Quiet as church mouses. And so all I say is a different treatment. Different treatment. And everybody didn't grow up like me. I've been nice calling it a cultural difference sometimes. I can make it more plainer. It's been happening since the slavery days. House Negroes, field Negroes. We used to it. We'd get whipped. Same thing. People see and talk like they want to talk. See what they want to see. So I appreciate it. Once I can figure out what's going on, who's who and what's what, and look at their voting patterns, what they hear, what they see, how they treat folks differently, then I know what I'm working with. And right now, I think 100% I know who and what I'm working with. God bless the residents of the city of Flint. I hope we all in the right clique.
Thank you. Is there any other member who wishes
Yes.
to speak? Mr. Murphy.
It's to the residents out here. It's clear Councilman Mays don't like me. It's clear that I don't care. It's clear that he can't talk to me any kind of way. It's
Point of
clear-
information.
What's your point?
I'm going to make it clear I love you and everybody else. I just pray for you more.
That's an
Please
improper
do not-
point of information.
Please
Continue.
don't pray for me. I don't want everybody praying for me. Anyways, back to my, and if you guys go to YouTube and Google Councilman Mays' name and just Google Councilman Mays cut up or Councilman Mays fuss at somebody, you'll see a variety of videos of him just, you'll be watching it all night. And out of all the acting or whatever acting out that he done, not one time have y'all ever heard him admit that maybe he need to look in the mirror and look at himself and see whether he the problem.
Council members will be reminded that the motion on the table is to add a discussion item. Let's all state your main as we keep going through with the vote. Mr.
The
Murphy.
discussion is about what his treatment. My point is, when y'all notice, when he not here, the meetings go smooth. We joke with one another, we get the meeting going on, and we get in and out. As soon as every time that he stay in his meeting all day long, we'll be here, it'll be 9 o'clock, and we still won't even get started with the agenda. But it's us the problem. But somebody that don't want to look in the mirror and look at themselves and say, maybe I need to do a self-check of myself and see if I'm the problem. It's done been times I done admitted that I ain't acted the same, I responded the wrong way. I know when sometimes I may not be all right, and I know I can go there with somebody when it comes down to somebody talking to me any kind of way. Anybody who know me from my mother, from my brothers, sisters, my cousins, my family, my friends know that Quincy ain't letting nobody talk to me any kind of way. But before I let somebody mistreat me, I won't deal with them. I won't be around them. I won't go around them. But because I'm elected, I'm here to do my job and serve the people and get the agenda done, and that's what I'm here to do. But sometimes I have to go there with him because he don't want to treat us all fair. And it ain't always because of how he treating me. It may be because of how he treating my colleague. It may be how he treating the mayor and the administration. I don't care who the mayor and the administration. Everybody deserves respect in here, even the residents. But sometimes he don't want to give it, especially if we don't vote his way or somebody ain't speaking his kind
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Mr. Murphy, I can talk just like the Democrats and Republicans. I don't have to applaud Democrats and Republicans. This politics.
Okay, that's an improper
Do you
point
understand that?
That's still an
Beg your
improper
pardon?
point of information. Continue, Mr. Murphy.
It was a quick inquiry.
I'm going to wrap this up because he's going to use the point of information and the point of orders in order to get the floor, and we'll be in here all night. So with that being said, I'm done.
Thank you. Is there any other council member who wishes to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you so much. So just in closing for me, after he said he's done, Mr. Mays was said on his breath, good. And,
Point of information. Do you want me to say it louder and get put out? I'm glad he was done. Good. That's what I said. That ain't no secret.
Mr. Mays, that is a warning. That is your first warning.
For a point of information, asking her what she realized?
For the
It's
disrespect.
a quick inquiry.
For Mr. Mays, for the disrespect and the improper use of repeated points of improper information. Excuse me, improper points of information that's appropriate. Okay. Continue, Dr. Lewis.
absolutely. And then he just said, in your mind.
Continue.
These
Dr.
are
Lewis.
I definitely will continue, but this can't continue. We must respect one another. We must respect one another. He wondered why he continued to get. Oh, I was just waiting for it to come. Wonder why we keep.
Point of
to this-
information, if you're ready, point of information. Through you to the speaker, ain't you the one say I called you MF and B's and I ain't never called you that in your life? Repeat what you said.
Again, Mr. Mays, that is an improper point of information. You have already been issued your first warning. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. So as I continue to get interrupted by our senior council person, Mr. Mays, the point is, if he worry about his behavior as much as he worry about who's sitting in the big seat in our attendance, I think we would definitely be moving the business of the city forward. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the second
Madam
round?
Chair.
Yes, Ms. Worthing.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm just going to quote what was told to me by Mr. Mays last month on April 13th. He said, there are some nasty people on this council. Ms. Worthing, Kate Fields. This ain't the first time that female, who just happens to be white. Maybe it's a cultural difference. You don't hear Herkenroder saying nothing when the white female cuss. I wouldn't even ride the elevator with Miss Worthing and Miss Herkenroder. Don't trust them. I done heard them lie and say stuff. I don't trust certain folks. It ain't all white folks. It ain't all white women. But I have life experiences. I give Ms. Worthing permission to go to the top of the Mackinac Bridge and do a 3-time somersault. I give her permission to go to the roof of City Hall and do a double flip-flop. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak? Is there any other
Madam
member?
Chair.
Yes, Ms. Burns.
This has gotten so derailed, and it has gotten derailed. And I'm going to say this, and I know you tried, you look at it fair. I don't see this as being fair. And to also staying germane to the topic. And I think some of these items, Kate Fields, a former councilwoman, Kate Fields, is not germane to the topic. Reading that quote is not germane to the topic. We are facing so many issues with our council. That does not help. That's adding fuel to the fire. It doesn't help anything. And there is a double standard. Yes, Councilman Mays, and he has had choice words for me. And he has constantly said, my mouth is not a prayer book. And he has said it. But you deal with it, you move on. And this is unfortunate when we talk about, we're still trying to drive a wedge. We're still trying to. And each of us could do a wedge because things have been said inappropriately that are up here. People think it's funny. We have cliques. We have conversations that are had. Things are racially said to divide. And it's something that we have to do better. And I said to, I believe, my colleague, that I didn't agree with him when he said that, when he made that statement. I believe she said to me, she leaned over and said, thank you for that at the time. But then we go back and forth, because then we get the issue, the statement, ghetto, and saying colored. I was offended by both of those. And I didn't get an apology for black women being called ghetto or for being called colored.
Point of order.
What's your point?
That was never said,
Which one?
and I'd like for it to be addressed.
Are you, just for clarity purposes, what are you trying to ask to be addressed?
The slander.
Okay, so the chair and the purpose of moving the business of the city along, Ms. Burns, finish your conversation. We're in the second round of discussion. Ms. Janelle, how much time does she have? 2 minutes 40, okay, 2 minutes 40 seconds. If there's a motion in regards to the request by Ms. Worthing, the chair will entertain that. But let's get this vote finished. We still have not even opened up the public hearing or the public speaking. Ms. Burns, and then it looks like Ms. Winfrey Carter has something to say as well. So we'll go Ms. Burns and then Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you. So when we talk about the word being ghetto, then double down, and then social media, talking about black women's hair and liking and laughing that black women's hair and different things. I mean, we could take this all kind of different ways. But what it does state is that it's unprofessional. I've stated my family is mixed, and it would be to deny my heritage if I didn't like any of my counterparts. But what we do have a responsibility to do is to be respectful. You cannot be passive aggressive. You cannot make a statement to blatantly hurt someone or lie and then be the victim. I mean, we are here to move this along. Councilman Mays, I don't always agree with him, and the world knows it. The world knows it, and that's perfectly fine. But if we are going to have one set of standard for him, we need to have it the same for the other. And I'm not seeing that being equally distributed across, because there were crickets when she doubled down on it. And it should have been addressed, and we didn't. We didn't address it. Like I said, I still haven't received an apology. People, they're laughing and think it's funny. It's not funny to me. It's not funny to me to say an entire race. It's a microaggression. It's a microaggression when you say you're ghetto, or you're ghetto, or to ghetto-like. Or if you say, I have colored friends, those are microaggressions. So when you say nothing and you're comfortable in your silence and not apologizing, you have to be the bigger person. I made mistakes, I've apologized. But it wasn't a microaggression that I used, because I've never used with any of my colleagues anything that was racially motivated or derogatory. I think I asked about a texting issue. So when we talk about what is said, we have to be careful. We have to be careful. And it's not happening up in these council chambers, and we need to distribute it evenly. Because when Councilman Mays said nasty, or he said white women, I put him out. No one knew that at that time I had already been texting to see, hey, where was the officer? Because we don't attack people by their color. I didn't need anyone to tell me, so each time that I think Councilwoman Councilwoman Herkenworth, and Councilwoman Lewis, I was already in contact texting the chief. Because I'm not going to accept that from anyone. We have to be fair. We have to be fair. So when we talk about, people talking about people's brains, you know, and the TikToks state quite a few of us making comments that are derogatory and aren't pleasantries, I should say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yeah, Madam Chair, where are we?
Sure. So we are on the second requested agenda change to add a discussion item requested by Councilman Mays regarding the chair and him being ruled out of order by the chair.
Okay, but I think I understood Councilman Mays to say that that can be dropped, his agenda item.
I did not hear that. If he did, I did not hear that. As such, I want to...
He made his point and everything, and we can move on.
Sure, if it's the pleasure of this body, I am more than happy to drop this. Is this
I think
the pleasure
he
of
said
that body?
that.
All right.
So let's move on. I think we need to move on.
Perfect. Okay, so that brings us then to the final requested agenda change, which was requested by Councilman Murphy to be in the additional discussion items regarding the role of president and vice president. Mr. Murphy?
I'm looking at Councilman Winfrey Carter, and she looking like, come on now. So with all due respect, can we just drop that
Absolutely.
discussion item?
It is dropped without objection.
Without objection, so we can move on, because we haven't
Awesome.
even started the city council meeting yet.
Perfect.
And we'll just get back to that at another date, if
All
that's
right.
all right with my colleagues.
Okay, so that has also been dropped without objection. There was a requested agenda change. As such, there are no other agenda changes. So we'll proceed with the agenda as voted upon. That brings us to the requested agenda change on a discussion about the public hearing and the misinformation prior to the public hearing, which was requested by Councilwoman Worthing. I am not seeing her. Is there anyone on this body who has any discussion about this before we go into that? Ms.
Point of order,
Wilcox?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Wilcox, could you come
Point
up?
of order.
Yes, Mr. Mays, what's your
If
point?
I'm not mistaken, you still had an agenda change that Mr. Murphy requested that we have to vote on as it relates to president and vice president.
Sure, so maybe you didn't hear. Mr. Murphy did request to have that dropped. As such, we are on our first agenda change, which is for this requested
Okay, so
discussion
he asked
item.
that all of them be dropped, including his?
He requested that his be dropped, yes. Thank you. Ms. Wilcox, can you come forward,
But
please?
point of order.
What's your point?
When you got a motion on the floor for my agenda change, you out of order when you drop it and order it without objections. A motion have to be voted on and withdrawn. I'll move forward, but don't act like you know the rules and don't. That was improper. So I just sit there and let it happen. But that ain't the rules. Let's move forward. You just don't know them yet.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Councilman Mays, through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays. Councilman Mays, I thought you said that was it. You made your point about everything and that we can move on. Didn't you say that?
Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Winfrey Carter. I did, but remember, you got some rule experts here. You can't order a motion to be dropped. You have to vote to withdraw it. So I'm just listening at them. And I'm still okay with it, but I have to make a point for the record. All these rule experts, you know and I know that Mr. Murphy can't drop my motion and I have to withdraw it, and you have to
Point of
vote on it. And she,
information.
Okay, what's your point of information?
and she don't know.
To you through the speaker, had he stayed in his seat, he had been listening, but we did not, Councilman Murphy did not drop your
Okay.
item.
Well, Madam
no.
Chair, if I may respond.
No,
if
Mr. Mays, you may
didn't
not. Mr.
point-
Mays, you may not.
Oh,
You may
okay.
not. That is not in order.
Yes, Ms. Wood.
As a reminder, we are to treat all of our colleagues with respect and decorum. All of our colleagues.
Point of
We-
information.
What is your
Do
point of
that
information?
include all of our colleagues' formal motions?
As stated, we are to treat all of our colleagues with respect. We are on an agenda item for a discussion regarding a public hearing about the misinformation which was requested and voted upon by our colleague out of the 9th Ward. I do believe that Ms. Wilcox has been asked to come forward. Ms. Wilcox, could you please come on down? Ms. Worthing, because you requested this discussion item, you have the floor first.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I think there was some misinformation about this particular public hearing. It is on Fenton Road, which was my ward, and now it's Mr. Pfeiffer's ward. But I still feel partial because it is, you know, I have constituents that are asking me and calling about this particular place. If the new zoning passes, would the particular licenses that are being asked for right now be in place? Did that make sense? Like this, what this public hearing is asking for is a special zoning. It includes liquor stores.
So this is actually not a special regulated use issue. This is a request for a rezoning from a D3 district, which is what it's currently zoned. This is the, you know, parcel that includes the Value City Furniture on Fenton Road. So he's actually requesting, he actually requested a rezoning from a D3 to a D5 district.
And a D5 allows liquor stores.
That's a different issue. So liquor stores are special regulated uses, and that follows a different process. This is not a special regulated use issue, but in terms of the zoning district itself, yes, I believe you would have to be a D5, but you'd have to go through another process in addition to that.
So if this does end up passing, it's not automatic that they can have a liquor license in a liquor store?
No, there's
There.
a completely separate process, and I would actually defer to the clerk, you know, who this is handled through the state. There's other, the license process is handled through the state. There's other special regulated uses. There's other zoning requirements, but that's a separate issue from D3, D5, from D3 to D5 zoning. And also to be clear, because I think what you shared with me before is, I think you said that it was something I said that this should be approved, or, so this is actually, we don't, myself personally, nor my staff, we are not advocating on behalf of anyone for something. What we present is what the Planning Commission recommends, and in this particular case, because every recommendation that the Planning Commission makes has to come to City Council for affirmation, whether it's approval or denial. And the only recommendation that we make is supporting what the Planning Commission recommended. We don't, as a department, act separately from the Planning Commission. By the time it comes, by the time a decision has been made by the Planning Commission, it's been vetted by that body. It's reviewed. Our staff provides a report to the Planning Commission. They review those recommendations. All that information is actually in your packet. on this agenda so you can see, what facts the staff provided and what the Planning Commission recommended. And in this particular case, Planning Commission recommended denial.
Thank you. I know that this was being voted on, and I was the only no vote, but again, I really urge you to reach out to the Planning Commission person in your ward to get details on these things before voting against their wishes, because they know more than we do. I do not claim to be an expert on planning. I just don't. It's complicated. And if the Planning Commission recommends denial, I am going to take their expertise. As Ms. Wilcox said, it was vetted, and I am going to vote no. So I just wanted to clarify this before we took this vote, because I think it went through late at night before, when we were all a little slap happy and we weren't quite sure what to do.
I don't believe you voted on this yet. It's gone for first reading.
But we voted for it to go to first reading.
You voted for first reading, but
Yeah.
that's just to hear it. And then it goes now for the public hearing. That's to allow the public the opportunity to speak. And so the actual vote on whether to uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation or turn it over is tonight. So when you voted before, that was just to hear it for first reading. It wasn't approval or denial of the actual action that was taken.
So tonight
will be your actual,
will be that, yes or no?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
don't know if anyone else has any questions, but that was mine.
Okay. Is there any other member of council?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Ms. Wilcox, through you to Ms. Wilcox. Ms. Wilcox, if I'm looking at this right, and if I'm looking at the right one, you say the Planning Commission recommended denial.
That's correct.
The staff recommendation is to approve it?
No, the staff comments, actually, it's on page, I don't see the pages numbered on here, I apologize. But of your packet, I'm looking at it on my phone, of your packet, it's actually the fourth to the last page, and it says staff comments, current D5 zoning surrounds Flint downtown and includes the areas, I'm sorry, this is the wrong staff comment, this is from a different one. But I believe the staff comments for this one were also recommending denial because I think...
Yeah, Madam Chair, may I get up and show her what I'm looking at?
Yes.
Sure.
Get me straight. See this page here? It talks about the Planning Commission denied.
Correct.
On the back, it says staff recommendation approved.
No, that's just recommendation of this resolution. That's me saying that I approve this to move forward. So I'm approving, just authorizing this to go forward and get on an agenda. That is not me saying that Suzanne Wilcox approves recommendation of this.
Well, that's kind of confusing because it says in plain language with your signature, staff recommendation, please select one, not approved, approved.
This right here. Yeah, just to be clear, so if you look on the first page where it says the Flint Planning Commission denied the submitted request, and it is, I think, a little confusing when a rezoning request comes that the Planning Commission recommends denial for, because we're actually moving it forward, the Planning Commission recommendation for denial, and so that's all my approval is on the second page, is just saying I'm authorizing this ordinance to move forward.
Yeah, well, we might better straighten that out and make sure we understand that, because I do understand that when folk pay their money, it's like an appeal process. They get to appeal to the city council. The council can overrule a recommendation of approval or denial one way or the other. And I always say we must act and should act one way or another, because this costs people money to file this, right?
It does.
I know it does. And they deserve an expedient decision one way or another. Now, that didn't happen with that Buick Credit Union. It just hung out there. So if I didn't talk to you, I would have believed that Because in some cases, you do have staff recommendations different from the planning commission.
Yes, in this case is a good example. No, and yes, that is true.
Yeah, you have. I've voted
That
on
is true,
some
but
before.
well, all I'm saying is that is not what is reflected on this
But
page right
on the
here.
front, it says planning commission denied, and then on the back, it says staff recommendation approved.
That is just my recommendation, and let me clarify that again. My recommendation that this move forward to get on the agenda, period.
Then we might better create another thing that say, staff recommendation ain't approval, it's just to move through the process. Because as long as I've been here, I know in some cases, the planning commission might deny, and the staff recommendation have approved. I've seen that before, correct?
So that information is included, would be included in the staff report. So you would see a staff report that says the staff, as part of their recommendations, they recommend approval, and then the planning commission might deny it. But even so, we still bring forward the planning commission recommendation to this body, because even though we provide information to the planning commission, ultimately it's their recommendation that comes to council, not staff. So we provide all the information that we have, the facts in the case, the zoning districts related to it, and then they take all that information and they may disagree with staff's recommendation and make a different determination. We still will bring their recommendation, the planning commission recommendation, to this body, even if the staff report is different.
And I believe that, but when you read the last paragraph, the last sentence of the staff review based on the information provided at this time, we recommend denial of the rezoning request. That's on the last page. But when I glance through it, I just want to make sure that that one page that I'm referring to, I'm concerned about that. And if you wasn't here, I would have thought that the recommendation was to approve it.
I can appreciate that. And let me just say that anytime you see a resolution that has my signature with approval, all that is saying is approving this resolution to move forward. But I understand and I hear you, and that's something that we can, maybe clarify.
Yeah, we better reword that on the form. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other members of council who wish to speak in this discussion? Any more? Final call. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Wilcox. Thank you. That brings us along to, it looks as though there are no presentation of minutes, so that brings us along to the public hearing. As a reminder to the public, this is a public hearing specifically on Ordinance 220145, which is the request for a rezoning. Let me get the exact code for you, which is a request to rezone a portion of the 9th Ward from D3 to D5. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak during the public hearing on the ordinance?
Hello, my name is Ariel Mitchell. I want to speak on the ordinance of on the 9th Ward being changed over to Herkenberger Ward because Ms. Worthy didn't approve of him helping Ward 1 maids out, and he took it out of his own pocket to take care of a woman with speed bumps or humps or hit up and got paid without, and Ms. Worthy don't want to be a part of it. And to you, Madam Chair, thanks to City Attorney Kim, we all know that Flint is a miniature New York. You can get any business done within our New York City, Flint, without emergency management. Because they changed the boundaries and put a cap on Kim, money over $2,000, he making more money than anybody, and he is just like the mayor downstairs, dapping inside the money, taking all the money they can, the money without, as a product of St. Agnes over on Pearson Road, Jordan College. You see what the priest done, had his daughter to kick the school teacher out of his building because A true worshiper don't play with no politics like Miss Worthy do with her people. She don't allow to pray in
Point of order.
school, and it's a holy ground. And
Point of order.
What's your point?
This is not about the public hearing.
RL, remember, this is in regards to the zoning request.
that's what I'm talking about, Madam Chair. There's only a request about the man. You see, he ain't there. You don't know if he's sick or not. After he made that statement, and Miss Worthy come complaining about the money. You see, Mr. Hamley Brothers here, the Reverend Hamley Brothers, and we got a black grocery store over on Cloud Road. Nobody ain't finished talking about giving us the money, and his family still got skeleton on Hamley Brothers right on Flint on Hamilton Street in Saginaw. And this Mr. Reverend Hamady, he's willing to put money into the thing, but everybody, when they try to do business, you see everybody take off and leave like they got him over there yawning, like my Councilman Murphy, talking that stuff, and a reverend got killed down 2 blocks and right in front of his house talking about this. Who y'all think y'all is? Answer that. 3 people.
Are there any other speakers who would like to speak for the public hearing on the ordinance?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
My name's Ron Waugh.
Say that, well, I'm sorry, can you, hang on. Well, members of the public, please be reminded that the way the acoustics are in this room, we can hear everything. Go ahead, and please restate your name.
Okay. My name is Ron Waugh. I live in the 9th Ward. I live right by this. That's nothing but residential right around there. And I'm totally against any changes on the zoning. I don't even know why you would be considering it when the people you're paying say not to do it. But I watched your first reading. Miss Worthington was the only one was against it. Pfeiffer spoke up. It's not his ward yet. Every one of you except for Mays, because he was already gone, voted for it. I don't understand it. And then a half hour after that, every one of you talked about liquor licenses, places that sold the liquor and all this, with the parking lots and all the crime. Why would you want to bring more of it over there? We got enough. Can't get police scum over there as it is. But I'm going to make it short. I'm just against it, and I don't know why you guys would be for it. It don't make no sense. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers? Excuse me. Are there any other speakers for this public hearing?
Arthur Woodson, 402 West Stewart. You find 9th Ward Councilwoman, I wouldn't vote. If she say the sky is blue, I would say the sky is white. I would always go against her because she's always for her own self-interest. When she fights for something, it's not for the best interests of Flint or the people of Flint. It's for the best interests of what she believes in. We can't get anything, any permits on the north side. We can't get anything done on the north side. Every time a permit, a resolution, anything comes up for the north side, you very seldomly hear the 9th Ward Councilwoman
Point of order.
What's your point?
This has nothing to do with the public hearing that we are here for today.
I'm speaking about zoning.
The speaker will remember that no personal attacks. We shall treat everyone with respect.
I'm speaking with respect. I haven't said anything derogatory. I haven't said anything out of line. I haven't said anything dismissive or anything that would be personal. I just said that when something, a resolution or anything comes up in zoning, like green zone or anything else, for the north side, 9th Ward Councilwoman does
Point
not.
of order.
What's your point?
We are not talking about anything other than this specific zoning for Fenton Road location.
Point well taken. Please stay germane to the public hearing.
Again, you're changing a zone ordinance from D something 3 to D5. I would like to see zoning change on the north side from green zone to traditional. Councilwoman in the 9th Ward, I'm not even saying her name, and I'm not even being disrespectful. I'm saying that Councilwoman in the 9th Ward doesn't participate on the north side.
Point of order.
What's your point?
This is now the third time.
Mr. Woodson, please refrain from discussing things outside of this public hearing in regards to this particular zoning change.
This particular zoning change, we can't get any zoning changes or anything on the north side, and Councilwoman from the 9th Ward is always...
Point of order.
What's your point?
It is now the fifth time.
Fourth, Mr. Woodson, please refrain from discussing other council members when we are discussing a zoning.
Again, I say, Councilwoman in the 9th Ward doesn't...
Point of order. This is disorderly person, in my opinion.
I would disagree with that. Mr. Woodson was not able to finish that sentence this time. Continue, but again, please stay germane to the zoning which is at hand.
Again, Councilwoman in the 9th Ward will not vote for any zoning changes that benefits the north side.
Point of order.
What's your point?
This has nothing to do with the public hearing on Fenton Road.
That point well taken. Mr. Woodson, this is your warning. Please stay germane to the topic.
Again, Vice President Ali Herkenroder, I'm going to say that Councilwoman in the 9th Ward will not vote for anything on the north side.
Point of order.
Ms. Worthing, if I can assume what your point of order is. Mr. Woodson, you have been asked repeatedly by the chair to stay germane to the rezoning. Discussing what one may or may not vote for without any legitimate proof is not within order within this public hearing. You have, Janelle, how much time is that, 6:10? You have 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in your time to speak on this ordinance for this zoning change on Fenton Road.
Again, Vice President Ali Herkenroder, I am speaking about the zoning changes that take place in the city of Flint, that when someone comes down on the north side, we cannot get equal representation from this council, from Councilwoman number 9, Eva Worthing, when it's the north side. But when it's in her ward, she wants everyone to vote for her. Just like the green zone on the north side that take ordinances and everything else to turn it into the green zone and take away from the people on the north side. Councilwoman Eva Worthing is with that. But when it benefits her ward, she wants everybody to vote with her.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis,
point of order.
what's your point?
This will be, I guess, the 8th time that he's been asked not to single out a council person. So, I mean, we need to either.
That is point well taken. Mr. Woodson, I did issue you your warning after a number of times.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Point of order. We got council rules that say don't be argumentative with the audience and others. This man got the right to speak specifically on that. He's done and said nothing out of order.
Mr. Mays.
If you can't say my name,
Mr.
council
Mays.
people's name, that's a ridiculous form of government.
Mr.
Everybody
Mays.
can petition the government.
Mr. Mays,
That's
if I may
constitutional.
rule on your point of order, which
Yeah,
you
he's not out of
continue-
order. Y'all should leave him alone.
Mr. Mays, as I was stating, Mr. Woodson is out of order. There is a rule within the our Flint City Council rules, 29.7, which states any person who is called to order shall thereupon yield the floor until the presiding officer shall have determined whether he or she is in the order. Every question of order shall be decided by the presiding officer, subject to an appeal by any council person to the council. If a person so engaged in presentation shall be determined by the council to be out of order, that person shall not be permitted to continue at the same meeting except on special leave of the council. Additionally, Rule 29.8 states council persons may respond to any public speaker, but only one response and only when all public speakers have been heard. Individual council response is limited to 2 minutes and is subject to all rules of decorum and discipline.
Madam Chair, is you
Excuse me,
ruling that
I'm
he was
still
out of
ruling.
order?
I'm still ruling.
Okay.
Additionally, Rule 29.3 states that members of the public, oh, I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Where is it? I want to make sure I have this appropriately read into the record.
Let's see if they second me.
Excuse me, 27.3, Rule 27.3 states that during any portion of any meeting, council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. Any council member or audience member who engages in this behavior during a meeting shall be removed from the meeting. Now, as stated previously, as such, Mr. Woodson has been given his first warning. Is that correct?
It's a misbehavior.
It is.
I appeal the ruling of the
It's a
chair.
misbehavior.
I
said-
appeal the ruling of the
Is it
chair.
misbehavior? What is misbehavior?
The,
Give me
okay.
the definition of misbehavior. Am I misbehaving? I have adhered, I have obeyed, I have listened.
Mr.
to
Woodson.
Point of orders, but give me the
Point of
definition
order.
misbehavior.
I appeal the ruling of the chair. Your job is to see if there's a second.
Given that the chair wasn't able to officially rule on that,
You did. You give him a warning. I
I
appeal
had-
the decision of the chair.
the chair had not officially ruled. The chair was stating, as the tape will show, that the chair had given Mr. Woodson one warning, which is correct.
And I'm
In regards-
appealing that.
That warning was given while you were not in
Okay.
your seat. You
So
cannot
I'll
appeal
wait
that.
till you rule now.
Thank you. The word that I said was this behavior, not misbehavior. So again, that, according to Rule 27.3, any council member or audience member who engages in this behavior, meaning argumentative discourse, during a meeting shall be removed from the meeting. I gave Mr. Woodson one warning.
What is argumentative discourse? Can you give me a
Exactly what is
definition
happening
on that?
right now. Mr. Woodson, you have
I'm
been
not
called to
arguing-
order.
I'm not arguing with you. I didn't argument. Argument is back and forth and all that. I'm not arguing with you. So that's not arguing.
I appeal the ruling of the chair, and it happens among us. You don't have to argue and debate with him. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, so there is an appeal on the ruling of the chair that Mr. Woodson is out of order for engaging in argumentative discourse and for not respecting the other warnings which have been issued. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
second that.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. As a reminder, in the appeals decision, the chair speaks first. All other council members have one option to respond, and then the chair has the final state. I ruled Mr. Woodson out of order with his one warning, given that he was asked repeatedly to not speculate on the voting patterns of other members of council and to also stay germane to the public hearing, which is, as a reminder, in regards to a rezoning along Fenton Road. Is there any member of council who wishes to speak?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, what you're doing, you out of order. You arguing with somebody who has 10 minutes to speak in a public hearing. And the voting patterns is relevant to rezoning. He can talk about our voting records. They can talk about your voting record from here to the Senate in Washington, D.C. They can talk about the Supreme Court's voting records. We can't be so sensitive in government. The Constitution allows the residents to petition government. He can say the 9th Ward of Miss Worthing's voting record. He can compare rezoning from the north side to the east side to the west side. That's proper. He's not out of order, and you shouldn't be interrupting him. Now here you ruling a public speaker out of order, and Mr. Woodson been in council meetings before I even knew who you was. He know how to stay relevant and germane. And I would be beside myself if I sat here and had a voice and didn't say nothing. You should leave folk alone. This man know what he was saying, and anybody who ruled him out of order, y'all talk about Mays and his points of information and points of order. I walk back in and hear y'all pointing of ordering him, interrupting his train of thought. It might be over with. We can't be so thin-skinned that we can't have our voting record criticized. We can't be so thin-skinned that if we put $2.1 million on Miller Road and don't put $600,000 on the north side, people can say that. Those are facts. Folk ain't out of order for talking factually. I mean, this is getting to be a little too much. If we was a partisan body, Democrats can criticize Republicans, Republicans can criticize Democrats. I mean, that ain't out of order. Some folks should be ashamed of themselves. You arguing with the public, and our rules say if you become argumentative with the public, you should be removed. We don't argue with folk in public hearings, rule them out of order for stating their opinion. That's what the public hearing is for, so we can gauge the public. It's exactly what it's for. He was germane to rezoning, from what I heard. And he should be able to continue, and I'm going to see if the majority of council vote for the public to be able to speak. They don't even have to know the rules that we do. Just follow the golden rule. Be nice to folks. It ain't nothing nice what's been going on here. So I appreciate Ms. Burns seconding the appeal. I don't know what they're going to vote, Mr. Woodson, but for me, they dead wrong. And so it's always a show and tell for me. I like to see people's voting patterns, even in appeals. I'll be voting no that you wasn't out of line, and that you can criticize folks and their voting patterns. You can do that. It's government. Petition the government.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the appeal? Is there any other member? Mr. Murphy.
Listen, here we is at 9 o'clock. We ain't got past the agenda. This is ridiculous. Attentions is very important to me. The agenda item is talking about the zoning for the place on Fenton Road. Why not just get up here and talk about the agenda without calling her name? The attentions is, y'all know y'all got friction with each other. Y'all know y'all don't really care for each other. Why is it so important to keep bringing her name up in this zoning change right here? All we want to do is try to get the meeting done so we can move on with this meeting. You got other people may want to be speaking on this public hearing. We got 10 minutes still left on here. We still got other agenda items to do. I want to just get the work done with this thing. And attentions is very important to me. When your attentions is to come up here and speak publicly about a zoning thing right here, okay, talk about the zoning thing. But then when you continually saying Eva Worthy's name continuously, what is your attentions? We understand y'all don't like each other or whatever. We get it. But let's just talk to the agenda item and stick on the agenda item so we can move on, because all of that extra stuff as far as y'all getting into it with each other, I ain't finna go down that road with y'all. If that's what y'all want to do, I'm not finna support whoever don't like y'all. Y'all ain't gotta like me. Y'all ain't gotta like Dr. Liddell Lewis or whoever, whatever. But I'm just saying, some of us just want to get this meeting done. We ain't got time for these attentions on y'all not liking each other or whoever. So you getting up here and you want to keep saying Eva Worthy name intentionally, because whatever you intentionally trying to do, all that racial divide stuff, that stuff need to be ceased, and I'm denouncing it. So anytime y'all want to, what's the black agenda? Y'all talk about black, y'all talk about white. What is the black agenda? Y'all don't have no. Who got the black agenda? Y'all want these black folks? Y'all want people to support black? All that stuff right there. I'm getting tired of that stuff right there, and I'm ready to move on with this meeting. So I won't be supporting what this right here. I just want to get the meeting started for real. Some of us want to move on.
Okay.
I'm
tired of sitting up Thank you. Thank you.
Waiting for.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak during this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
I have never seen out of all the years that we are this sensitive and the public speaks and we're ready to slap a violation on every single person. And I've seen what some of my colleagues have said, written, talked about social media. So when we talk about what is an argument or argumentative, she may not appreciate Mr. Woodson saying her name, but she is a council person. I'm a council. Everyone's not going to agree. The gentleman who came up here and spoke and said we all voted on the rest of the zoning, and for me it's always let's get through it, get through the reading, vote up, vote it down. I listen to everyone. When we talk about what is an argument, we need to be careful. An argument is an exchange of diverging or opposite views, typically a heated or angry one. This wasn't heated, it wasn't angry, and his tone wasn't disrespectful. It was probably the most calm I've ever seen him, to where he delivered the message the same. It was very monotone. Now, him mentioning her voting record, I had no problem with that, because I think it's important when we talk about how someone votes according to what's on the north side, south side. I think that's relevant to what's important for how each of us vote. That is for my personal opinion. And we talk about punishing the public for coming up and talk. Freedom of speech matters for me. It matters. It matters. And it matters. Because I hear the huffing and puffing, and no one gets this whole time when she talks underneath her breath. And I generally ignore her, except for with the ghetto term. So when we talk about freedom of speech, we have to allow the public, this is their chambers. This is where we come to hear them. I don't agree with censorship across like that. I just don't. I don't want everyone to come in here and think I'm going to censor you because I don't agree with you. I'm not up for that. I'm not. Come in, talk about it. It's her ward. I agree with allowing her to, when she wants to change it, and let's talk about, the denial, the approval, and so on. But every single time it gets petty, so petty. He was not yelling, screaming. He wasn't going back and forth with her. She was going back and forth with him. Point of order, point of order. That was a problem to me. He was not yelling or screaming. So, I don't know, maybe I'm out of order, but I'm cold over here at this point. So when it gets to let's take care of the business, let him speak and just move on. He's the public. I don't want to censor people. I want people to be able to say what they want to say when they step up to that point, because I've heard a lot of things over the years, and I watched and I come into city council chambers, and I've seen a lot of things be said, a lot, over the years. And if you weren't here watching it before, then just go back and watch YouTube. But I don't want us to censor people and be that sensitive. I just don't. He wasn't disrespectful. He didn't call her out of her name. He didn't say anything that was derogatory. He did not. And he wasn't able to even finish what he was saying. So for me, I will not be voting to censor the public when someone comes in to speak, because it sets a precedence that they step to that podium and we are going to be telling them what they can and cannot say with every single thing. I'm not in agreement with that. I'm just not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council?
Madam Chair.
Speak. Ms. Worthing.
I don't even know what voting record Mr. Woodson's talking about. It is simply to come here and continue to bully and talk about online. I've had some horrible things that have been said to me by my own colleagues online, on Facebook, and my name continues to be slandered. And I don't appreciate it, because what you are saying is not true. It's slander, and you continue to do so.
Point of information, through you, Madam Chair, what is untrue? Because you stay on Facebook liking racial terms.
That is not germane to the appeal.
A point of information.
What's your point?
Neither was her comment stating what I do on Facebook, which she's
Okay.
lying about.
Okay. As a reminder, all colleagues are to treat each other with respect. Please proceed, Ms. Worthing.
And I haven't been treated with respect. And which is it? Is it freedom of speech for you and not for others?
Ms. Worthing, please.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I'm not sure what I said that was wrong, because I've sat here and listened to a lot. I have. And I've been quiet. But this is bullying, it's intimidation, and it's wrong. And I do not appreciate the environment that some have come here on council, their first term, to perpetuate, because my constituent came here to talk about the public hearing and the real issues. He doesn't want to hear about Facebook. He doesn't want to hear about your opinion of anyone on this council. He wants to be able to talk about Fenton Road and this specific zoning issue. This shouldn't be allowed. And they're still talking when I'm trying to talk.
That's Paul in it. Point of information, Madam Chair.
What's your
Through
point?
you, that's, you're really hearing back there, and it's coming back through our part. I'm hearing back there where Paul and them are at. I think they got food in.
Continue.
That's,
Or did you know that's where it was coming from?
no, I do believe you think it's a joke.
No, I do not.
I do believe you do. I do.
Colleagues and council members will remember to treat each other with respect, to not engage with each other outside of the proper channels. Please, we are in this appeal. Let's get through this and keep going. Mr. Mitchell, that was unacceptable. Ms. Worthing. Ms. Worthing, continue.
I'm composing. When we talk about freedom of speech, I just want to give you a little bit of history. Just a few months ago, I was called by a member of the public a prostitute, that I turned tricks on Dort Highway, and that's how I got my 2 children.
No, sir, you may not.
Point of order.
Yes, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
You know what? This is getting out of line.
That is
Let's continue on with this appeal. All of this other stuff here is irrelevant.
That is.
Come on, guys.
That is correct.
I'm going to have to leave. I'm not. It's 9:15, and we haven't even gotten to public speaking.
That is correct.
Let's end this. And let's move
Ms.
on.
Winfrey Carter, point well taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms.
I would
Worthing,
like
you
to
still
say
have the
my
floor.
piece, and then I will be done. I was told that I needed to be tougher. It was allowed.
Point of order.
Ms. Burns, what is your point?
Robert's rule states that was with the last council. We cannot bring up with the last council. That was not this council.
Point well taken. Ms.
I
Worthing.
do not see a difference at this point in time with this council. And I do not appreciate issues about Fenton Road turned into attacks. I don't appreciate it, and I don't think anyone sitting here does. I would have loved to move on. But you're supporting behavior that is unacceptable, and we need to do better. And not only is it painful for me, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for this council, and it's embarrassing to our city, and it's embarrassing to all of our constituents. I sure wish we could move on and talk about the issues and get things done. But it's been 6 months now, and this council as a whole has yet to do that. They focused on each other instead of getting the work done. I'd like to get the work done.
Point of information.
What's your point?
That's a personal attack on her council, her colleagues.
That's an improper point of information.
I'm sorry, let's do point of order. I apologize,
Point-
Madam Chair.
Okay, point well taken. Ms. Worthing, please continue.
Thank you. Will this council decide to stop attacking each other and continue to do the work for the city which we were elected to do? It's a good question, and it's one we should all ask ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in this appeal? Going once?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. In the name of civility, I admonish my colleagues to let's move on. And also with the public speakers, if you have found that something that you're saying is triggering someone, stop. And just say it a different way without triggering people. Because people have different triggers. And so as we try to be civil with one another, we want the public to be civil with us as well. It goes both ways. So we shouldn't have to tell someone 8 times to stop using someone's name if they requested not to. But, and I'll be honest, if we had our voting record right here, and we were talking about last council, I can't even tell you what she voted on this council. I can't say it was up and down, nor can I tell you what she would do in the future. I can't predict the future. So since I can't predict the future, let's not speak that. Just come with facts. Just come with your facts, and that's all we need to come with. But in any event, please, let's be civil amongst one another, and that includes the audience as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in this appeal? Going once, going twice. The chair will end by again saying that all members of the public in the council are subject to the disorderly person's conduct. Please remember to be respectful with each other, with members of the public, and with this body. We don't all have to agree, but we don't have to be disrespectful. Period, point blank. We'll move into the vote. As a reminder, yes sustains the ruling of the chair, no overturns the ruling of the chair. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? She's okay. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Rickenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes and 3 no. Motion fails.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The appeal has been overturned. Mr. Woodson, you have 5 minutes left remaining, if that was the correct time that I saw in the
Point of information.
What was 4:40? Yes, Mr. Mays.
So your ruling that he was out of order fails?
That is correct. Which
That's
is why
correct.
Yes. Sorry, it was 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Let me say this, man. It's highly upsetting. I'm a veteran with PTSD, 100% disabled veteran with PTSD. Veterans fought so that the people in the United States and around the world can have freedom of speech. Not one time was I disrespectful. I should be able to come up here and speak about the mayor, voting, or contracts, or anything else. I should be able to speak about the council. I don't care if it was Peter Buttonhead council person name. If it's your name and that's your ward, I should be able to speak about that. Voting, how that person vote in their ward compared to 9th Ward is South Side, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Ward is North Side. 9th Ward is predominantly white. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Ward is predominantly black. I didn't say anything dealing with race. I just said that her voting record is always yes for her ward and no for the ward where it's predominantly black and brown, even including 4th Ward. Soldiers died in order for us to have that First Amendment, that first Bill of Rights, that first freedom of speech. Not one time did I disrespect her. I just said something about how she votes. Not one time did I speak outside of what this hearing is. The hearing is dealing with an ordinance change. And I said we should change the green zone that's in the master plan that's going to take land from the black and brown. That's it. And for second ward, to even Councilwoman Lewis, for y'all to be so sensitive. If you can't understand that we can say Councilwoman Lewis, Councilwoman Burns, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, Councilman Murphy, we can say that because that's what was on the ballot. And you, in second ward, is my constituent. You have left things at my door. You have came to my door and I answered it. You, I talked to while you was running. And for you to be so sensitive and not accept the constructive criticism that we are coming to this podium to deliver is highly upsetting. And for you all to use PPOs and use the injustice system that the liberals talk about all the time, that's injustice. No justice, no peace. It's only beneficial when it's benefiting you. But you won't break that system up because of the simple fact you need that system to benefit you and the others, especially the white liberal. Malcolm X said it best, I played it for you. Green zone ordinances, north side. They are here to take our land, our property. Councilwoman number 9, Eva Worthy, ghetto on the north side. Yeah, our side of town is ghetto. And Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you act like the north side that she thinks of. It's just another way of saying you act like the N-word. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak during this public hearing on the zoning change? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just trying to avoid all the obstacles because anymore it's hard to come to this podium. I mean, I don't know if you noticed all the nails and nail tacks and glass and everything else back there, but it gets tough to come up to the podium, it appears, any longer. Thank you. My name is Chris Del Moroni, and I live in Flint, Michigan. I mean, it was hard getting up here today. Normally, I have no problem. In regards to this zoning change, it's been about 5 years on the zoning change. We still don't have it. Even longer on the master plan. We're getting to the point that it's been so long we need to relook at it all, reevaluate it, get the public's opinion in on it again. I am not sure why we are concerned with what the future zoning will be on these. We're not to that point to talk about the future zoning because it has not been approved. So any reference to what the future zoning might be should be null and void because we're not there yet. It would be tantamount to trying to explain or to vote on something that would talk about the future zoning 20 years out. It doesn't matter what the future zoning will be. What is it today? That's the question. So when I read in this public hearing synopsis here, or maybe it's what it is in its entirety, and I see we want a zoning change from D3, community business, and future zoned CC, city corridor, I would like to have someone explain to me, why are we dealing with future zoned CC city corridor? Imagine if it said future zoned, we believe in 30 years it will be whatever. It has no weight. No weight should be given to that. And then to say they want the change to D5, Metropolitan Commercial Service. And I've said it before here before City Council. You might think, well, yeah, okay, that's what they want to use it for, and we'll make it Metropolitan Commercial Service because that would fit in. But sure, it may fit in, but what else comes under that? What else comes under D5 Metropolitan Commercial Service? Because once it's granted, a month later, someone could come before because of a sale or because of a change of business opportunities, have it to be something else that, oh, wow, we didn't know they could do that. We weren't really approving that. We were approving the fact that they wanted to put in this type of business, but gee, it also allows us other type of business. So it's important to look at that. A good example might be when we change a zoning for something that allows one type of business in, but it also allows a liquor store in. So they don't come before you to say, we want to put in a liquor store. We just need to get the zoning changed so that we can put in a liquor store. Or we're going to act as let me say, the white knight. And we're going to come before council and get the new zoning, because once we get it, we will then sell the property for the real use, the liquor store, the marijuana facility. I mean, I've actually heard people who want to change zoning or to limit the number of liquor stores or the number of marijuana facilities in the city. And I would say to that, you don't want to make that kind of a zoning change or ordinance, because all that does is it raises the cost. It raises the prescription cost to the individual who needs marijuana for medical uses. And we all know how high prescription costs are these days. We heard tonight about this particular zoning that, well, you know, they can do this, but if they want to put in a liquor store, then they have to go to this other avenue and get other approvals. So this is the first step. And most likely when people go that other direction, so long as they fall within the parameters of the law for that usage, they'll be granted. So if you don't want something in the first place, you don't simply grant the rezoning and then hope some other government I didn't want to interrupt anyone back there. So you don't approve something tonight and then rely on a different governmental unit to say no. If you don't want it, you say no tonight. Our zoning changes should not be picking winners and losers. And quite often that's what they do. So I would ask council this evening to ask whoever the powers may be, why are we even talking about future zoning? What something will be zoned in the future? It's quite possible, I'm not saying totally possible, but quite possible that all the zoning changes that are coming before you might get voted down simply because of the fact of how long it has taken to get approval and the dynamic changes that have been going on in our city, to where we've had buildings and structures torn down, we've had other buildings go up, and when our landscape changes so much as it has in the last, I'll say 5 to 10 years, but I only go back as far as since the zoning has come before council and before the residents. I'll only go back maybe 5 years. And the landscape of the city of Flint has changed dramatically to where the zoning that we envisioned 5, 6, 7 years ago as they were going through the process has changed so much that it might be obsolete. But again, why are we even considering what something will be zoned in the future? Zoning changes that are relying on future zoning should only be brought before council when in fact they do.
Janelle, can you pause this time, please? Are you okay? Fine. Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry for the disruption, Mr. Del Moroni. We did pause your time for that. Please continue.
So, yeah, I know I was at future zoning, and we shouldn't even be concerned about that. Those future zoned, future changed zonings should only be brought before council at that point. So keep in mind about the other important thing is I had mentioned that when you change something because that's what someone wants, it may not necessarily be what they're really going after. So they may be going after a zoning change presented for one particular usage when in fact there are a whole host of other usages that could be applied. And when you change that zoning, you will allow other things to come into the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak during this public hearing on the zoning request? Going once, going twice, final call. All right, that concludes this public hearing. That brings us down to public speaking. I believe that members of the public have filled out their slips in the back. Roll call, or not roll call. Who's our first public speaker, Ms. Brown?
Our first public speaker is Mr. R.L. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell?
Hello, I'm Mr. R.L. Hey, I'm R.L. Mitchell. About what I said in the first hearing about Flint Calorie University to do a kindness to St. Agnes Church. As a true worshiper, I was one of the students there and on that property of Jordan College. But as City Attorney Kim said, it's a miniature New York, and the zoning change should never be changed because General Motors left out of Flint. And you see what Bin Laden tried to change New York, and you see what happened to him, but he never went over to Buffalo and tried to change to Niagara Falls. Because I've been in Niagara Falls in my teenage years They had my 69 Grand Prix. They didn't want me to go grab my Grand Prix up there, wanted me to go on a little yellow bus. They said, if you have any flat, we're going to leave you. So I just rolled my car up anyway, say 2 days, and you see what happened to Buffalo, New York. Try to change the zoning change of that dude, whatever he did to all that little party stole to the people. I hate to say it, because you see the school teacher once again ran off, teaching her little nerds not to pray in school, and you see what happened. The priest's daughter threw them off the property because they don't try to change a God-man's situation over on St. Agnes and all that stuff, and you people like the attorney don't know what, and Miss Wortham and the woman parking the money with the land bank, taking people's houses so we the people and don't want the people to speak. And Madam Chair, and Burns talking about she a racial family go which either way and talk about and talking, and she won't stand there and let Miss Burns talk, and you up there go along with it, and you see what the women do. It take two to make an argument, take it in the parking lot and do and all that, and in the Fifth Ward talking, and look at it, Murphy over there. And another thing, Calorie go down Hobson and get that pawn shop and tear it down because the Angels are sitting on every building down here, practically tearing them down by itself with all that money you all pocket. Look at it, walking away again. He was born over in Detroit, about 70 Mile Road. And
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Our next public speaker is Mrs. Yvonne Penton. Mrs. Penton, I think she's
do
gone.
not see
Okay.
her.
Okay, she's departed. Okay, the next public speaker is Latulis. I can't read this last name. Okay, that's her husband. Okay, Latulis Peaton. Okay, he's gone. Okay, Bishop Bernadette Jefferson.
Bishop Bernadette Jefferson is next. Is she here?
Okay.
No? Okay.
Mr. Bernard Drew.
I don't see him.
Mr. Bernard Drew. Mr. Ron Wall.
Mr. Ron Wall. Come on forward.
This said.
We'll call your name, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yeah,
call
when
you.
we've got, did you fill out a slip in the back? Okay, we'll do yours, we'll do it at the end, okay?
At the end.
Okay. Come on forward, Mr. Wall.
Ron Waugh, it's the same thing, I just trying to get it so you vote no on the zoning change and it's Southfield Plaza is what it is. But, that's all.
Can you,
You know what I mean.
members of the audience will remember.
Okay, my name is Ron Waugh. I'm in the Ninth Ward, live right by the South Flint Plaza, been there for years. I just trying to get you to vote no on the zoning change. If they do it, it's gonna be nothing but problems. And got enough problems over there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker,
Our next speaker is Jalil X.
Jalil X. Okay.
All right, good evening, council. Thank you for being here to hear from the public this evening. I'd like to appeal to the council concerning the Hurley Board of Managers. And it's based on, I've been trying to help deal with an issue where a man was beat up, John Fleming, at Hurley on April the 2nd. And I went to the board meeting to ask for an independent investigation on the racial disparities and the cultural disparities that occur in the hospital. And I was told that the president of the board of managers, Francis Gilchrist, could not do anything because of a conflict of interest. So I dug a little further to find out how could we resolve this conflict of interest. And I was told that this body has the ability to put forth a motion to have her removed from that position for first, neglect of duty, number one, and number two, the reason that the present mayor made a motion to get her on the board, which was because she was president of NAACP, and they thought that she would go in as that president and utilize that ability she has to correct problems that were going on in Hurley Hospital. So I'm appealing to the council to put forth a resolution or motion to have her removed from president of Hurley Board of Managers, and that we look for someone else who lives in the city of Flint and who fits the description of somebody that will stand up for the little people and the workers in Hurley Hospital, because no one should have to go to the hospital and get injured. It's supposed to be a place for healing, not injury. And we got people going to this hospital, black and brown, being mistreated. The latest incident happened on Mother's Day, May the 8th. A young lady named Kiara Howe was in a car accident. Her grandmother took her from the scene. She was 26, 27-year-old young black woman. Took her to Hurley, to the waiting room, to the ER. She told the white RN that I'm having chest pains and pains in my stomach. And they told her to go have a seat, and she died. So I want to know when you get time to speak, if there's a ability for this council to do something to remove her from that seat and replace her with the appropriate person. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker,
Mr. Chris Del Moroni.
Mr. Chris Del Moroni.
Thank you. My name is Chris Del Moroni. I live in Flint, Michigan. I want to give a little more perspective to the trees between the curb and the sidewalk that fall on someone's property. Now, I've called in many a times where those types of trees have fallen and they've blocked the sidewalk, blocked the road, and I was never told, well, that's not our responsibility. That's the responsibility of the homeowner. Not a once. And the city would come out and they'd cut that tree down or finish taking it down. They'd cut up the tree that was blocking pedestrian flow on the sidewalk. They would cut up that tree that was out in the street that was impeding the flow of traffic. But yet, you know, when you go out and you have your property surveyed, if you ever have, the area where they put the stake into the ground, and I've had property surveyed before in the city, the area where they put the stake in the ground is on the property side of the sidewalk, not on the side between the curb and the sidewalk, not on the side at the curb and the grass. Homeowners are responsible from the curb to the sidewalk side of the house. But yet, we cannot cut the tree down, we cannot trim it, we cannot have snow plowed out into the street, we cannot have yard clippings when you mow your lawn. You should be, if you're not mulching it or bagging it, and you're side discharging it, it should not go out in the street. If it does, you should clean it up. Oh, but you can't clean it up because you can't clean the streets. You cannot have the person who shovels your driveway. I don't know, are they taking notes of what I'm saying over there, or what? Is there something else going on? So, the opportunity to speak before council is not only to speak before council, but with the expectation that council would be not only hearing us, but would be listening. So you cannot tell the snowplow guy, plow a little section in front of my house so I can park my car there. They can't do that. When the roots from the tree grow into my sewer line, for me, about every 18 months, it's like clockwork. Another $90, $110 to have it cleaned out. We can't even plant. We're not even allowed to plant trees between the curb and the sidewalk. So we're responsible for everything. But when it falls on our house, go talk to your insurance company? I don't think so. And let me, if I can also add, I forgot the train of thought. But those trees need to be the responsibility of the cities. Oh, when they go to sue, you say, we heard about being sued.
Madam Chair,
This-
that's time.
Yeah, Mr. Del Maroni, your time is up.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I would just say, Councilwoman from the 2nd Ward, when I'm here for 3 minutes, then I'll expect you to listen to me for 3 minutes, okay?
Okay.
The last time up, don't wave bye to me. The last time I was up, you dropped something. This time you were on
Okay.
your cell phone or
Mr. Del
laptop.
Maroni, thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Next public speaker,
The next speaker is Mr. Michael Doan.
Mr. Michael Doan.
Mr. Doan?
Come on up.
Sorry, I almost went to sleep back there. It's been so long. I wanted to address council because last time I was here, you guys granted us the 60 days, deemed all things necessary to stop the eviction on Brighter Futures in the House of Esther. I just wanted to come before you to let you guys know that my partners and my board, we're already working to get that funding. We definitely should have that funding here very soon. I definitely wanted to come in, tell you guys how we appreciated the help and the support of the city council, but I wanted to know what was the next steps in us because I know you guys stopped the eviction on both entities and everything like that. So are we able to go back in the building to board it up? It's been damaged. I've been back in there myself, but my board and the other partners wanted to come up very soon to try to see about getting it rehab and restored and getting that money and that stuff over transferred to the city. So what's the next steps on that? And then, like I said, we wanted to actually get it boarded up for now, just so we won't have any animals or people going in, loitering well, it's already messed up, but we just want to stop everything that's been going on at that property at our school building, since we have, had that 60 days to stop the eviction. So, that stopping the eviction, to me, that meant that we were, going back to the beginning of it all. Like we never got evicted. We can still move forward with trying to get them funds paid to the city for the actual property. We can go in and try to start getting the cost and everything to get it restored, the appraisal over the property and everything like that. So I'm just trying to see if that's all okay and dandy before we go in. I don't want nobody to say we're in there trespassing or anything like that. I heard that about the grass being mentioned, about getting it cut and everything like that. We already moved forward to try to, start even getting some community partners to help us. The hub is one of them that usually help with stuff like that, to come out and mow it and cut the bushes and stuff like that. But like I said, we've already been working. We had a couple meetings on this Thursday, right after Council Wednesday, and I've been working with my board and with the other partners on this project with the Cyber Education Center and Brighter Futures to get this all squared away. So I just wanted to come back up here and kind of make sure everything's still what it was and that we can move forward with the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Our next speaker is Cynthia Hayes, I believe, or Hines?
I'm not.
Cynthia Hines.
I'm not seeing her either. Next
Okay,
speaker.
the next speaker is Mr. Paul Herring. Mr. Herring?
Good evening, Council. Paul Herring, 525 Mason Street. We always do what we've always done. We'll always get what we've always got. If we want something we never had before, we gotta do something that we've never had done before. And right now, that's get along. Simple as that. It's get along. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. One simple rule. You can throw out the charter. You can throw out the council rules. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. It's simple. This is excruciating. It's painful. There is so much stuff that needs to be done. And we're not doing it. And I don't know why. If you always do what you've always done, you will always get what you've always gotten. It's as simple as that, guys. It's as simple as that. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this. It rings in my ears 24 hours a day, and it saddens me. And I don't like being sad. If you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. I'm not even going to go there. This isn't even what I wanted to talk about. It hit me when I got to the money. I'm supposed to be up here getting you guys excited about Juneteenth. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. But I couldn't. Because if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. In all things purely social, guys, we can be separate. Separate as offenders. But in things beneficial to our mutual progress, the whole reason you're here, you gotta be one like the end. You gotta.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Arthur Woodson. Mr. Woodson?
Mr. Woodson.
Sit up here, man. I ain't gonna vote for nothing because my colleague did emergency or question and all this, and I'm gonna just screw the people over. Yeah, write it down. I help. I'm not gonna vote for it because my colleague called a question, and I am angry. Yeah, that's wrong. Ain't it? All right. Let me say it again. I'm not going to vote for it because my colleague called a question, and I'm so mad, and he called my name. You're too emotional. Get outside of yourself and look at the people, man. Councilwoman Lewis, you are my second ward council person. Guess what? You don't live in Michigan at times, second resident, down in Maryland. I'm going to get you. Recall. See, don't get comfortable in a temporary seat. You see? It's sad. It's sad. Ms. Herkenroder, I don't trust you. You work for Tim Walberg, Republican, that loved Trump. I talk about that liberal white person that loves to be friend. I'm your friend. I have a black friend. I have a black friend. See, Mayor Neely say, hey, I paid the Nation of Islam to train 20 police officers to try to muster up black votes. But the Nation of Islam said, you ain't gave us a dime. Why lie? Why lie? Ms. Priestley, I know you're a Republican, Trump supporter. I seen you tapping Councilman Murphy on his leg, telling him to chill out when Councilman Mays is talking. See, when you work in cliques, that's what upsets the people. Councilman Murphy, Councilwoman Lewis. Oh, you want to do a point of order? I'll be quiet if you do. All right. Yeah, just, be quiet for a second, please. I'll be done in a second. Councilwoman Lewis, quit voting in cliques. That's why we voted you in. We voted for you to vote for the people. Clean up Sarvis Park is cool, but it's other things happening in the city other than doing resolutions for proclamations and parks. Thank you. Really appreciate y'all time. Take care.
Thank you.
One is the fist, like Paul Herring said.
Thank you. Next speaker. Was that our last? Okay. Ma'am, will you come forward to read Ms. Penton's, and please state your name for the record. As a reminder, there's 2 minutes. Three. I'm sorry, 3.
My name is Ruth Patterson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Yvonne Penton, and she gave me her written speech to share. She says, I come again asking for your help to support our future single mothers. I am asking that the City Council and the administration to work together in creating a resolution to resolve the issue and give ownership of the House of Esther 501c3. We ask that you help Esther to provide a safe haven for our single, expectant, struggling mothers. These mothers will be given a safe residence to stay for up to 2 years. They will be provided life skills, education, and effective parenting and nutritional care for themselves and for their newborn. Over 25% of the residents of City of Flint are single mothers and head of the family, according to the 2020 census. I am asking you to help give these mothers and new mothers the opportunity to make a contribution to their city, trained by our community leaders working with the House of Esther. The House of Esther's program will provide new mothers with freedom and opportunities of life choices for themselves and for their families. We are asking you to use your power, your wisdom, and your authority to help our single mothers who make up over 25% of our city residents. Please consider what life these mothers will bring to our city's future. And I have a comment of my own to make on that. I shared last week of my own life as a young single mother, divorced early, and a first-time mom with a young child. And I was very young. I was 18, and I looked much younger than my age at 18. I looked more like I was 13 or 14, and a lot of people scorned and judged me with having a young child looking much younger than my age. I wanted to state that as a young mom, I wished I'd have had help that Esther House will be providing for these young moms. And I want to add that as a young mom who had dropped out of school, I went back to school full-time, not for a GED, but full-time, to finish my education, to have my graduation day. A certified medical office assistant, clinical and clerical. I later went on furthering my education as a neuromuscular therapist. Then I furthered my education on and became a certified doula, which I helped in being a professional liaison for laboring couples. I worked at UNC
Ma'am.
Hospital for 2 years.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. There are no more slips for the council, or excuse me, for the public speakers. That brings us down to the council response. Is there any member of the council who wishes to respond to the public? Is there any member of council, Mr. Murphy?
Yes. I'm putting a referral, I'm gonna do it in writing too, but I would like to do a referral. I believe I did it before, and to see who all sits on the board. And as Jaleel Carter was speaking, I went to the charter. It says, the Board of Hospital Managers shall consist of 15 members appointed by the mayor with the approval of city council. I would like to know first, who are those 15 members? B, all members except for compelling reasons stated before appointment shall be city residents and shall serve in the interest of all citizens of the city of Flint. At least 3/4 of the members of the board shall be residents of the city, and no more than 3 members shall be a member of any medical or health profession. I do not believe Frances Gilchrist lived in the city of Flint. I do not believe she is any of the 3 members of any medical or health profession. I do believe she was appointed on there because of compelling reasons. And it also talk about all appointments shall be made for 5-year terms with board members continuing to serve until a replacement is appointed. I would like to know how many years are the members on the Hurley Hospital Board been serving? Is they up for appointment, or is they just there because they have not been reappointed? I know we put this in. This is the second time coming up here before us, and I believe we asked this question before of how many board members that live inside the city of Flint, how many are not. I'm wrapping up. In order for me to actually address your issue, Mr. Carter, I want to do my homework first and see who need to be, and then I want to put the resolution together based on, and if you're right, I'll be the one that author the resolution with the help of one of my colleagues, and we'll put it on the vote and see where it go up or down.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
I would like to respond to the public. First of all, I want to thank every public speaker. We only have 2 minutes, so it has to be really quick and brief. Of course, to the House of Esther, thank you for showing up, Ruth, and your husband, Larry. And Pastor, thank you for delivering the blessing. To Chris Del Moroni, you are in my ward, and I was concerned I didn't see you at the last, I think, 2 council meetings. And when we're here, I appreciate you showing up. And I listened to what the Planning Commission, what their decisions are. And you and I have had conversations. And I appreciate you giving us much-needed information and dialogue when making that decision for whereas it sits in a residential neighborhood. And the reasons why down the road, and I believe we talked about it before with the project on Center Road where they wanted to change the zoning also, and it would have included later down the road heavy industrial. So I listened to you always. Thank you for your input. And to Brother Jaleel X, I take very serious the two issues that happened at Hurley regarding Mr. Fleming and also, I think, John Fleming and Kiara Powell. And I spoke to Ms. Frances Gilchrist, and I asked her, was it a conflict of interest? And she told me no, that it was not. So you and I had a conversation, we didn't get a chance to finish it. So I think that when we talk about it, I would implore you, I don't know where you're at with that stage, to have a conversation with her and to see, because right now that is her position. She has served her community. She serves her community very well. So when we talk about what happened, we have to look at the authorities. John Fleming, he had and I hate to say a very bad day because it was dealing with authorities. But we look at what happened. There is an investigation that's going on. The cameras have it. They're investigating it. I know we don't get things in a timely manner. We just don't. But in regards to Kiara Powell, I did discuss that with her, and I will speak to you afterwards about what's going on. I did not take what you said for granted, and we only get 2 minutes, but I'll give you a call so we can talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Going once, going twice.
Yeah,
Fine.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I appreciate the public speakers. I appreciate Mr. Woodson for talking specifically because social media, the community is talking. And Ms. Lewis, I don't know if you want to tell people that you be maybe back and forth. I mean, why hide it? But I know one thing you did, and it taught me something. You told people sitting in your seat that I had called you MF and Bs, and that ain't true. It was a lie. And I know what happened and what I didn't say or do, but for you to do something so low down and say that after I had got removed tripped me out. Jaleel, as it relates to the NAACP, the Nation of Islam, we got some serious issues that need to be addressed in the city. It takes a lot of nerve for you to stand up and say what you said. I'm concerned. We need a meeting. I wouldn't care if it was by the council calling folk before this council. I'm concerned. When Gleason interfered with the election, first time 2 blacks had made it through, I got votes, struggled. Jerry Winfrey Carter was on here to subpoena folks for interfering with elections. They get mad when I talk about the dark money and illegal literature that put, in my opinion, Hurricane Road and Quincy and them in office. These are some serious issues in our community. And we used to depend on the NAACP. You talking about that guy who was on that bus out at the Walmart that went to Hurley. Serious issue. I know of a shooting where a lady came here. They got the guy's car and let the guy go. We've got some serious issues in our community. We need to have a summit or something because it's getting out of hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who wish to respond to the public? Going once. Dr. Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this just goes back to what I was saying previously. I'm not even going to get into jabs again, but if the community have an issue with my residency, if you don't believe that I stay in Flint, you can definitely take that up with the county clerk. I'm here to serve. I've been here to serve. You know, when my neighbor's home was shot up last summer, yeah, I wish I wasn't living next door, but I am. I'm invested in the 2nd Ward. That's where you will find me. Not only doing great things in the Cyrus Park community, but you can find me at the community meetings that everyone is invited to, including Mr. Woodson. You can also find me in other parts of the community just doing great things because that's what I do. So thank you so much for coming and speaking, because at the end of the day, we will continue. I know I can speak for myself. I will continue to do the will of the city. I will continue to be civil, and I will not throw jabs because there's so much work to do in Flint. We don't have time to do that.
Point of information. You threw a jab when you lied on me and say I called you MF and B's on this public microphone, didn't
That
you?
is an improper point of information. Continue, Dr. Lewis.
All right, thank you so much, Councilwoman, but, Madam Chair, excuse me. But I would also like to just briefly address that as well. Mr. Mays, you said a lot of things under your breath, and you made that comment that day I was walking in, and News 25 caught that, and you began to go back and forth. They caught the heated argument. See, a lot of things that's said over there, we don't hear.
Point of information.
And a lot of things.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, News 25 is here. I want to see if she say that I said MF and B's. That's
Mr.
what
Mays,
you
that's an
said.
improper point of information.
Thank you. So as I conclude, a lot of things that's said over there, people don't hear it, and a lot of things that's said over here, people don't hear it. But we hear it well.
I hear you well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I done learned something.
Are there any other members of council who wish to address the public? Going once, going twice? Okay. That brings us down to petitions and unofficial communications.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, where we at? Resolutions?
Well, Mr. Mays, as I was stating, that brings us down to petitions and unofficial communications, as well as the communications from the mayor and other city officials, which we adopted by consent unless there are objection. Hearing none, that brings us down to resolutions. The chair will entertain a motion for a master resolution with any separations.
The master resolutions allowing for any separations, I so move.
Okay, it's been
Or
moved.
approve the master resolution.
It's been moved. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Are there any separations or discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
I want to separate 220199. And I want to separate 220190.
Mr. Mays, 220190 did not make it out of special
Okay,
affairs.
that went postponed back to Finance Committee, correct?
Correct.
So it's on here, but it was postponed.
Correct.
And then, if nobody else have any separations, I want to discuss 220189, but I'm not going to separate it at this time.
Okay. Are there any other separations requested? I would like to separate 220187. All right. Okay. That brings us into the discussion on the master resolution. That is without resolution 220187 and without resolution 220199. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
On 220189, this is a proposed city charter amendment, a millage renewal for citywide police services, and a question on the November 8th, 2022 general election ballot. And it looked like it's approximately trying to raise $1.6 million in the millage. Now, in most years when we don't have COVID-19 money and desirable funds, 1.6 million could devastate the police department. But under the formulas that I know, as it relates to lost revenue, COVID funds, crime prevention COVID funds, as we approach this budget that must be adopted in the next 2 weeks or less, this council, I'm going to see if they can set stuff aside and do a budget. It's one of our most important responsibilities. We have the opportunity to fix public safety somewhat in the city of Flint. Ms. Burns, before you leave, through you to Ms. Burns, do we have any kind of special meeting coming up as it relates to the budget?
Mr. Mays, yes, we do tomorrow.
Do you have an answer on that?
Mr. Mays, it will be tomorrow at 5:30 or 5 o'clock?
5:30.
5:30.
Yeah, you don't have to be in your seat to tell me the answer to that question. And so 5:30 tomorrow has, through you to Ms. Brown, that meeting has been posted.
Yes, it has been.
Beg your pardon?
Yes.
And so it's a special meeting scheduled for tomorrow for the budget at 5:30.
That's correct.
Okay. I look forward to that. Because if we don't take the opportunity to fix this budget, Mr. Neely and the administration got us facing a $15 million deficit. They want to spend $14 million more than we taking in. We got took over by emergency managers for a $12 million deficit. When Mr. Neely took office 2.5 years ago, we had a $24 million surplus. You couldn't get no sense in the other council, and I hope you can get sense in this council. This is one of the most important things that we have to do, and it will serve the city well if we do it well. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, have your office got the resolutions to amend the budget ready yet that I requested? Have you heard anything about them?
As I stated last time, I requested that any requests for resolutions be sent to my office in writing, and we've not received any such requests.
Attorney Kim, are you telling me that Attorney Gurley didn't give you those requests in writings? Is that what you're telling me?
I received a number of requests, but those requests did not specify all of the information that would be needed to draft any kind of amendment to the proposed budget.
Attorney Kim, we've in the city of Flint. You've got every council person's phone number, don't you?
I do, sir.
Yes, you do. And those requests were made in writing from Ms. Gurley, Attorney Gurley, in your office. You wasn't here, but we was here. She sat where you sat. I stood by her. I know that she probably was responsible, and she gave them to you. I'm simply asking you, are they going to be ready by tomorrow? And if not by tomorrow, when?
Again, there's additional information that's going to be required in order to draft any there's a question of whether or not it's appropriate to draft a resolution to amend something that hasn't yet been a budget that hasn't been adopted. But in terms of amending the budget, there is not just there's information that needs to be specified that your request, what Attorney Gurley communicated to me, did not contain.
Attorney Kim, how many budgets have you did for the city of Flint?
I've been with the city of Flint, I believe, almost as long as you have.
How many years?
Since 2015. I believe you started in
Okay, and I've been here since 2013.
Right.
This is my 8th or 9th budget. I'm telling you that if you need additional information, call me in the morning or have your staff call me. My job is to ask you to prepare resolutions. I shouldn't have to wait to hear you don't have enough information. Once I communicate them and they were wrote down and gave, and you the head of that office, is there anything wrong with calling me for additional information? Anything wrong with that? Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, I'm talking to you. Is anything wrong with reaching out for additional information?
Sorry.
No.
Okay.
Beg your pardon?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm asking you, you let me know tonight that you might need additional information. I didn't know whether or not you was admitting that you had them 2-3 weeks ago, but you did have them. You say you might need additional information. If you need specific additional information, is anything wrong with your staff calling me? That's my question.
There's nothing wrong with my staff speaking to any members of this council.
Okay, well, I'm talking about me, because I'm the one that made the request in a formal meeting and stood there and went over them with Attorney Gurley. You assigned her to attend this meeting. just as she attend planning commission meetings. She do work for your office. Now I'm hearing you say in so many words, the resolutions ain't ready. So I'm saying tonight in a public meeting, if you need additional information on me on proposed amendments or resolutions, call me. Is anything wrong with that?
With respect, council member, I will make sure that a written communication is sent to you with the additional information that is required. Given various statements that have been made, I want to make sure there's a written record of any communications between us.
You can write them, but you can call me as well.
Okay.
Because we got a budget to do, and I ain't trying to play games on a lack of communications, Attorney
Okay.
Kim. This is simple.
Mr. Mays.
I'll come to your office if need be and work with your staff.
Mr. Mays, your time is up. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak on the master resolution? Is there any other member of council? And going three times, I guess? All right, second round. Is there any member of council who wishes to
Yeah,
speak?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
It's always a way to do it. Attorney Kim, you publicly sitting here. Do you know what the charter say as it relates to the city attorney's office and a council person asks for an ordinance or resolution to be drawn up? Should we find it here in the charter?
Mr. Mays, with all due respect, I do believe Mr. Kim has answered your question. And
Beg your pardon?
I do believe that Mr. Kim has answered your question. He stated that he will call you tomorrow. He needs more information. I'm not sure what else
Ms.
there needs to be
Herkenroder,
done.
in all due respect to you, I heard him say he would do something with me in writing. You heard him say he'd call me tomorrow. Attorney Kim, is she speaking for you? You said you'd call me tomorrow. Is that accurate, what she's telling me?
With respect to the Vice President, I did say that I would send you in writing tomorrow what additional information
that's what
is
he
required.
said, Ms. Herkenroder, in all due respect to you. See, you always interfere with me. And when you interfere inaccurately, it's offensive because I know I'm hearing good. If I didn't hear good, I would have said, Attorney Kim, I couldn't hear you. I'm asking him to meet or call to get this work done that's been outstanding in his office. We got a budget due, and I clearly heard him say in writing.
Okay.
He didn't say he'd call me. I requested that. I've even volunteered to meet and get this important work done. And with what I'm hearing, I'm not clear. When you do that in writing, Attorney Kim, do you plan to take it or walk it over from your office to our office and to our staff?
The usual practice is to send it to the clerk's office and have the clerk place it in your mailbox.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk. Ms. Brown,
Yes.
do you have a problem having our staff, the minute that hit, call me so I can see if I can get this done in a timely manner before the 5:30 meeting? Do you have a problem when it hit, if he hit it at 4:30, 4 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, when it hit and he give it to you, do you have a problem letting me know?
Not at all. Right
Okay,
away.
I'll wait for some kind of call on that. Attorney Kim, do you think it'll be early in the morning or later in the afternoon, or you don't have a clue at this time?
With all due respect, that's going to probably depend entirely upon how late we're here tonight.
It's going to depend on what?
How late we're here tonight.
It shouldn't really be on how late we get now, because it's been laying over in your office for 2-3 weeks. One of your greatest responsibilities is to this legislative branch to draft up ordinances and resolutions. Maybe you ain't concerned unless it's 5 or 6 of them who won't. That concerns me. So this particular resolution and master resolution, that I didn't separate the millage and the money that's connected to the budget, I'm concerned. I'm concerned. I'm still ain't gonna separate it. I'm gonna vote to pass the master resolution, but I want the public to see what we have to go through in order to try to allocate funds. It seems like somebody is pulling strings to keep things from being done properly. We'll find out. We'll see what happens with this tomorrow, Pastor, and we'll see at what time and when we get it. And then at the 5:30 meeting, we'll see if we need another one between now and the first Monday in June. Let's see what the political will of this financial body, Board of Trustees, gonna do. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak on the master resolution? Going once, going twice. Hearing none, that takes us to the vote on the master resolution. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Rickenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Did you say Mays?
Yes, I did.
My vote would be yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 5 yes, 0 no. The master resolution passes. That brings us to our first resolution, which was 220187. I requested this separation. It's being paid for out of ARPA money. I can't support that. Is there any other discussion? Or excuse me, I guess there needs to be a motion. The chair will entertain a motion for a resolution. That was out of order on the chair, I apologize. The chair will entertain a motion to pass resolution 220187.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there support? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
You to Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown?
You knew this was coming. That's why you're still here. Through Madam Chair to Mr. Brown. Can you explain why this $300,000 engineering services were not included in the initial proposal for the water main?
Through the chair to the councilwoman. The reason it isn't is because there's two different contracts there. We have one contract for the work that's being done, and that's where we added on the water main. But at the same time, we have oversight, which is the engineering, and the engineering firm has to oversight and make sure that the materials, from the piping to the compaction underneath, that's brought up so then the street can get put on top, has to be done. So that's usually 15% of the cost of, it's calculated at 15% of the cost of the work that's being done. So if the road was $2 million, then it would be $300,000 for that work.
So I guess my big question is that if we knew that this was happening and this was the dollar amount that was coming, why wasn't that proposed as an additional resolution on the night that we approved the water?
It was. It was. There was two of them, and this one died for lack of support, as did the other on that night. And then the only thing that was brought back up by this council at first was the Miller Road, and that was brought by a council person, brought into to bring it back. Nobody touched the engineering portion of it, and so we waited the past 30 days before it could be brought back again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
You separated it. It's 5 folk here. I'm trying to see what you got to say. You the one who separated it. If you got anything to say, if you gonna give us an indication, if you're for it, against it, you separated it for some reason. I'm waiting to hear from you.
Are you yielding the floor? Are you finished with your time?
I've said what I want to say, plus I wanted time for Ms. Burns. I never know what you're gonna do. So do you want to speak on it? It's your choice. You don't have to. You separated it.
Are you finished with your discussion?
I was finished 2 minutes ago. I'm waiting to see what you're going to say, if
Okay.
any. You don't have to.
Okay, are there any other members of
Speak in
council who
English.
wish to speak on this separation? Are there any other members of council who wish to speak on this separation? Okay, then I will take the time in the first round to speak last. The reason why I separated this is because it's a dollar for dollar amount out of the ARPA. If there's not leveraging funds with the ARPA, I can't support it. It has to be leveraged, or else we're, in my opinion, just wasting money. I understand the importance of the engineering firm along with the Miller Road reconstruction. It's just, I just can't support it if we don't have it leveraged without a plan. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
That's what I figured. So I'm glad to see Ms. Burns here. I don't know how the vote gonna go, but it's done got to this far in the project. Folks done supported it this far. I'll be voting for it, Mr. Brown. And I know when Mr. Pfeiffer brought it up, and I know that folks done voted to support it to get it this far. And so I heard what Ms. Herkenroder say. We'll see if it passed. I'll be voting for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round? In the second round? Final call in the second round? All right, that brings us to the vote on Resolution 220187. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
Okay, the vote is 5 yes, 1 no. That motion passes. That brings us down to our...
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
That brings us down to our final separation, which was Resolution 220199. The chair will entertain a motion for approval. Chair will entertain a motion for approval.
Oh. Madam Chair, I move to approve Resolution 220199.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve Resolution 220199. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis?
support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
I won't be supporting it because if you read the language in the second to the last paragraph, the whereas, it says that in order to spend ARPA funds, there need to be an authorization and approval with the council and the mayor. I think that's a little much. If you got a legislative body that can vote and approve dollars, and the mayor can veto and the council can override, we changing the structure by voting to agree on spending money, particularly ARPA funds, that needs an agreement of both branches of government. Here we can't get an agreement with both branches of government for $600,000 on the North Flint food market. We can't get an agreement with both branches of government to spend ARPA funds to do a pipeline for St. Agnes and or the House Esther. We can't get an agreement from both ends of government, and they done put in an application for $200,000. Ain't no way I'm gonna vote for this. Now, through you to Attorney Kim, Madam Chair, am I reading that right? Don't that resolution say, you helped draft it up, I guess, in the second to the last paragraph, that in order to spend this money, you need authorization and approval from the council and the mayor. Ain't that what it say, Attorney Kim?
That is what it says, as was drafted, I believe, by the outside attorney, Attorney Pulley, that was consulted by.
So Mr. Murphy went and got an outside attorney, is what you're saying?
I don't know. All I know is that what I was told is that she assisted him in drafting it somehow. I don't. It was
Who you
provided to me
referring
in-
to, that lady?
Attorney Poley?
Attorney who?
Poley.
Poley, Linda Poley, not our staff attorneys. That concerns me. And I'm praying and hoping until we get this administration playing ball, don't sell ourselves out. If we had 7 votes to do all things necessary to help that property and that project, why would we sell ourselves out on a vote that might be veto-proof? And then lock ourselves in all ARPA funds to the mayor and the council have to agree. I've been here 2.5 years with Mr. Neely, and it's been hard to get him to come up and agree. I'm not going to vote when I look at the fine print to lock my opportunity in to help the community, and we got to get an agreement. If we want to do cameras for the police department, if we want to vote money, it's been a year and we ain't got an agreement on funding the police department with ARPA funds. I know for a fact that the Mott Foundation had to hold $46 million if they want to help the land bank. But here we excited, thinking we done leveraged money by putting $16 million and other people putting less than us. And it's the land bank property. I can't vote in good conscience for this because until they come and show me an agreement, I'm not going to give up the power of the council to agree, to wait till we can reach an agreement before we can spend a dime of ARPA money. That day might not never come, particularly for House of Esther. I'm concerned about that language. And if I didn't read it, it would have snuck past me. I can't vote to agree on that. I want old-fashioned government. We vote 5. If they veto it, we see if 6 and override it. I don't want to be stuck waiting till we hold hands and agree on something. I can't vote for it.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes, Madam Chair. You know what, Councilman Mays, you do have a point here. I'm sitting here and I'm reading. Usually what happens, resolutions come to us from the administration, which is already signed by the mayor. And it is council's job to approve it. And I guess as it's stated here, it says, shall require the approval and authorization of the city council and the mayor. That should be, it should be, shall require the approval of the city council. So I guess I'm with you on this because that is taking, I mean, what are we going to do? We going to sit together and come to an agreement in which they send up the resolutions. They send resolutions to us. We approve resolutions. And that's how it's been done. And I think that this resolution was made to say that the mayor cannot spend opera money without the council approving it.
What's the intent?
That's the intent. I thought that was the intent of this resolution. But the way it's stated is saying that we both have to, come together and approve.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Ms. Winfrey Carter, and with your knowledge, wouldn't that affect us even putting money in the budget without an agreement, as we have authority to amend? Would you think that would affect that?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, we can't, then that's taking away what we're sitting here to do. That's taking away our power to do what it is that we're supposed to do as trustees of the city. So I don't know. You guys may not have the votes to push this forward, so we may want to send this back to committee and discuss this a little more, or maybe amend the terms of this resolution. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any more thank you. Is there any more discussion? in
Madam
the-
Chair.
Yes, nope. You're Miss Winfrey Carter. Miss Priestley.
This resolution, as it is, this resolution is designed that the mayor cannot spend money without our approval. That was what the whole purpose of this was for. It does indicate that we can't spend money without his approval as well. But basically, it stops him from spending money.
Point of order.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
stops the office of the mayor.
Of the mayor, yes, yes. The office of the mayor from spending money without our approval. And that was the whole point of the resolution. If you feel that, what I'm hesitant to do is put it off another week or 2 weeks, but we will if we have to in order for it to be clarified. If we have to redo the resolution, we will. We can vote this down, we can present another one at the next committee meeting. One way or the other, I believe it's the will of this body that all ARPA dollars be approved by this body. That the office of the mayor cannot spend that $74,999 without our okay, which he can do.
74, point of information, you mean 74 million?
No,
No,
it's
74,000.
74,000.
So that was the purpose of this resolution. And it's however you want to vote on it, but that was the purpose.
Okay. Is there any more discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Okay. Want to make sure she's okay. We have very limited votes here tonight. I want to say this. This is the reason why we have to work together. We get to this late time of the hour. Many of the colleagues are not here. This could easily fail. And so when we stand hard and take a position and we forget that some of our colleagues will leave or may have to leave, including myself, we got to get outside of ourselves. I completely understand the intent of this, and I agree with it. That's $74,999 worth of spending, and it can be used multiple times. I know that at one point it was used before like 3 or 4 times in the same department. So I know what I'm talking about. So I'm not talking about it might be slick. I know it is slick. So when we talk about how we handle that, and we found out that the speed bumps, now I love a hump, I love a speed bump. A speed bump. Hump, it's a hump. Because they do slow down the traffic in neighborhoods. And it has slowed down the traffic on El Dorado Street in my ward, and there are 2 on El Dorado. And they have worked. And when you're out there and you see the people, they slow down. Now, what happened before the hump, a car went into a home. But we have to do it the proper way. Bring it before council. Don't try to sneak it by us with the $74,999 by $1. $1 is that difference. And the general fund we talked about, but this council did not know that the mayor was spending the ARPA funds. And that was very alarming. So I get the intent of my colleagues. I get the intent of my other colleagues who state, hey, let's do some more work on this to see. Because when we say, and authorization of the city council and the mayor, I think we need to do a little bit more work on this. I know that originally, and thank you, Attorney Kim, for making sure you sent me the original from Attorney Poley, Linda Poley. I appreciate that. And looking at the two, I think we do need to put something in place to make sure we're not spending from ARPA. That is a one-time payment. I agree with that. But we also need to put some measures in place. So I think it just needs a little bit more work back in committee to make it to where it works. And I'm looking at that, and I'm not satisfied that tonight I can approve it. But I know that, I agree we need to do something. And I'm not for that $74,000, $75,000, $74,999 is a problem for me, especially when it comes to our ARPA funds, because if you multiply that times 10 or 20, it becomes a larger amount, and we're chipping away with us not even knowing where the money went.
Point of information.
What's your point?
I was just wondering if Councilwoman Burns realizes that we can do two separate resolutions, one for the ARPA and then one to reset the limit for general fund spending.
Okay, proceed, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. And I do realize that. But this one still isn't available. I'm not satisfied with that sentence in there, which I think will take just a little bit of work for us to change it. So I want to make sure, for me, I want to correct that. Let's do, look at how we want to listen to my colleagues and see what I need that I'm comfortable with. But we do need to put measures in place, because if we keep chipping away at $74,999 as many times as we want to, we won't know how many $74,999s we would have. And that can go to an infinite number, because it's not against, the rules, the charter. It's not. So technically, they would be doing something that is within the boundaries and the confines that the mayor's administration he can do, which he does have that right by using the $74,999. So I would like to see like this one little sentence. We need to work on it. So if we could get it back to committee to do some work on it, but we definitely need to put some, we need to do some parameters and put some measurements to slow this down. And I would hope that with the mayor's administration, we can act in good faith so that we will know how many $74,999 we have had, and we can kind of stop that spending till we can all be on the same page. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Janelle had to step out for the moment, so I am doing the timers. I apologize. It's much louder than Janelle's.
No.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? Okay, so I will take my time to, after hearing the conversation from my colleagues, I would like to make a motion to postpone Resolution 220199 to, I would say probably Grants Committee. So that's my motion. Is there support?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
I support that.
Okay, so the motion is to send Resolution 220199 to Grants Committee. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Did you give me the floor?
Yes.
The $74,000, I was thinking $74 million, the total amount probably left or so with the ARPA fund, but the $74,000 is a separate issue from this resolution. And Ms. Burns and others is right. You can stop the spending of the ARPA funds without council approval, but that don't stop the general fund and other spending up to $74,000. That's a separate ordinance and or resolution. And it might very well be an ordinance. And that's separate from this. The intent of this was to not spend ARPA funds. The intent of that is to not allow no funds to be spent like that throughout the fiscal year 9, 10, 11, 12 times. That's a concern. I've seen it creep up as a concern when I've seen people getting professional service agreements that was really in appointed positions, because the charter caps off 5 appointments that don't have to come through council. 2 separate issues. I don't think nobody can argue with the language of this resolution, which says in order for the council to approve and spend ARPA funds, even in the budget, if we pass this tonight, we couldn't put nothing in the budget to serve the people in public safety, blight, without agreement with the mayor. Doesn't really cap him off. It caps us off. I'm not willing to do that. Now, I don't know if that was intentional or unintentional, but it was plain to see if you read it. I intend to try to get Mr. Arnold Brown in the blight department what he requested. I want to see him get front-end loaders, trucks, and personnel. I also want to see the police department budget amendment to try to make Flint a safer town. And I don't want to have to get approval from the mayor. This council should understand that once the mayor sent us a proposed budget, one of the most important things that we have to do once a year is to approve it as it is, amend it up or down, or whatever way, and then approve it. If the mayor don't agree, he or she can veto it. 6 votes of council that worked on the budget can override the veto. Now, I don't agree with Attorney Kim, Mr. Whittaker, who's saying only during budget time can y'all mess with resolutions dealing with money. That's not true. But from what I've seen, the majority of the council believe whatever come out of their golden lips. What come out of them golden lips? Check it out. Google the Open Meetings Act and look at Section 3, subsection 3. All deliberations of the quorum have to be in an open meeting. I can tell you something else to look at, just to give credibility to what I'm saying. Look at Section 1-603A of the Charter. It's going to tell you in these words, in every case where you're removing somebody from an elected or fixed term, guess what? In every case, you shall first have a public hearing, and the public hearing has to be posted and published in advance in the manner set forth in the charter. Attorney Kim was a little overzealous for me. He knew that it was 5 or 6 people who seemed to be wanting me gone. They don't respect my leadership and knowledge. His appointment came on the same day he was given that bad advice. And you look at the video, you see 4 or 5 of them and him walking from back there to start the meeting after the presiding officer had adjourned it because they left their chair.
Okay. Thank you.
That was the first round on the amended resolution, correct?
Not an amended resolution.
I mean,
but
the amended motion.
correct. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Final call, is there any other discussion? Hearing
On the first round.
As such, that brings us into the second round. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Final call, is there any discussion?
On the first or second round?
No, sir, I called for the second round.
So I can speak now in the second round, correct?
That is correct.
What we should be about the business of, particularly when it's only a handful of us here, we should be about the business of doing good work. Doing good work and trusting and getting an understanding. If I tell you something and don't say, I guess, or I'm not sure, check out what I tell you. Don't kill the messenger. Don't get mad because I referred to myself as a senior council person. Pastor, I've been on that mic and in these meetings for over 20, 30 years before I was a council person. The Lord blessed me with a brain and I read. I'm telling you, it's going to be somewhat embarrassing when you review the tape. It's at about 47 minutes into the tape on April the 11th, when this man says 100% people can deliberate outside of a meeting. And the law will show you in subsection 3, section 3, subsection 3, all deliberations constituting a quorum must happen in an open meeting. Our charter talks about posting a meeting when it's 3 or more gathering to discuss city business. That's our charter. We must respect our charter. The easiest thing in the world is to look at the charter at 1-603 and see that any elected or appointed official, Mr. Edwards is appointed, Mr. Brown is appointed, the police chief is appointed, the mayor is elected, I'm elected. No elected and appointed person can be removed by motion. 1-603 tells you any elected and appointed person, there must first be a public hearing posted and published in advance of that meeting, and then after the public hearing, you can remove. But when you read 1-603 a little closer, subsection B and C, guess who's going to determine it at the end? The circuit court. It tells you any person who get caught up in that section can go to the circuit court. And the circuit court will determine if there was a violation of the charter that rises to the level of removal from your elected office. And it makes sense. This guy is tripping me out. Not only is he tripping me out with not knowing or showing that, but he's tripping me out now with these financial budget amendments. I'm going to reserve my thoughts on that, Pastor, and wait to see what happens tomorrow morning between the clerk's office, our staff, and my phone ringing. I'm telling you, sometimes you can be too hasty, but sometimes you just wait. They say, peace be still. You think you're in the storm? What, was he down there sleeping? Wake up, Jesus. Peace be still. And guess what? I'm going to be still somewhat, but I ain't going to bite my tongue. I'm going to say folks' name. I'm going to talk about their voting records, their character, they right and wrong, because I got a job to do for the city. And I'm a veteran at it. If I make a mistake, I guarantee you, you ask me about it, I'll tell you about it publicly. Pastor, they say I was going the wrong way with 4 flats. I represented myself in court. It wasn't no 4, it was only 3 flats. I'm going to tell you the truth. I ain't going to let people set the narrative on me. If you make a mistake, admit it and move on. That's what you do. And I think your work here on earth will do you justice in heaven. I can't stand a liar and a thief. But a liar can repent and confess and make it through them pearly gates. But you got some bad people in this world. We're going to continue to pray for them. Shooting, killing. I'll be voting no, probably, on the amendment.
All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion? I do believe Ms. Priestley.
Madam Chair, what I would ask then for this body to vote no on the resolution, and then I'll bring forward a new one at the next Finance Committee. If that's agreeable with the body, that's my recommendation.
Okay,
So
is there any
not
other
a
discussion?
postponement to
Yeah, as a reminder, the motion is to send it to grants.
grants for an amendment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then I would vote no to send it to grants and allow it to die, and the new one will come back.
Okay. Is there any other discussion?
Point of information.
What's your point?
Did Ms. Priestley say she voted no on the amendment?
Yes.
Point of information.
Yes.
So I could change my vote if I wanted to, couldn't I?
Any member has the freedom to vote however they feel compelled.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Do you believe I might or might not? We'll see what happens.
Okay, that's an improper point of information. Is there any other discussion?
Point of information. Well, through you, Madam Chair.
Do you want the floor?
To Councilwoman Priestley.
I'll give you the floor.
Okay.
Ms. Priestley?
I'm just trying to understand, why would you, I mean, all we need to do is take this back to committee and work on it. You don't need to draft a whole new resolution.
What I would like to do is remove the word "and mayor."
Yeah, but we
from the
can do that.
resolution.
We can
do
do
that
that
now. We can do an amended resolution
Yeah, we
now.
can do that now,
I mean,
because
but
that's the issue. And authorization of, and the mayor, we need to take that out.
We can do that and pass the resolution tonight.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
If we have
Well,
5
I
votes.
think it does need to be in writing, though, because...
Yes.
Well, yeah.
All right, then we
it has to be amended. So we can take it back to committee, and then that's when we can do the amendment and move forward.
That works. That's fine with me, as long as we can get this resolution passed in a timely manner so that we can stop any potential spending without council approval.
Yeah, and I hear your concern, because I'm concerned about that too, and I thought about that even when we first, before we started our community meetings, I thought about that, and this is a good resolution, and I'm all for it, but there's a sentence in here that I just can't go with.
So,
Okay.
Attorney Kim, if you could.
Ms. Priestley?
I gave up my right, didn't I?
You did give up your rights. Ms. Winfrey Carter still has the floor.
And then I would like for Madam Clerk to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you?
I'm done.
Okay, then we'll go to the clerk, and then we still are in the second round of discussion. Ms. Priestley, as a reminder, you've already spoken in the second round. Ms. Brown?
Just to go back to how resolutions like this are done, I think we would want to refer, and I'm happy to work with you on it, Ms. Priestley, because a regular resolution whereby the council would implement something on its own is written a certain way. And if there's a need for the mayor to be involved, which in some cases there would be because of the money, then things are phrased a certain way. So we can go back and look, as you move forward with this, we're happy to go back and look at some of the older resolutions so that we can help you move forward with this for the committee meeting. That's okay with you? Okay.
All right. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
through you to Councilwoman Priestley. So we're going to send this back to committee, make some corrections, get it right. We all are concerned about putting caps on the spending in ARPA funds, and we're good, right? Committee, no more hacksawing it, we're not killing it, send it to committee. So we are good. I am voting yes to send it to committee. So
You're telling me I'm voting yes to
I'm
send it
sorry.
to me?
Ms. Priestley?
Oh, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms., and it's cold up here in case.
Yes.
We're freezing. I will be voting yes to send it back to committee to do those changes in the proper formatting that we need to have it in, to make sure that we put a cap on the spending so that we're all aware that if 1 cent is spent from ARPA funds, we will be made aware. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Is there any other discussion in the second round? In the second round, final call. Hearing none, that brings us to the vote on the motion to send Resolution 220199 to Grants Committee. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hickenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Mays,
Yes.
Mr.
I'm gonna
Mays?
vote yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
All right, the vote is 6
Point of
yes.
information.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. What's your point?
What committee did that go to?
Grants. Okay. That brings us along to our first reading of Ordinance 220192. The chair will entertain a motion to send Resolution 220192 to second reading.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I so move.
Been moved. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis.
I support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, this, Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
this got something to do with the sale of city personal property. Personal property is like chairs and typewriters, if I ain't mistaken. I'm getting a little old. But I'll find out more because Mr. Edwards seemed to be a little comfortable, and I'm not going to mess with him. So I'll wait to find out what's happening in between first and second reading. I've been picking at him a little bit, so I ain't going to mess with him today. I'm going to vote the Senate for approve it for first reading, and then in legislative committee, I would ask that we have a little discussion in between first and second reading, if our staff put it on the agenda, and Mr. Piper don't object. But I would ask that that be done now, because I would forget. When you're doing big business, Pastor, you have to use staff and help get stuff lined up, because your brain just ain't going to remember everything. So I'll vote for it with a request that it be a little short discussion to help me to what's happening in legislative committee before second reading.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Final call, is there any other discussion? Second round, is there any discussion? Going once, going twice, hearing none. Roll call, please, on the resolution, or excuse me, on the motion to send ordinance 220192 to first reading, second reading.
Ms. Hickenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Mr. Mays?
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That motion passes. On to our final ordinance of the night, ordinance 220145.1. The chair will entertain a motion for approval regarding resolution 220145.1.
Madam, I so move.
It's been moved. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis?
I support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
This is this zoning change, and I don't know enough about it. The best that I would do, might vote yes for postponing, but I think I'm going to be voting no or abstaining on the change. And I got my reasons. And if I abstain, I'll put it on the record. So I'm going to be curious to see what the remainder of the council do on this. But I'm concerned. And I want to see what's going to happen with this one compared to what happened to the one dealing with the credit union and the dados. So it's showtime for me on this one. Pastor, I shouldn't be saying your name, they'll get mad. Well, it's your service. And so, Pastor, I'm going to be watching this one and seeing what happened, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Final call, is there any more discussion in the first round? Okay, hearing none, that'll bring us to the second round. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Final call?
Madam Chair?
Was that Ms. Winfrey Carter? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
You know what? I do have some reservations about this, because as I was reading, okay, they want to change this to a D5, right? And if I'm not mistaken, and through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays, a D5 would allow them to have a dispensary, right?
Right.
Now, okay, we got to remember that that apartment complex sits right in back of this plaza, right there, okay? It's right there at that fence.
Point of information. The motion is to approve, but the recommendation from the Planning Commission is denial. Just for clarity.
Right, and I know why.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Now, you the one be checking me, talking about that ain't
Okay.
a proper point of information.
Continue,
You
Ms.
just
Winfrey
used it to
Carter.
give her a statement. So, Ms. Herkenroder, that's why I say be nice.
All right, continue,
Because
Ms.
you
Winfrey
do
Carter.
just like everybody else.
Mr.
and you be
Mays,
wrong.
thank you. Continue, Ms.
Why
Winfrey
you
Carter.
cutting me off? See, you ain't even being nice when I'm trying to be nice.
So with that, this is really why the Planning Commission denied this. You know, I used to work over there. I worked right across the street over there at McKinley. And I noted that, what is the name of the apartment?
Kings Lane.
Kings Lane is right there. That fence right in back of this the plaza, you know, they used to jump that fence to go over to the plaza. So I'm not going to vote for this. No, that's just too close. And a D5 would allow a dispensary. We're just opening up for anything and whatever to go into that plaza. And we have to protect, you know, we have to protect the residents there in Kings Lane. I'm just not willing to do that to them, just like I wouldn't let it, you know, allow it to happen in Raspberries. I'm not going to allow it to happen, my vote, for this plaza, because we don't know what they plan to do as far as what they plan to put into this plaza. They can very well put a dispensary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Burns.
I listened to what Mr. Del Maroney was here, who has served on many commissions, and his advice is, I listened to it. And I appreciate he takes his time to come down here to make us all aware. This is in a very residential area. It is residential across the street, behind the plaza. There's homes, there's apartments. And at what point do we just say, you know, what are we really doing with marijuana? You know, we need to take a real look at it for me. Our state revenue sharing was only $83,000 last year. $83,000. It's costing us more for us to process in personnel time than we're actually getting in, and that is a problem. I don't want Flint to be known as the marijuana capital of Michigan. No. We need to I want to take a look at, you know, at some point, you know, how many marijuana dispensaries that we're getting in here, because we're not making money off of it, and to pluck and put one down and just let them have everything that they want. I'm not doing that. Now, if you want to smoke marijuana, it is right outside of the borders. They're everywhere, and they're nice facilities. Very nice. They put a lot of thought into them, and they're very well designed, but I'm not willing to put one in a residential right there, and it's very heavily populated. Families live there. They live there in those apartments, in the homes across the street, and the homes even that would be, is it Flint Township that's across, because you're right on the border. So it's too heavily populated. And I look at some areas where I thought we should have had one, and I was willing to approve it, where it was out the way, no frontage, It was no one, no parks, no schools, no homes. I'm not willing to approve to switch to a D5 at this time and then go against what the Planning Commission suggested, which was to vote no on it. So my vote will be no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? in the
Yeah,
second
Madam
round?
Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
I'm probably, Pastor, one of the most liberalist council persons for the marijuana. I support it, but I look at it a certain way. The ordinance talk about it being in, I think, D5 and D6. I wouldn't mind if it was in D4, D3, and D2, because on certain parts of town, you can't get it because in the areas I represent, it's D4, D3, D2. I wouldn't care if they lowered it to D4, D2, and D3 all across the city. But if I'm hearing right, this is that plaza, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, where that Value City was at. Now, if I'm right, if I'm a businessman, I want D5 and D6. What do I want it for? It doesn't necessarily have to be marijuana. But I would have thought it was already D5 and D6. You got them big retail outlets and stuff versus other stuff. So that's surprising to me. Now, when we want to be conducive to business, we accommodate. The applicant, I don't know if we heard from him. I don't know if him or her showed up. The Planning Commission, have I read the staff report? No. I wonder why they turned such a plaza down from upgrading to D5 or D6. I'm voting the way I'm voting because I don't see equity on certain parts of town, and it concerns me. I want to see equity all over the city as it relates to rezoning, trying to be conducive to business, and so forth and so on. And I don't know if we got there yet. And I ain't satisfied with some of these new master plans and rezoning terms, and I'm mighty afraid that stuff gonna get rushed through. Because I look at, they can get mad if they want, the new council, the voting patterns, and what's going on. So look like this one won't pass for second reading and enactment. I don't know who on what side, but I understand zoning. I understand that maybe at a later date it could come back, but tonight was not the night. So it sounds like from what I'm hearing, this one is going to be na 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 na. Hey.
Point of order. Yeah, Mr. Mays, that's out of order.
What's wrong with that? That ain't out of order.
Please state your main to the motion at hand.
Beg your pardon?
I said, please state your main to the motion at hand.
Na 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 was germane.
Okay. All right, Mr.
I
Mays.
know we some stuffed shirts.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done.
Is there any other discussion in the second
Chris,
round?
you see that?
Is there any other discussion? Okay, I will take my time for the final round of discussion, final talk. The reason why the motion is to approve it is because when this has happened previously, Davina has shared, or the deputy clerk has shared with us that they don't have a motion to deny in the system, so we have to do an approval to deny it. So I will be voting no on this because I support what the Planning Commission is doing. I know that that's confusing. All right, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Mr. Mays.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I abstain for the reasons I've already stated on the record.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
The vote is 5 no with 1 abstention.
All right, the vote is, what?
It's 5 no
One abstention?
with 1 abstention.
Okay. The vote is 5 no with 1 abstention.
Chair?
That motion fails. Yes, Ms. Priestley?
I make motion to adjourn.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to adjourn. Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis?
I support.
It's been moved and properly supported. There is no discussion on a motion to adjourn. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
The vote is,
Somebody trying to make her.
the vote is 5 yes,
Okay.
1 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. We are adjourned at 11:19. That was loud.